Alrighty. It's been 10 days since I last streamed, because I've been a little bit busy, and, oh, expedition. Fontaine is coming out in 8 days and 23 hours.
Add Astro.
And I have, well, the banners we know are coming up are Yolan and Johnny and Child. I'm not going to get Child because I already have Kokomi as a Hydro DPS. Child is a better Hydro DPS, but I primarily use Hydro for Hyper, and so in that case, Kokomi is all I need. I want Yolan because she's one of the best characters in the game. People say Xingqiu is the best character in the game, and Yolan is just a 5-star Xingqiu. I don't know if I'm saying that right. And I don't want to build Xingqiu because I don't really like him as a character, or much of his kit, from what I've seen of it. But I like what I've played of Yolan, and it's impossible to go wrong with her. And also I've been saving up for Zhongli for several months now. I have 183 wishes on me. Not going to pull out my history. And on the banner itself, I have a pity of 33? Or is it 23? It might be 23. Yeah, I think it's 23. So you're 33 plus 173, so I have 206 wishes, basically. 100% guarantee of a desired character is 180 wishes. If I want Yolan and Zhongli as a 100% chance to get both of them, that's 360 wishes. I'm at 206. I have 29 days until Yolan is gone, and I get at least one wish a day, currently. And I have, well, like 40-something days until Zhongli banner will end. I'm getting Zhongli, no matter what. Yolan, she's a Hydro sub DPS, and again I have Kokomi as Hydro sub DPS, so she's still incredibly valuable as one of the best characters in the game. And she's very good for Vaporize, and I'm trying to make Yan very good, so I need Vaporize for that. So I want... There's an awful lot of this intro here. So I want Yolan, she's just... You can't go wrong, but I'm getting Zhongli no matter what. I'm willing to spend money to get Zhongli if I have to. I've told myself, well, only spend money on the Archon banners because they're higher value and they get reruns less often. Lan's last rerun was right before I started playing the game. In fact, I think her banner was running, but at that time I hadn't unlocked pushing yet. And then her banner, I think it was her and Ayaka, and then it turned into an Healer's banner. When I got my Healer. That's my first 5-star, which of course is fantastic. But yeah, so I want Yolan and Zhongli, and of course, when Fontaine comes out, I've heard people have already done the maths, but free to play, you get 100 wishes over the course of 4.0. That's over the course of 4.0, that's not the entire... That's not Yolan's banner, that's Yolan and Zhongli's banner. And so it would take some luck. So the point is that I have quite a lot of wishes right now, enough to 100% guarantee at least one of them. And if it's going to be one of them, it's going to be Zhongli, but Zhongli comes after Yolan, which is problematic. And I also want A, who is potentially coming immediately after Zhongli, but hopefully not, hopefully you have time to save. The point of all this is that I need Primo Gems, and I've kept all of these quests for ages, and I'm thinking I should finally actually get through them. each of these gives 60 primo gems. So there's how many of these? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I feel like I miscounted that, but that's 11. 11 times 60, that's 660. 660 divided by 160, that's 4, almost, yeah, just over 4 wishes, which is better than it sounds, because I generally judge things like how many a day. Of course, with my Blessing of Welcome Moon and daily commissions, it's 150 a day, and then each 10 primos means 1 more day where I get a guaranteed summon. And so effectively doing a story quest means there's 6 days where I get guaranteed 1 summon a day. That's effectively how I see it. And so doing all of these would be very profitable to me. There's also maybe some achievements at the same time. Also talent books and stuff, I need those because I'm actually kind of running low. I say I'm running low. I mean, I have almost 2,000 blue books now. I need enough to bring... I have some characters that we need to get Kokomi up to 80. I'm finding these at 79. I want Kole at 80. Yanfei at 80. I've decided to build Rosaria as a cryo sub DPS and crit support. That's probably going to take a while to do though. So yeah, I need a lot of XP books. Before I do story quests though, I have resin, which I want to spend. And of course, story quests vary in length a little bit, but often to me they're 2 to 3 hours, sometimes a little bit longer. Depends how hard focused I am on them, and I'm going to be pretty hard focused. It also depends if I skip dialogue. I mean, I'll skip dialogue if it's boring, but usually it isn't. But what I want to do right now is I want to level up Rosaria a little bit. So I'm going to quickly fight it.
Healthy body.
Nope.
Healthy mind.
I just watched Asmongold's reaction to
You.
I don't know, guys. What name is like Nectic or something? He made a animation of that. Very pretty good video. He made it only 30 hours into the game as a review, and that's nowhere near long enough to review Genshin Impact. 30 hours into Genshin Impact is less than like 1% of the game. I have 700 hours in 4 months now? Yeah, 4 months now. 700 hours across 4 months. And, I mean, you could say I've completed it. I've got all the story quests. I'm AR 55 out of 60. But I still have a long way to go. I mean, I only have 14 characters I can actually really use in a setup. There's over almost 70
joined me on an adventure in ages. Come on,
so there's still a long way to go.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Commit to memory. Emerge right now, right here. Allow me.
I've only recently started using Ben. Don't need to put much effort into killing the registering anymore. I also, my Garnu really upsets me, because Garnu is my main, and it has been for a very, very long time. I got her about 90 hours in, and I mean, she's been my main DPS since. But as far as Garnu goes, I'm pretty sure my builders would be considered weak. I've never farmed artifacts for Garnu. Never. You get Wondrous Troop set from literally bloody anything, so I just got some good Wondrous Troop on, and it's a pretty good set for her, because it gives 35% charge attack damage, and she is charge attacks. So I just got the best ones I had from Wondrous Troop together, and slapped them on. This artifact sucks. it sucks. Crit rate is good. That's the only good stat it has. All of its substats are awful. I can't really get anything better. I think, yeah, Yanfei has this, which has attack on it, which is slightly better. But from the other angle, Yanfei needs this more than Ganyu does. Because Ganyu, I mean, does very good damage anyway. But Yanfei is struggling a bit right now, so I'm allowing Yanfei to keep that. I want to get an artifact which is actually good in this slot, but it has to be Wander's Troop, because here I have cryo damage bonus. Unless I get a Wander's Troop with good cryo damage bonus, but I don't have that yet. Yeah, I don't. But yeah, so on Ganyu I just run basic things. This is pretty good, I think. 25% crit damage is good, also 17% defense. Of course, for crit value, it's... I mean, this is higher crit value, but of course, Ganyu, you add 20% onto your crit rate, so she effectively has 84% crit rate. Yes, Ganyu effectively has 84% crit rate because of her talent, which gives her 20% crit rate. And so that makes me a little bit less concerned about building crit rate. I have a bow here for crit rate as well. But like, crit damage here, 146%. Like, it's good, but like, people will probably be expecting more than 200% at the level I'm at. But I haven't gone out of my way to farm the actual set for Ganyu. There's one thing which I have thought about, and that is that you could switch off Wander's Troop for a cryo set, which gives crit, which could work out pretty well. Because then I could switch off of this crit rate artifact for a crit damage artifact, I believe. I think we're in the same slot, yeah, crit damage. And, yeah, you can see right there, it's basically twice as much as the crit rate. And if the crit rate ends up being 31%, crit damage will be 60-something%. And so I do think if I farmed the cryo set for her, being able to switch this artifact out for crit damage instead of crit rate might give her an overall better damage output. That's all I can think of. Yeah, I wish Ganyu was better, because Ganyu is a relic of the old age. I believe she's one of the first few event banners in the game. Like maybe the 5th one or something. And prior to playing the game, I thought she was like a main character because of what Maxor presented her as. So I really wanted her, but she's kind of a relic of pre-Dendro in that she is all about crit rate, crit damage, and also a little bit of elemental mastery from Melt. Although I think she wants crit more than she wants elemental mastery. That's the other good thing about Wander's Troop, it gives elemental mastery, which is also good stuff. Anyway, so we've done that.
What are my orders?
Now we're going to put on Yolan's quest. And we're going to come back here in a little bit. We're going to do Yolan. And also, just because we're here, there we go, put on the Geo treasure compass. Because Leo is my least. So, Liyue is my least explored nation. I mean, like, one area of 77%. Mondstadt, Dragonspine is 88%. Dragonspine's hard, because Dragonspine doesn't have a treasure compass. For Mondstadt, one doesn't work there, so cleaning up the last percentages is really hard. And Mondstadt is pretty well explored. Sumeru is like... Is it 90% now? Yeah, it is. Everywhere is above 90%, some are 100%. Yeah, Sumeru is now going to be over 90%. But Inazuma is 99%, I think. Everywhere is 100%ed other than Watatsumi Island. Yeah, so Liyue is my least explored, so I'm going to keep Treasure Compass out. I like quests like this where the characters stay out, but I kind of wish they would stay out. That's one thing. I wish characters were actually actively in the world more. Actual characters you can play as the more important ones, not shitty ones.
Finished? Almost!
This job really shouldn't be left to us. Who's did I even just read? Utilitarianism. I thought he said defensive. That'd be very bad.
Finished, huh? What did you think?
Everyone took it very seriously.
Of course they did. They have the chance to be picked as the new Tianshu, so you can bet they're putting their best foot forward. And keep in mind, whoever gets in has to execute their plan as written. Nobody wants to have any regrets. That's for me to know and you to find out. We can talk more after the interviews. We'll see the candidates now. Let's do one at a time. Start with Chenwei.
Yes, ma'am.
Every story quest has combat at some point to demo a character. How is this going to have combat in it?
Oh? So you two are the assessment officers, are you? I had assumed that given the great import of this situation, Lady Ningguang would perhaps be assessing us in person. I certainly hadn't imagined I'd be seeing two entirely unfamiliar faces.
This guy's an arsehat, I remember. Who's got irrationally, massively irritated over having to stand for 5 seconds.
I trust you've read through my manifesto? I'd be more than happy to clarify any details you found difficult to grasp. It was written with an expert audience in mind, after all.
Alright, cool. He's gone.
Mind your tone, mister!
Relax. It wasn't intended as a personal slight against anyone in particular. I was simply stating a fact. Cloud Retainer? You know this Adeptus? Oh, yes, I remember now. You must be the traveler that people are constantly talking about. With your sterling reputation, you must have a respectable level of erudition. Perhaps you will be able to understand the concepts I have put forward. Although I shouldn't get my hopes up.
Oh, is it my turn?
Yes. Please, introduce yourself.
I'm, Mingbo. I work in the Ministry of Civil Affairs. I've worked there for, 9 years, 5 months, and 3 days. In that time, I've handled, 2,347 cases.
This guy has almost as much diligence as Ganyu.
I have 12 active cases at the moment. They should be concluded in, 16 days? My current work is related to urban planning, and I'm also responsible for, auditing the accounts. To be more precise, there are 3 parts to the accounts, namely...
Is it just Paimon, or is he not very good at public speaking?
You know what? Let's leave the self-introduction there and move on to some questions.
We can train them. No one is good at public speaking until they actually learn about it.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Hello. Not gonna lie, I'm feeling a little nervous. What would you like to know?
you're here to assess me, so ask away and I'll answer your questions to the best of my ability.
Your manifesto is very wide in its scope, but you don't seem to be personally involved in many of the specific fields. How can you be sure that you have the ability to put your plan into action?
Very fair question. I completely understand where you're coming from. But I'm confident in my plan. I've visited many different places, talked to lots of people with far more expertise than myself, and my manifesto is the conclusion of these efforts. Of course, two different problems can be interconnected in very complicated ways, and you might reach two very contradictory conclusions depending on which one you're focusing on. What I've tried to do is strike a balance. In other words, present an optimal solution to all the problems as a whole.
How's this going to end up being like a corrupt villain?
How do you plan to determine whether you are right or wrong about your proposed solution being the optimal one?
A great question. Well, I'd start by having my colleagues and the secretaries of the Yuehai Pavilion evaluate any proposals before implementation. Post-implementation, it would all come down to the results. If it turned out that my judgment was to blame for poor results, I would take responsibility.
Nice answer. All right, next
This guy's
question.
good.
He seems like a great guy. Everything he said was thoughtful and logical, and
Facts and
he was
logic.
just a pleasure to listen to.
Here's my take on what we just learned. As you saw, Qianwei is highly knowledgeable. He proposes many excellent ideas in his manifesto which effectively target the big issues. But he is very proud and incredibly stubborn. He doesn't care much about other people's feelings. Mingguo's plan is more thorough and more measured. You can tell he's meticulous in his work, very detail-oriented. But he and Qianwei are otherwise polar opposites. Mingguo is not very articulate and comes across as very timid in conversation.
Perfect summary. Paimon couldn't agree more. You're good at this, Yeron.
Last but not least, Zhi. His manifesto is full of pertinent details, his methodology is sound, and his proposals cover a broad range of fields, which is quite a rare feat.
Why am I here again? I started this quest like last night. I don't remember. I met Uncle Qian over tea, and then Yolan just happened to be there and invited me to come help decide who's going to be in the next government.
The depth he goes into in each and every area means it can only be a product of painstaking work. Plus, he is modest and good at dealing with people. But what really interests me is that many of his views happen to coincide with Uncle Tien's. Having someone like Zhi take the position would certainly put Uncle Tien's mind at rest.
Great!
We'll see. Let's go back and report to Uncle Tien.
Of course, story quests are usually made up of 3 to 4 segments.
We're way behind schedule.
So you can estimate how long it's going to be. Of course, usually a third segment is a combat segment, where you get to trial of a character, often in a domain. I don't remember if it was the first or second Raiden Shogun story quest, which has like a special domain in it. But that was really good. I think it was the first. Yeah, I really want Egg. Genshin's character design is so incredibly good, and A's one of the best. But not just in design, but also she's one of the strongest characters in the game, and she's also just one of like the best characters. Her characterization is very fun and very good. So like her and Zhongli are my 2 top priorities, and then Yelan is the 3rd, and Hu Tao is the 4th. And then probably Ayaka, but Ayaka's not going to be one for like a while, probably.
I see. Then it's more or less as I anticipated.
All right, then let me ask this. The ideas in Zhi's manifesto are very similar to your own. Is there any particular reason behind this?
Oh, I didn't want to say anything when I gave you the list of candidates, for fear of affecting your judgment. But I can tell you now, those 3 candidates have all studied under me in the past. It's only natural that they share some similarities with me. But Xin Wei went on to focus on his business.
Why does the music fade
and
out?
Ming Guo has always been occupied with his work at the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Of all of them, Juri was with me for the longest duration.
Whoa! So how did you get to know them all, Uncle Tian?
Chen Wei was referred to me by an old friend. Ming Guo came to my attention in the course of my work. As for Juri, that was pure happenstance.
Can't do story quests in current mode, can you? So, yeah, no, I can't accept.
We first met while fishing. Gradually, as we got to know each other, we started discussing all sorts of topics. Juri came from a poor family, and his parents died when he was very young.
Okay, I'm skipping through this.
But he was
poor,
he reminded
good
me of
student.
a younger version of myself. So I started out giving him a few words of advice when we quite. And now, all of a sudden, the young are growing up.
I don't know, Uncle Tian. You still seem in pretty good shape to me. You might have another few years of work left in you, don't you think?
Oh, you. There's really no need to console me. Having less energy than I...
Sounds like you sure love fishing, Uncle Tian.
Ooh, there's nothing quite like fishing to pass the time. Ooh, and freshly caught fish?
Fresh fish soup. Sounds tasty.
The problem with story quests is that because they give premos, you want to complete them as fast as possible, but then they have a lot of long cutscenes where the dialogue, all of the characters are always likable, but the dialogue isn't efficiently written. Like, there should be half as much dialogue as there actually is. So the scenes go on longer than they probably should. And so you get the urge to skip them, even if you like the characters, just so you can get your rewards quicker. And I've titled this stream Clearing My Story Quests. We may not even clear this one, because this is at basically the very start of a quest anyway.
Doesn't it? Also,
If I want to clear this, we'll probably have to skip some.
Juri
After I'm going to go for
very
Tainaris, because
special
I've already
recipe
done
from
the
an
first
old
stage of that
fisherman.
thing. And also,
When
I've
we've
heard
been
it's
fishing
really good.
recently,
I
Juri
may have
always
already seen
brings
the
some
anime
extra
cutscene, but I
ingredients
don't
he
have any
prepared in
context.
advance. The addition of these makes the soup taste
Please
even
talk about
more
soup.
wonderful.
We don't need to know about your soup. I want to know more about your lamb.
That flavor makes for a fond
Okay, that's great.
Oh, can
What's
Paimon
Mantis
come
fine?
next time too? Paimon really wants to try it.
Also, I really
Let's
like
get
Paimon.
back to the matter at hand. Uncle Tian, we've reported back. Do you have a verdict?
I appointed you as the assessment officer, and I trust your judgment. Had you not asked me why Juri's ideas were so similar to mine, I was not going to... This decision must be guided by what is fair and right. Please disregard all other considerations and make your final decision only after a thorough review of each candidate's talents and capabilities.
That line did...
Remember, you must be thorough.
Yeah, like, all that dialogue, that could have been just, like, 5 words or something. You could have said that the writing team isn't quite that talented, not even in terms of dialogue. So... it's just longer than it needs
Understood. Come on, let's go talk somewhere else.
Bye-bye, Uncle Tian. Look after yourself.
But I also don't want to shit on the work of the voice actors by skipping it all, so...
So, it's gonna be Juri, right?
I was actually thinking earlier about how, like, events are limited time and stuff, and how that irritates me with character moments being in them. But then I realised, I saw someone make a good point about the storage capacity of a game. If events stayed in the game, like, permanently, it would be way too much. Way too much. There was something I've thought about is that they could add in event story quests, specifically just the story quests. Leave like limited awards and stuff like for stores and currencies. Keep those limited, but if there's like a story quest which like involves characters or cutscenes, make it so that after the event we can access those using the keys you get from commissions. Because I'm gonna sneeze. As far as I'm aware, the keys you get from commissions, unfortunately, once you've unlocked all hangout events and all story quests, and I've unlocked all story quests and I'm halfway through the hangouts now, I assume then there's no use for them and they just get stockpiled up. So when they become a meaningless system. I think adding in events, like you already have story quests cost 1 key, hangouts cost 2. You can hold up to 3. Why not add in something which costs 3 and make it be event quests? Like Secret Summer Paradise is going to expire in 8 days, and that has Kokomi and Collei and Eula and Klee. Lots of great characters getting a lot of screen time in, and it's fantastic. Players that play after aren't going to be able to get that, and it's fine. Like, they shouldn't get the Valyrian Mirage rewards. That's like 1,000 primos. That's fine. Leave that in the past. But the actual character interactions and stuff, I don't think that should necessarily. And of course, you can Google the cutscenes online, but then you are lacking context and stuff. I think the quests should stay. And also, in the case of Valyrian Mirage, what you can do is make it so it gives them access to the Valyrian Mirage and the quests, but removes all the chests and stuff. So they just have the quests. It may make the world feel really empty, but it's better than nothing.
His manifesto was written well, and he's the best speaker.
Also, of course, I'm saying about this taking too long, and then here I am pausing it constantly to give my takes.
Easy. Let's not rush. There's no time limit for this assessment.
Huh? So, are you gonna give them more tests or something?
No, nothing like that. The assessment itself is complete. But let me give you a word of advice. Things are not always as they appear. The biggest no-no in intelligence work is to only get information from the person of interest themselves. The truth is almost always hidden beneath many layers of deception. You have to get information through many different channels. For example, Wenyuan, Shanghua.
Yes?
Lady Yelan, what are your orders?
Ugh! Who are they? Where did they come from?
They're down bad.
Did they scare you? These two are Wenyuan and Shanghua. They work for me. As my trusted assistants, they are always standing guard nearby. They also perform various assignments as required. Shanghua is a business expert who gets his information by trading. Wenyuan relies on word of mouth. And there's also Upei, who's not here right now.
That meathead must have been out there on sea surveillance for some time now. Is he all right? I seem to remember that he can't swim.
Nothing can take that guy down. Certainly not a little wind and waves.
Shanghua, visit all the commerce guilds and look into Qianwei's background. Wenyuan, go to the Ministry of Civil Affairs and look through Mingbo's work files.
Yes, ma'am.
So what about Juri?
So one of them's going to secretly be a mob boss? We have to take him down?
Well, obviously, as the most promising candidate, we will be investigating him ourselves. Let's go to the docks first. Lots of people passing through there. You can find out all kinds of things.
Please be the end of phase 1, otherwise this is never going to end.
Try talking to Bulai, the owner of Wanya Boutique. He does business at the North Wharf. Maybe he has some news for us.
That's actually not a bad idea. Let's go and ask him.
Very good, good. End of phase 1, so that means we're potentially a third of the way through already. This boss will have reset by now. Bennett irked me a bit.
I won't hold you back.
Bennett's buff is pretty good, but I gave him Noblesse set, and I mean, this only cost me 3 condensed resin. I mean, that is 120 resin, and you get 180 a day. So it's 2/3 of a day's worth of resin. It says, using an elemental burst increases attack by 20%, but that's just not true. I did the maths, I broke it down. My Ganyu was only gaining 0.5% damage increase from a 20% attack increase. That does not work. That's clearly something went horrendously mathematically wrong there. There was one thing which I was thinking, maybe it's 20% of Bennett's attack, but it doesn't say that. It says attack by 20%, which implies it's their attack. But I don't know for sure, but I mean, either way, I mean, Bennett still has 900 attack here. And I mean, 20% of 900 is a little, it will be a decent bit under 200, but it'll be more than 100. So it should still be seeing more than a 0.5% damage increase from it. So I think the Noblesse set is bugged right now? Maybe? I mean, I hope it is, because if it isn't, then it sucks. Either it's bugged, or it's just awful, utterly awful. Just a 0.5% damage increase is nothing. Nothing. Yeah, I did the maths to break it down. I was shooting some hilly charls, and it went from... what I did was I used his burst with Noblesse set, and then I unequipped it and I did the difference in damage, and the difference in damage was 0.5%. And I was really disappointed with that, because I was really looking forward to it.
Everybody stand back!
But Bennett is not as cracked as people like to make him out to be.
This way through the loop.
Right here, I'm using Bennett because I want to make sure I get his burst back. Of course, I'm getting these for Rosaria because I want to bring Rosaria up. I'm also thinking I could also start farming Yelan. Bringing a character up to level 80 requires 26. That is at most 18 kills. 18 kills is 40 times 18. That is 720 resin. 720 divided by 180 is 4. So it takes at absolute most, 4 days worth of resin to take a character up to level 80. What about if I got 3 every time? Wait, did I do all that maths right? Yeah, I think it did. Okay, so... Actually, I don't know. I don't remember what maths I did. Well, I got 4. I think that sounds right to me, 4 days. Because I remember I did Kokomi recently, so I still remember. 4 days very much sounds right to me. So 26 divided by 3. Okay, so it needs 9 kills. So you need 9 kills. So 9 kills, so it's 9 times 40 is 360. That's 2 days. So it's twice as fast. Does that maths? Some of my brain is telling me that's wrong, but some of my brain is telling me that's right. Well, if you're getting 50% more rewards, that means it takes half the time? Does that maths? I think it does. I used a calculator for that, so it must be right. But yeah, in that case, I won't concern myself with that. Also, I already have some left over from farming Garnier. I don't know if I want to put the talent books into Rosaria. I'm not even going to level Rosaria's talents, even though I have her C5. So I have some levels anyway, and this is useless. This is a terrible C6. Good for literally just Eula, and not like a single other good character in the game that benefits from that. So what I was thinking is 2-piece Berserker set, maybe, just for the crit. And then maybe 2-piece Cryo set for a little bit of extra damage. But I was thinking not even upgrade her talents at all, and just leave them like that, so it's low investment, but I just want her for the crit rate bonus to allies. And for the fact that she applies Cryo, which Yanfei can then trigger Melt off of. I was also thinking about Layla, maybe. Layla has a shield, so she should be more versatile. But with Zarya's C5. And so I kind of feel obligated to get some value out of that. And also crit rate. I feel like it being locked at 15% kind of sucks. I wish it was more than 15%. I'd say 25%, maybe. I mean, that requires you, it's only 15% crit rate, so I mean, you need a 100% crit rate to get 15% armor. So I'd say, I mean, you could keep it 15%, but then remove a cap. I think that could be good. But I'm gonna, just to remind myself, crit rate, there you go, put that on her. Just so I know I'm going for crit rate on her. Also, she's all about crit. Everything in her kit is about landing crits. Yet, for some reason, her ascension stat is attack %, which is stupid. We can ascend her once, and that would actually get us a summon, so screw it, we'll do it. The thing is that I have like another month to save up talent books as Zhongli, so. This thing sucks.
What's Polite doing here today?
Look, your asking price for this batch is just too high. I can't buy in at this price. How am I supposed to turn a profit?
Come on, hear me out. I'm telling you, this is the single best batch of Sunsetias ever. You won't find anyone who disputes that. I accidentally dropped one into a well, and even the water turned sweet.
Even so...
All right. I'll let you in on a little secret. The boss of Second Life also wants to buy from me, but I haven't if you won't take him.
Okay. Oh, what are you doing here?
There's no point in that scene of dialogue. We could have just cut to them walking away so we know he was just chatting, and then we walk up. There's no need for that.
And to be clear, these Sunsetias are mine. I got to the...
Actually, we want to ask you about a guy called Juri. Have you heard of him before?
Juri? Yes, he's quite well known. I've heard a story about him. They say he was born into poverty. One of his neighbors was terribly rude to him all the time. He returned cruelty with kindness. Injustice with peace offerings.
He sounds like a decent man. We can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Why are you asking about him anyway? You aren't looking for a... Well then, in that case, the higher bidder takes the...
Where?
It's him, all right. Looks like he's chatting with Linlong. Come on, let's follow them and listen in. Try not to let him see you. We want this information to be as truthful as possible.
I'll just go and fetch an employment contract. And hey, don't try and cut me out of this.
I understand. Let's walk and talk. So, you were looking to buy a wineware set? Oh, now I can see that you're a connoisseur, so I won't bother trying to con you. I trust you understand our shop quite well?
The truth is, an old friend of mine, who likes to have a drink now and then, he fancies himself as a man of culture, but doesn't care for needless extravagance. So I thought I might buy him a set of high-quality fakes.
How very thoughtful of you. Leave it to me, then. Come and collect it at Shigu Antiques whenever is convenient.
Thank you very much, Miss Linlong.
It's my pleasure, Mr. Juri. These days, it's quite rare for someone of your standing to still keep up with their old friends. It's nice to see. I'll be sure to pick out a good set for you. You can count on me.
Juri seems to get along really well with everyone. Are you satisfied now, Yelan? Seems like everyone thinks Juri's a great guy.
We shouldn't jump to conclusions just yet. Let's go check out the wharf where he usually goes fishing.
Do we have to? Wait, you're not just trying to dig up some dirt on Juri because you want to be Tianshu yourself, are you?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. But hey, if I do become Tianshu, I'll look out for you guys. You'll be able to try all the finest food for free. How does that sound?
We will? Well, come on! Off to the South Wharf we go!
The wharf is as busy as ever. I hear the anglers here sometimes sell their fish to the nearby fishmongers. Let's see what Uncle Soon has to say.
Welcome. What would you like to buy today?
Sorry to interrupt. We're actually members of the, Liyue Anglers Association, and we just wanted to ask a few questions about someone. We've heard about this young man called Juri, who's supposed to be a fantastic fisherman. Just wondering if you happen to have heard of him?
Whoa! Yelan made up a whole fake identity without batting an eyelid!
Ah, yes, Juri. He's been making quite a name for himself recently. I've got some friends who travel all over the place, and they tell me everywhere they go they meet someone who's heard of him. Apparently, he had a rather tough time growing up. Had to work. How does that saying go? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Well, if there's anything to that...
Yeah, we think so too!
But I'm afraid your Anglers Association might be...
Huh?
He's good at a lot of things, but fishing isn't one of them. He fishes at the wharf and sells what he catches to me on occasion. His catches are always mediocre. Not terrible, but equally nothing to write home about. If you're looking to recruit some new members, though, I do know a few top anglers I could put you in touch with.
That sounds fantastic. I've got a couple of other things to attend to right now, though, so why don't I come back some other time and we can chat over a drink?
Sure thing. See you.
Everywhere they go, they meet someone who's heard of him. Come on, let's keep asking around.
Here to buy some fish? It's 300 for one or three. You better hurry. When they're gone, they're gone.
$300 for... That doesn't add up. Why is it 1,000 for free? It should be 800. You idiot.
Hello, we're from the Society for Fish Price Research. We'd just like to ask a few questions.
Wow, she switched identity again!
Society for Fish Price Research? I haven't done anything illegal. Stay out of my business.
Please, don't worry. We're just here to conduct a simple survey. We've heard about a certain Jur-E who's been selling fresh fish at low prices in this area recently. Do you know anything about this?
So this isn't about me. You should have said something, you know. I know the guy. I can tell you what I know. I haven't heard anything about him selling fresh fish at low prices, but it wouldn't surprise me if it was him.
Oh? Why is that?
Because he's so poor. His parents died when he was very young, and his alcoholic father still owed a huge... He was still a kid when he first came to the wharf. His clothes were and he managed to survive, thanks to Uncle Tien, who gave him some food. I mean, he can afford to eat and everything, but you'll often see him haggling with others. It's not like he catches much anyway, so it's not going to affect...
You'd rather he didn't know?
Well, I spoke to him once, briefly, and I just had a feeling that he really cares what other people think of him. I think he has pretty low self-esteem, but hey, it's hardly my... Nobody's perfect. I just would...
I see. Well, thank you for sharing that with us.
Not a problem. And just for the record, there's absolutely nothing...
The more times you say it, the less convincing it becomes.
Doesn't have a lot of mora to his name. Okay, let's keep going.
Hey, it's you guys! Wait, what's the phrase? Oh yeah, honored to meet you. What brings you to me?
The truth is, we are but newcomers to this territory. We heard tell of a great martial artist, Master Dugu, who knows everything there is to know. Hence, we sought you out to ask for your guidance.
Really? People said I know everything there is to know?
But of course. We also heard that Master Dugu is a kind and virtuous swordsman who never turns away anyone who comes with questions.
Great! So what do you wish to know? Nothing happens on this street that I don't know about.
Now she's lying to a kid.
So, Master Dugu, have you heard of one by the name of Jur-E?
Sure have. You mean that guy that all the grown-ups are talking about these days? I've heard many tales of Jur-E. For example, I can't remember. Probably 'cause it's nothing that important. I prefer stories about sword-fighting heroes.
Oh, I can completely understand that. Then let me ask you this. Do you remember roughly when the grown-ups started talking about Jur-E?
Oh yeah, I know that. It was about 2 or 3 months ago. Before that, people always used to talk about Jur-E in a kind of nasty tone of voice. But 2 or 3 months ago, suddenly everyone started to like him. Sometimes he gives me candies, so I'm glad that people are starting to like him now.
Just as I thought.
Huh? What do you mean?
I mean, Just as I thought, Master Dugu is indeed as kind and virtuous as the legends claim.
I'm not that great. Oh yeah, one other thing. These days, there's a lot of people I've never seen before.
Oh, definitely.
Great! So next time I see them, I'll say hi. And
Certainly. You can also tell my friend in Yenshang Tea House about what they're up to. I'm sure my friend would also like to say hi to them.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. Well then, fare thee well, Master Dugu.
Until we meet again.
Any of that sound strange to you?
Strange? What was strange about it? Juri seems to have a great reputation. Uncle Su—
True. But the issue is, where did his sudden celebrity come from? It almost seems too good to be true.
Sudden? Too good to be true? What do you mean?
So he returns cruelty with kindness, and had to work to support his studies. These are the kinds of things that make someone well known in their hometown. But Uncle Soon said even his friends who travel far and wide hear about him wherever they go. That's a little over the top, if you ask me. Do you remember what Dugu Shuo said about Juri's stories? Clearly they left him with a good impression of the guy. But beyond that, he wasn't interested in the details. That's the reaction I would expect from any normal person. Plus, there's the fact that all this praise of Juri has only been happening within the last 2 or 3 months. His childhood, his studies, the thing with his neighbor. None of these are recent events. So why are these stories only going around now?
When you put it like that, it is kinda strange.
Of course, if that's all there was to it, I wouldn't look into it any further. Juri was born into a poor family. Paying people to get his stories out there is within the rules of the game as far as I'm concerned. The problem is, do you remember what Uncle Gao said about him? He's stayed poor his whole life. Everything he's earned he's either spent on studying, traveling, or paying off debts. I don't think he has the mora to pay for a publicity campaign. Right, and that changes everything. It can mean a powerful faction is trying to gain influence over the Liu Xixing. That's the worst case scenario. But all too often, the most pessimistic speculation turns out to be closest to the truth.
Someone's trying to gain influence over the Qixing? That sounds serious. What should we do? Even if we asked Juri about it, surely there's no way he'd admit it.
First, we need to find out who's supporting him. Don't worry, I've got a plan. Remember the current affairs and planning stage of the assessment? Since the successful candidate is duty-bound to implement their plan after taking office, their manifesto tells us their stance on key issues. Whoever is secretly helping Juri must be seeking to benefit from his actions after his appointment. So, we should be able to find some hints in Juri's manifesto on who we're dealing with. Come on, let's get back to Yenshang Tea House.
Already been live for an hour, and this is probably about to be the second phase of this 3 or 4 stage quest.
Juri's manifesto covers a huge range of topics. Looking for details that don't add up will be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. I'll divide the reports into 2 piles. You take one, I'll take the other. When we're finished, we'll put our heads together. Officially, the assessment is already over, and I'll be expected to announce the results before long. So we have to get to the bottom of this as quickly as we can.
Yikes! We better hurry!
Whatever else Uncle Tian might think of Juri, the fact remains that he's one of his favorite students. Any evidence he's left is not going to be immediately obvious. We'll have to look carefully and think critically.
Even though Yelan took half, this is still a lot to get through. Well, we gotta start somewhere.
Do I have to actually put this together?
Oh, this reading is giving Paimon a headache. Let's take a break.
Each of them is suspicious.
Yeah,
in
looks
some
like
way,
I'm the
possibly.
first one back, as usual.
Oh, hey! It's one of Yeon's little helpers, Shanghua. If you're back, that means you finished investigating Tianwei, right?
You betcha. I visited all the commerce guilds and gathered a wealth of information. Every time they asked me to leave, but I always had another trick up my sleeve.
Don't drag this out. Just tell us your findings.
Yes, Lady Yelan. To summarize my findings, most people who've had interactions with Tianwei will start out complaining about how proud and arrogant he is, but then go on to give a generally positive appraisal of him. The young master of the Feiyun Commerce Guild said that Tianwei appears arrogant, but he's very scrupulous in the way he works. Once he signs a contract with somebody, he treats them fairly regardless of their background.
Who'd have thought?
Is it possible that his reputation is fake? Is there any way you can check the accounts of the businesses under his name?
In theory, that should be very difficult, but here's the thing. I asked around and found out that almost all of Tianwei's accounts are open to the public. Where he buys from and sells to should be confidential business information, but he doesn't seem interested in protecting it at all. Tianwei often sees business opportunities that others don't, but once he's made enough mora off of it, it's like he gets sick of it and releases all of his trade secrets. It's like he wants people to know that they still can't beat him, even if he shares all of his secrets. The fact that someone like that can still make mora is pretty infuriating when you think about it.
What a strange guy. It's like he's not doing business to make mora, but instead...
to validate his theories. No wonder his manifesto contains so many insights. It's all the result of his first-hand experimentation.
I'm back! Huh? Ah, how come you're here?
Why do you think? Obviously, because I possess superior skills and am always one step ahead of the competition.
You... Ugh, whatever. I'm not getting into an argument with you. If I hadn't had something else to take care of on the way, Lady Yelan, I have finished investigating...
Well, we're all ears.
The Ministry of Civil Affairs says that Mingbois struggles to get his words out when he gets nervous, especially when he's chatting with strangers. But after a few days of getting to know him, you can pretty much have a normal conversation with him. On the whole, the feedback from the Ministry of Civil Affairs was very positive. He always considers the things that everyone else overlooks.
In your opinion, was the Ministry of Civil Affairs' appraisal of Mingbois at all exaggerated?
I don't believe so. Mingbois is someone who has slowly but surely earned the reputation he has today. According to Miss Yu, the ministry often gets Mingbois to take a final look at projects before they're implemented. Oh, and also, there was once someone in the ministry who was lying and cheating to try to advance their career. Mingbois gave them the skull.
Whoa, that's hard to imagine.
Like I said before, things are not always as they appear.
Ah, so that's what you meant by that. Paimon's starting to get it now.
Thank you both. You're free to go now. So, have you finished reading the manifesto?
We still have a bit left.
I can't see any immediate problems looking at the individual entries. The only one that strikes me as a little unusual is the Chengshu Pool redevelopment plan. Chengshu Pool has always been home to many secrets. Plus, Ajdaha once wrought havoc there, so there are even more secrets buried deep underground.
I like her. As a cool shout out to Azdahar. Is this quest after Zhongli's?
At some point, a rumor began to go around that there is great treasure buried beneath Qingshu Pool. A long time ago, with the approval of the Qixing, a mining team conducted an exploratory excavation there.
So, did they find any treasure?
None. The ruin was completely impenetrable. The only way they could have gotten through the solid rock would have been by blowing it open with a special kind of explosive. The technology wasn't mature enough at that time, so the excavation project was shut down and the treasure became a mere legend. Zhi-Yi's manifesto focuses on solving problems, and this treasure hunt seems extremely risky. It seems out of step with the rest of his plans. Still, this one fact alone doesn't tell us much. Everyone wants to get their hands on this treasure. The treasure hoarders, the Fatui, even local Liyue factions. Did you find anything?
Excavation? Project? Treasure? Did we read anything similar in our half of the manifesto? Oh yeah! Juri said the Blackcliff Forge workers should get right of first refusal if any suitable projects come up.
Did he now? Well, that makes everything much clearer. So Zhi-Yi wants the Blackcliff Forge to excavate the treasure of Qingshu Pool.
Does that mean the Blackcliff Forge is Juri's secret supporter?
No, not likely. I've looked into the Blackcliff Forge before. They aren't involved with any powerful factions at present. They do possess some specialized explosives, but it would seem more trouble than it's worth to put so many resources into a risky project like this. Still, since the clues are pointing toward the Blackcliff Forge, we should see where they lead. We may well find something new.
Shenwei and Mingbok both turned out to be completely different than what we thought. What about Juri? Is there another side to him too?
Let's see what happens here.
This is the Blackcliff Forge.
Oh, I thought it was going to go into
Let's look
cutscene.
around for clues.
Well, that sucks.
Rusty, Reven! What's this? A diary?
From the back, it looks like a ledger. But it seems they also use it as a site log. We don't know who wrote it, but it's interesting, don't you think? These newcomers, who could have sent them?
You think they're suspicious?
Yes. Look, it says right there, one of them's already been promoted to team leader. At this rate, by the time the Qingshu Pool redevelopment plan is ready to roll, they'll be the technical backbone of the team. That'll give them the chance to take a lot of liberties. They can copy any secret texts or steal any treasure they find underground. Imagine if we didn't suspect anything. By the time Juri recommends the Blackcliff Forge for the excavation project, at most we would maybe do a fresh background check on the place. No red flags if all they did was change some key staff. And even if we decided to vet the staff individually, they'd have had more than enough time by then to come up with fake identities. That's the advantage of planning this far in advance. It was a clever move.
When you put it like that, it all makes sense. If we hadn't found this out, someone else would have stolen the treasure. So, who's really behind all this?
That's a question for the newcomers. But let's start with that worker over there for now.
Next on the agenda.
I feel like I've never been here before. No chest.
We're way behind schedule. Next on the agenda.
I mean, this really looks like there's something here. There isn't.
Princess. We want to ask you about the newcomers.
You want them to teach you or something? I gotta say, these newcomers are in tip-top shape. Fast learner. My only complaint is that they're always going out drinking it. I guess they just need some time to adjust.
They go out drinking. This area isn't exactly renowned for the nightlife. I'm guessing it's a long trip to the nearest tavern.
You got that right. They tell me they go all the way back to Liyue Harbor to drink at Wanmin Restaurant. It rained after work today, so they actually stuck around at the site for a while. But as soon as the... Hey, you're only young once, right? I say, if they can hack it, let them at it.
Interesting. Let's go talk somewhere else. Looks like our hunch was on the Mora. These newcomers are very suspicious. Drinking in Liyue Harbor, huh? Some cover story. I'll wager they've been going to intelligence updates. Good thing it rained today. It means they'll leave footprints. I doubt they'd give themselves away that easily, but let's follow them and try our luck.
They went that way! Hurry, we gotta catch up!
Yes, Paimon, I have eyes too.
Right here.
These footprints are heading towards Liyue Harbor. Maybe we were wrong about that.
Just as I thought. They didn't go to Liyue Harbor. They went that way.
Emerge. Right now. Emerge.
The footprints stop here, but, judging from the direction, I'm guessing their destination was that abandoned house.
Next on the agenda...
Looks like we were too late. This has gotta be where the newcomers rendezvous with whoever they're working for. But all the evidence has been destroyed. Look at these ashes. Someone was burning documents not long before we arrived.
Could there be anything left? Maybe the wind could have blown the fire out before everything was finished burning.
The odds of that are very slim. It's practically impossible. I've checked. All the paper's been burned. There's only ash left now.
Why don't we wait for them back at the Black Cliff Forge? They've got to go back there sooner or later.
We can't count on that. Clearly they were based here at one point, but it's mysteriously abandoned now. To me, that says that whoever's behind this has moved them somewhere else to throw our investigation off course.
Darn! Guess this is where our trail runs cold.
Make no mistake, the purpose of our trip wasn't to find any solid evidence. We just need to figure out who's behind Jur-E. I smelled something peculiar the moment I came in. Those newcomers probably thought they'd be safe as long as they burned the letters. But what they failed to consider is that paper and ink from different regions produce different odors when they're burned.
Really? Paimon can't smell anything. Do you smell anything?
There is a certain place with a freezing cold climate where there's nothing but ice as far as the eye can see. Some wealthy people there put floral fragrance in their ink as a way of injecting a little romance into their writing.
God damn it.
When that fragrant ink is burned, this is the exact odor that it leaves behind. Exactly.
No way.
The evidence will soon be blown away by the wind, so it's nothing we can arrest anyone with. But it's all I need. Now I know who we're dealing with. I can plan our next move.
Lady Yelan! Oh, thank goodness I finally found you. I thought I'd never see you again.
Who are you?
Don't be alarmed. This is Upei. He's Wenyuan and Shanghua's colleague. I sent him to look into Zhiyi's regular contacts. Since Zhiyi likes fishing, Upei thought he might know some of the fishermen and sailors, so he took a boat out to sea to ask around. I left him a note at Yanshang Tea House telling him to look for me at Blackcliff Forge when he got back. If there'd been an ambush waiting for us there, it means we'd have had some backup. So, what did you find out at sea?
Forgive my incompetence. I'm afraid I've come up empty-handed. I asked all the fishermen multiple times, but none of them had any interactions with Zhiyi before. Then the waves got so choppy I ended up When I got back, I heard that you'd gone to Blackcliff Forge and might need backup, so I went straight there as fast as I...
Well, Uncle Tian said that Zhiyi once bought a...
What? That's news to me. No, that's not possible. It's absolutely not possible. Lady Yelan, I'm telling you, I spoke to every single fisherman out there, and none of them mentioned anything about a recipe.
Interesting. Then I wonder how that even more wonderful fish soup came about.
Fish soup? What fish soup?
Nothing. Our priority right now is to find a way to get our hands on some solid evidence.
Relevant to the plot.
Well, any suggestions?
Cool.
Not a bad idea. Upei, what do you think?
Honestly, I've already tried following Zhiyi, but the guy's too cautious. Never meets with anyone suspicious.
Guilty until proven innocent.
Okay, so tailing's out.
No, we'll still need to tail him. But first, we need to do some groundwork.
Groundwork?
When you've worked in intelligence for a long time, you'll understand that no one can stay on high alert forever. Especially when he thinks he's about to win. Tomorrow morning, I'll announce his victory at Yuehai Pavilion. Take a guess what you think he'll do next. Be sure to arrive on time. You won't want to miss the show.
Wait until tomorrow morning. Hey, and V's prosperity. So Yelan wants prosperity books. Monday? Oh great, okay, so maybe I'll get those on Monday, because the double talent book event starts on Monday. I need gold. I need the gold books for Zhongli and Yanfei. We can get prosperity for Yelan. I need something. Yeah, I make this light. What is Coconut? Coconut needs the most. Transients. How do I have this many? I didn't realize I had this many of these. Since when do I have 17 of these stocked up? Alright. Alright. Oh. Alright. What day is that? Oh, that's also Monday. Huh. We can strike a balance. What handbook does Bennett need? That's Tuesday. When is gold? Wednesday. Okay, so that's good actually. It seems like I will have different books to farm each day.
It looks like we're all here. Well then, time for me to announce the results of the assessment process. I won't drone on about the importance of the Tianshu role. Suffice to say that Uncle Tien entrusted me with the monumentally important task of assessing the candidates. And now, it falls to me to give him a satisfactory answer.
All of us here know the score. Don't beat around the bush, just get on with it.
Qianwei has many pioneering ideas, but some of his plans are lacking in detail, and he easily gets into testy exchanges with other people. Mingguo is reliable, but not quite ambitious enough, and because of his personality, he struggles to win people over. In contrast, Zhi is evenly balanced across the board, and enjoys an excellent reputation in Liyue, after much consideration. I have decided to recommend Zhi to the Liyue Qixing.
What?
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you. Honestly, I'm a little surprised to hear my name being announced.
I don't know how to pronounce the name, and I almost kind of don't even want to try, but I mean, he's very sweet. He deserves it.
In my estimation, all three of us are worthy candidates for the Tianshu position. As your competitor, I've become keenly aware of your great talents. Would either of you entertain the possibility of working with me in the future and taking on some of my workload?
I'll have to see. I'm in a bad mood. This is the last thing I want to be thinking about right now.
I don't mind, as long as I can help.
Okay, well, that's all from me. Zhi, you'll have some preparation to do. It won't be long before you're informed of your official appointment. I hope you will work hard and make Uncle Tien proud.
I will live up to the Tianshu name. On this, you have my word. I should go. I need to pack my things, and then I think a celebratory meal is in order. Would anyone like to join me?
Count me out. I'm not in the mood for a celebration.
Zhi seems pretty relaxed now. This would be a good time to follow him.
Hey, Traveler, tell me something. What exactly does that guy have that I don't? If you can't answer that, I'm not accepting this result.
It's a fact you're talking right now.
I, also wouldn't mind knowing.
Fair enough.
Oh no, if we get stuck here, we won't be able to leave!
Follow him.
Yes, ma'am.
We finally got rid of them!
Lady Yelan, Zhi has gone towards Feiyun Slope.
Follow him, quickly.
So Zhi really sided with the Fatui? But Uncle Tien thinks so highly of him. Why would he do this?
Difficult to say, but everything should become a lot clearer when we find him.
Sorry, Lady Yelan. We lost him. He's too good at this. We weren't able to keep following him without being seen.
How the heck did he manage to shake Yelan's subordinates? I guess Zhi didn't let his guard down. Still as vigilant as ever.
No, Upei says he's much more relaxed than usual. Maybe it's just how he's wired. Perceptive enough to sense when he's being watched.
But...
Don't blame yourselves. Let's not forget he was trained by Uncle Tien himself. Evading detection is not an unusual skill for him to have. If I'd asked you to tail Uncle Tien, you'd have ended up at a dead end too. It's fine. So, where did you lose him?
Xinyue Kiosk. He only went in briefly. Upei and I were watching outside the whole time. A few moments later, a man dressed in a completely different outfit came out. Upei had a feeling that it was him, but we couldn't get close enough to check without blowing our cover. I figured that if we spooked him, it would undo what we've accomplished today so far. Another option would have been to arrest him there and then, but without any evidence, that would have been meaningless.
I actually kind of like this quest, actually, because it's, well, they're actually going about this in a really logical way. It's cool.
So I stopped Upei, and I stayed here to wait for you while that meathead went to ask around in Xinyue Kiosk.
Good work. The fish didn't take the bait, but that's okay. As long as he's still swimming around, we'll find a way to catch him eventually. The key is figuring out what he's trying to achieve. Let's go to Xinyue Kiosk.
What bow did I use for Yelan?
Keep getting stringless. I don't even remember getting this. When did I get this? Now, 3 bloody warbows. What of these would Yelan want? She probably wants the max HP. Max HP or probably crit rate. I imagine her ascension stat is hydro damage. The new Fontaine and Battle Pass weapons, I saw them. I can't remember what their traits were. Maybe some of them will be good. We can figure it out. I don't need to worry about it for another like 20 days. Well, maybe. It depends.
Going to be a place to go for classic UA dishes.
I think it was good that I accidentally talked to that person.
Could you explain to me how that works? A guy like him comes in, changes his whole outfit right under your nose, and you don't even ask him about it?
Our customers are free to dress however they please. What grounds would I have to question him?
Okay, fair enough, but didn't you think it was just a little bit strange?
Well, maybe I did, but it still doesn't give me the right to stop him.
Enough. Let's tone this down a little. I'll make this quick. Just one question. What did he buy while he was here?
Oh, he didn't buy anything. He just picked up a bottle of liquor that he ordered ages ago.
A bottle of liquor?
Yes, a very strong kind. Fiery, with a rich flavor. Not something the average customer would order. This gentleman ordered it in person from us a long time ago. He was only here today to pick it up.
Liquor and wineware. I see. Let's go.
Where to?
Shigu Antiques.
Yes, because of that person earlier. Right. Why is this blacked out on the map? Blacked out? No? Not anymore.
Hey, Miss Linlong. Sorry to bother you. Zhi ordered a wanware set from you not long ago, right? We're friends of his. He's been telling us how impressed he is with the quality, considering how affordable it was. So we just had to come and take a look for ourselves.
Sure. Which model are you looking for?
We don't really know a whole lot about wineware. Let's just go with Zhi's choice. Would you be able to show us the one he bought?
Zhi picked up his set not long ago. As a quality imitation of an antique wineware set, it has the look and feel of a luxury item. Just so you're aware, we don't have many of this model left in stock. And now that Mr. Zhi has taken one, I'm afraid it may encourage the price to go up a little.
Don't worry. Price shouldn't be an issue. I'm sure we can work something out. But I'm just a little hazy on one thing. Did Zhi's wineware set include wine glasses, or...?
For this set, the wine glasses are sold separately. Minimum purchase is 1 glass, maximum is 4. Mr. Zhi bought 2.
Okay. Thanks, Linlong. Seems there's a little more to buying wineware than I first thought. We'll have to mull it over.
Well, don't take too long. We could sell out any day now. All right, see you next time.
This is turning into a real headache.
I'd just like to point out that we have the self-professed Grand Master of Fieldwork here to thank.
It's not like you did.
My specialty is information.
Yelan, so has the plan failed? Oh, if we can't figure out where Zhi went, there's not much we can do. But why was he buying liquor at Shinue Kiosk anyway? To celebrate?
If so, it's no ordinary celebration.
What do you mean?
First of all, Zhi isn't much of a drinker. On some level, he hates alcohol because of what it did to his father. If he was just looking to celebrate by himself, he wouldn't spend his meager savings on an expensive bottle of alcohol. let alone buy a pair of special wine glasses. No, this is a victory feast, held in honor of Jur-E's private sponsor. Whoever this person is clearly enjoys hard liquor and has a very high status, hence the need for expensive-looking wineware. Now, where might we find Fatui who match that description, I wonder?
Fatui officials. Should be either the Snezhnayan Embassy or the Northland Bank.
Have both locations surrounded. Take as many people as you need.
Lady Yelan, is it time for us to make our move?
Get with the program, would you? This is a covert surveillance operation. Jur-E may be vigilant, but that doesn't mean the same is true for his drinking buddy. In which case, we don't need to change tactics. Just change who we're following.
Great idea! So we just need to find out who Jur-E bought that liquor for and follow them instead!
But Lady Yelan, if we get caught, this could become a major diplomatic incident.
I'm well aware, but don't you see? Jur-E is gambling everything on this. If we really want to catch him, we're going to have to accept a little risk ourselves.
Liyue just looks so beautiful when the lights turn on.
Stick to your orders, and make sure we're covering all other bases too. Anywhere else Jur-E might be going. I want eyes on those locations.
Yes, ma'am.
Don't worry, Lady Yelan. Jur-E may be a slippery character, but we'll keep a close watch on the movements of all Fatui officials.
I'll be waiting for you at the tea house. If I'm guessing correctly, Fatui officials are likely to take action at night. You should go and get ready. Then meet me at Yansheng Tea House.
The video I watched earlier said that Mondstadt was the most iconic city. And no? Look at that! I think when I first made it here, I think it was turning to dusk. It was beautiful. Liyue Harbor is... The unfortunate thing about Inazuma is, like, Inazuma City, there's not much of a view of it from a distance. There's only the main building where you can really see from a distance. Being there is very nice with cherry blossoms, but it doesn't have, like, a distant view, unfortunately. And yeah, the Inazuma housing crisis, I mean, there's not much going on in the other islands. Watatsumi is good, right? And Sumeri City is, I mean, it's brilliant, but nothing is as great as Liyue Harbor. I love the music which plays in Sumeru City. When I first got there, I think I still have a clip of a brilliant moment of the music swelling right as I made it up here. It has been an hour and a half of this quest. After this, we're going to do the... whichever one is Tainari. This is Albedo. I've never met before. No idea who that is. That's Hayato. And here's Tainari.
Perfect timing. Wenyuan just sent word that the Fatui ambassador, Yusupov, just left the embassy alone. He's heading in the direction of Qingshu Pool.
Qingshu Pool? That's the place Jerry mentioned in his manifesto.
It looks like that's where they've arranged to meet. Sensible choice, I'll give them that. Qingshu Pool is always crawling with monsters. Most people wouldn't dream of going there. It's one place they won't need to worry about being seen.
Oh no, we gotta go get them!
Let's go. If my hunch is correct, we just might hit the jackpot this time. This is Qingshu Pool, full of ruins, crawling with monsters. Anyone with any sense steers well clear of this place. I've looked into the place before. There's a worker's entrance somewhere around here. Follow me.
Is this it? Is it the main time?
Rex Lapis.
Oh, I can't use that.
There's been some work done on this place in the past, but it's a bit of a labyrinth inside. I can't guarantee we'll be safe once we're underground.
I love when that happens, you can see the blue sparkles from when we die.
The workers left an emergency access route. If we can find it, this will be a much easier journey. Still, be ready to fight at any moment. Any resistance needs to be taken out quickly and quietly. We don't want to attract too much attention.
Don't worry, we're all professionals here. By the way, Yelan, where are your 3 little helpers at?
They have other things to take care of first. We couldn't afford to wait for them, but they'll join us later.
Allow me.
Geo? Why do you recommend Geo? I don't actually have any viable Geo characters, do I? I have Geo Traveler, but I mean, my Traveler setup is extremely half-baked. I've not used them in a long time, unfortunately. Yeah, I actually don't have a Geo character. Zhongli would be my first. Yeah, what am I actually lacking? Cryo, DPS, and sub-DPS. Hydra, literally everything. Kokomi is literally everything. She's support, she's DPS and sub-DPS. Dendro DPS and sub-DPS. Electro sub-DPS. Hydro DPS and support. Support and sub-DPS. Sub-DPS, sub-DPS, support. Nothing. Puzzle solver. Also kind of nothing really, because I haven't built her. But healing, I guess, and a little bit of support. Sub DPS, main DPS, sub DPS, nothing yet. So we're completely missing Geo. I really want Sucrose. Sucrose. But she hasn't been on a banner since I started playing games, so she should show up soon. She seems pretty strong, so. Right, so she comes to conversation 3, right? Yep. Yeah, so I heard it can have like problems with Hydro application if you don't have C2. So of course she has her like sub DPS special arrow, which is cool. I hope she doesn't steal Garni's thunder. I'd hate that. %of max HP, but that's a level 8. 36,000 health. Noblesse. I don't know why we just give every character Noblesse. It doesn't make sense at all, because Noblesse is a support set. So why would you give them support? Surely you want the trial character to be the standout. You should give them a good set. 5-star weapon. Yeah, 180 crit damage, sure. 726 base attack? Really? 786, 840. For real? Right, so she doesn't have much base attack. 548, 630. Right. Ascension stat. Is it Hydro damage bonus? No. Maybe it's crit damage. It might be crit damage like Garnyu's. I think Garnyu is crit damage. It could also be crit rate, but I don't know because it doesn't let you view artifacts. Actually, well, it does. 52%. Okay, so it must be crit rate she gets, and she gets 20%. Yeah, about 20%, which is what Yai gets as well. Yamika gets about 20% crit rate. %9 max HP times 3, so it's 27% max HP. But also, something else I like about Yelan is the fact that she scales off max HP. That should actually make her somewhat easier to build, because I mean, you could go for Tenacity of a Millilith. That's 20% HP, so that's basically 20% extra damage. And another 2-piece, whichever other one, gives also another 20% HP, I think. You could also go for Hydro Set, but Hydro Set isn't particularly good, I don't think. I don't know. I am a little bit torn. I don't know what set I'd be running on it. Well, of course, she has her sub-DPS Garnyu Exploding Arrow. She has a Lifeline. And she has a Dice. And now this is good, because I love to run 4 different elemental types in most of my parties. So I'd be getting most maximum benefit out of that usually. Whoa, that actually seems crazy strong. How long does it last? 15 seconds? That's actually good. Also, something else I've realised, of course, is when you normal attack this, when she would not combo with Garnyu. She'd be a really bad combo with Garnyu, which is good. So I love Garnyu, but I want to turn away from Garnyu.
I got a new letter from an informant.
No, that's leave it. I don't want to turn away from it, I just want to get some variety. So I've run Garnyu for 600 hours non-stop, and I'm still loving every second of it, but it'd be fun to get some more in. Look at that, both of those passives are really good. But yeah, she is going to be hitting stronger than I'm going to make her hit here. Crit rate, and that's why I love Dendro so much, is because Dendro doesn't care about crit rate. I mean, it does, but not as much. Just go for Elemental Mastery. And he'd here with 3 4-star artifacts and still been incredibly strong.
The situation has changed again. Gotcha. Take it easy.
Probably should have done this first.
No touching. Right here. Right now. Hold the line. A minute.
As I expected. But this shouldn't be too much trouble.
It's been a little bit since I've done one of these. As a special arrow. I thought there was a thing which made it so... Each opponent marked by a lifeline grants a 34% chance. So, I mean, 3 enemies hit is basically guaranteed. Also, we got chests here, so we need to keep an eye out. I think Vaporize and Melt, I don't use Melt Garnyu, I use Superconduct Garnyu. Which probably is worse than Melt Garnyu, but I'm worried that she might not be my playstyle, but you can't go wrong with Yelan, that's the thing. She's just really, really powerful.
See that? That's gotta be the Fatui ambassador here to meet Ji. Looks like he went through that door. That must be the emergency access route, right? Come on, let's hurry.
I want to test her supporting Nahida. So...
Here comes the cash. Emerge. Right now. Right here.
Roll!
Okay, that's shredded. There's no point in me even doing a setup there, just the blooms alone shredded them, I think. Okay.
Allow me!
Take it easy.
The water's gone down! Hey, look! Is that another way through?
Also, of course, yeah, with her being buffing normal attack characters, she'd be a great combo with Nahida, obviously. She'd be a great combo, fantastic combo with Yanfei. And who else? The Catalyst characters in general should be incredibly good with catching. I don't have her yet. I really want her. She'd be really good with catching, I think. She'd get loads of electrocharge reactions. I also have a tendency with like Cookie Shinobu to use a couple of basic attacks and also like Bennett. Just like whilst I'm waiting for a skill to cool down if I can't be bothered to change to another character. That could work out. Zarma even gets a Pyro Infusion, doesn't she? Does a little ring on her arm indicate when the special arrows are?
I see everything!
I think it does. And yeah, that shred them. No, that is crazy strong. I mean, I don't need that type of damage. Whereas the other thing is, I mean, she does have strong artifacts and stuff, but she's not getting like any bonus from her set. I suppose, of course, it is helping her burst. But I mean, that right there, we just didn't use her burst and that shredded them. Alright. Are we doing this again? We're doing this again. That probably sounds like you don't like this person.
Quietly now.
Something to note though, of course, that
Take it easy.
of course, we only have 2 charges of the lifeline because we have Constellation 2 here. Or is it it's Constellation 1? Oh, That charged extremely well.
Next on the agenda.
No previews. Also, yeah, life binding is good for exploration. Yeah. That doesn't even consume stamina.
The water's flowed into the groove, and now the statues have lit up. Okay, now we should be able to move the statues. Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it. Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you? Good roll. All right, maybe I'll take one more day off and knock out the rest of the work once I'm feeling up to it.
I've got my dinner, so I'm gonna have to pause this afterwards, domain. Right now, Yolanda, it feels like there's too much kind of going on in her kit. Like, she has a little run here which encourages her to be a DPS. She has this arrow, which is both sub DPS and also...
Navigating the world is a whole lot easier with a few different identities to choose from. Need me to come up with some for you?
It feels a bit weird to me, because normally with a sub-DPS character, like with Nahida, you switch to her,
Everyone hold hands.
done. You're done. Yaimiko,
Emerge, right here.
done. Kokomi,
Hold the line.
done. Now most sub-DPS characters, you don't use them for more than a second. Or 2 seconds. Like with Nahida, it depends how spread out they are, and the eye is.
Emerge, right here.
Which you have to face it 3 times. Milan here, first of all, she gets Yarrow by doing nothing. Or by using this. This is like a DPS ability, this isn't sub-DPS. So that lasts a good second or 2. Then her burst is pure sub-DPS, her burst is fine. It feels a little bit weird to me, but it might just be because well, I'm not even using a team composition dedicated to her. Also, it's simply the fact I have to switch to her using L1 plus triangle instead of a D-pad. Makes it a little bit clunkier. This team is not made for Yelan. I'm just demoing her with what the quest has given me. And the weapons and stuff and artifacts she's using. There's many reasons why it would feel weird.
We're way behind schedule.
I like puzzles like this. Until I struggle with them. Hope this domain isn't too much longer just because of my dinner. I've liked this quest.
We're way behind schedule.
I'm assuming replacements on these don't matter. It's just real orange ones. I love puzzles like these. There's a bunch of them in Surumi Island as well.
We're way behind schedule.
The door is open. Let's go.
Might just have to put
We should be
if this
nearly
domain
at the
doesn't
bottom
end
now.
soon.
Let's wrap this up.
Never mind. Oh, this guy doesn't know what's coming.
Right here. Emerge, right here.
Allow me.
Things are about to get dicey.
Well, I did some damage. It was a little bit clunky, but he died very, very quickly. I would want to put more... Wow, she almost got her burst back. Just from that. I would want to definitely, personally, I'd put less emphasis on her skill and her arrow and way more on her burst. Just for my personal taste. I think this burst is crazy and I love the burst. The lifeline The lifeline of arrow, it just feels weird to me. It feels like they couldn't decide whether they wanted her to be a sub DPS or a DPS. You think that like with Nahida, she clearly is designed primarily as a sub DPS, but just because she is so well designed as a character that she just so happens to also be a fantastic DPS at the same time. She just has a strong enough base attack which goes through several enemies, whilst her sub DPS power is still beneficial to use her during it.
Right now, emerge.
If you drop your eye and click me, and then mark them, if you hit them, you might get more blooms or more quicken accurates threats, whatever, I can't remember which ways are. But you might get more if you use Nahida for it. So Nahida simply doubles, very naturally so, as a great DPS. With Yelan here, they've given her a dedicated sub-DPS elemental burst. They've given her a dedicated sub-DPS basic attack, which is extremely weird. There's no other character in the game that has an ability like that which just recharges once you unequip them. But then they've also given her much more of an active DPS thing. But I suppose, like, normally you aren't going to be running around in that for a full duration necessarily, I suppose. It feels a little bit finicky compared to other sub-DPS characters. Okay. But I mean, strength-wise, it's undeniable.
I can tell from the aroma that this is very fine liquor indeed. I'm impressed. Come on, bottoms up. After you, of course.
Oh, sorry. That went down the wrong way. I've never drunk anything this strong before. It'll take me some getting used to.
You'll get there. If you want to stay friends with us, you have to drink with us.
I'll do my best.
You're more of a lightweight than I thought. Already struggling after one glass? I thought you were made of sterner stuff. You certainly kept it together when you were poisoning your teacher's soup. Come on, another round. Less talking, more drinking.
Sure. You didn't leave me much of a choice, though, did you? Just the mention of poisoning sends shivers down my spine. I'm more timid than you realize. Every time I poisoned him, I had to hide away at home for a few days because I was so scared of getting caught.
Look, I know it has not been easy for you, my friend. We appreciate all your hard work. But, I have to say, you really are quite a genius at poisoning people.
That's a line of dialogue.
I mean, the poison we brought from Snezhnaya is as strong as this wine, but you found a way to turn it into an imperceptible, slow-acting poison, and came up with the idea of delivering it through fish soup. What was it you said? Oh, yeah. You said the soup's fishy flavor neutralizes the pungency of the poison, and this process even makes the soup tastier as a result. How did you think of that?
It struck me one day when I was fishing. I'm lucky it did. Otherwise, I'm not sure I would have been able to fool Uncle Tien.
You have performed excellently. The Fatui will continue to provide the support you need to consolidate your position as Tien Shu. Of course, this is as long as you continue to do as we instruct. Aside from Qingshu Pool, we also have some other requests for you, which we will inform you of in due course.
Don't worry. Whatever tasks you have for me, I will perform them diligently.
Did you hear that? It was poison! That's why Uncle Tien hasn't been feeling well recently. It's all Jurye's doing. What a nasty guy! Seize him!
Hold on. Did you bring a camera? If not, you can use mine. This is quite a scene. We have to capture it for posterity.
Excellent liquor. We've, seen no progress on the diplomatic front, and everyone has been eyeing up the treasure of Qingshu Pool. It's been a real headache for me. But soon, everything will be taken care of, and I can report back on a successful mission. Thank you, Juri. I remember when I first saw you. I knew right away that you would make a good partner for us. Hey, do you still remember what I said to you?
How could I forget? You said a lowly commoner like me could never be seen as a serious candidate for the Tianshu, no matter how hard I work. The only way is for you to shine bright in the Tianshu's darkest moment. I think you were absolutely right.
Yes. Under normal circumstances, the gap between you and other people could only ever grow wider over time. Just look at your two competitors. Qian Wei had wealth. Ming Boa had reputation. But you had nothing. You were just another nobody. And that's why I decided to help you. You know, there's an old saying in the Fatui. Give a starving dog a bone, and it'll guard your home for the rest of its life.
Yes. I cannot thank you enough for your generous support.
You know, the best thing about you is that you do as you're told without complaining. Hey, keep up the good work, and I can assure you, you'll never have to worry about Mora again. Heck, when you're not in the company of the Fatui, you'll be able to throw your weight around as much as you want. How about that?
Uncle Gao said that Jur-E has low self-esteem. Seems he was right. He was worried that whatever advantage he might have now will diminish over time, so the Fatui persuaded him that he should act while he can. Do you have any more film in the camera? Then get ready to use it. Tonight's grand finale should be coming up any minute now. How well this goes for us depends on how Jur-E plays his hand.
Ooh, is there any more alcohol? Go on. Fill me up. I'm in a good mood today, and I'm gonna drink my fill. Make sure to get me home safely afterward.
There's only a little left. Here, I'll fill your glass. If you like it, I can bring you some more next time.
I wonder if he's going to end up poisoning him.
Whoa, this is the good stuff. It is great. Huh? What the?
No way. What a subtle what a subtle setup and payoff.
Jur-E, you poisoned my wine? But when?
You seem surprised, Mr. Yusupov.
How could you?
How could I not? I've sacrificed years of my life studying and reflecting to prepare myself for this position. And in the end, I even had to poison my own teacher. You really think I'd put myself through all that just to become your little puppet? I don't want to bow down to anyone ever again. And that includes you.
You imbecile. It's the Fatui who got you to where you are. Do you understand? If I disappear with no explanation, the embassy will come after you. They'll get to the bottom of this. Mark my words.
Do you see the haystack in the corner? Underneath it is a pile of explosives. And next door in the dark room are the 3 undercover agents you sent to infiltrate the Black Cliff Forge. I'm gonna stay here till I see you slip into unconsciousness. Then I'm gonna set this on fire. Once the flames burn through the hay, they'll ignite the explosives, the ruins will collapse, and everything will be buried.
What do you hope to?
I took the liberty of leaving some evidence of your contact with the undercover agents at the Black Cliff Forge. It won't take long for people to join the dots. 2 missing person cases will become one as the truth gradually reveals itself. The Fatui planted undercover agents in the Black Cliff Forge to steal their signature ruin-grade explosives. Their plan was to blow through the solid floor tiles in the dead of night and seize the treasure of Qingshu Pool. But things didn't quite go to plan. Mistakes were made that led to the accidental deaths of the entire crew. Faced with the overwhelming evidence, the embassy won't investigate this any further. In fact, they'll be only too happy to blame it all on a rogue operation by you. It explains why you acted alone, while exonerating the rest of the embassy of any liability. Of course, none of that will have anything to do with me. When all of this comes to my attention, I'm afraid I'll have no choice but to cancel the Qingshu Pool redevelopment plan immediately. I guess then, I'll be Tianshu in my own right, with a clean record and well out of the Fatui's reach.
Juri, do you really think you're gonna get away with this? The Fatui has a record of everything. That includes the poison, all interactions between us, even my trip here tonight. After I die, they'll come looking, and they'll get to the bottom of this.
A record? Oh, you must mean the one in the hands of your second-in-command, Theophan?
What? How do you know about that?
Because when you contacted me, I also made contact with your associates. I have Theophan to thank for providing me with the poison I used on you today. He'll help me tie up all the loose ends. After all, your untimely demise comes with a few perks for him.
Being silent, all 3 of us, first of all, it's actually good. It's probably one of the better story quests. It's actually kind of interesting. I like how the scheme actually makes a lot of sense. It's actually good. But I've always been eating the whole time. I've completely forgotten what I was about to say. I don't know why I paused. Oh, that's awkward. No, this is good. I don't remember why I paused. Oh, that's a shame.
He has been eyeing your position for a long time now.
That traitor! Juri, you...
Shh. Relax. It's over. After tonight, everyone gets what they want. And anyone else in the know is either my accomplice or about to be taken out of the picture.
Okay, I paused it. I want to say, he kind of sounds like Akechi. Not voice actor-wise, it's definitely not Robbie Damon, but tone-wise, and the way he's changing his voice, absolutely sounds like Akechi.
Sweet dreams, Mr. Yusupov.
I was going to say, I think it could be fun to take a screenshot, photo mode shot here, but of course we can't because we're in the domain.
I did a little surveying on the way here and found that you'd left yourself 3 escape routes in case things went south. I have them all surrounded. If you're thinking of trying anything, save yourself the effort. The game's up. We were here the whole time and have pictures of everything. They came out pretty nicely. Want to see them?
The game's up? Forgive me, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to, Miss Yelan. I happened to discover a Fatui operation here, so I approached them on the pretext of joining forces and eventually brought them down from within. If it pleases you, Miss Yelan, I'd be only too happy to have you join me in investigating this matter.
Yeah, I like this guy, 'cause this guy's smart. I was actually thinking to myself, he could come up with that and say, oh yeah, well, you were spying on me, but I was spying on them.
He's actually clever. It's really good.
This is how you want to play it, huh? Fine. You do you. All we need to do to convict you is establish that the poison in his system is the same as in Uncle Tien's. Nothing else you wanted to add? Let's leave it there then. Time to go.
One wrong move and it all comes crashing down. I should have been more careful. You followed him here, didn't you? I was so focused on keeping myself out of sight, I forgot he was a potential liability. Let's talk about this, Yelan. I gave you my word that I would live up to the Tianshu name, and that much I can still guarantee.
Your point being?
When I take office, I can guarantee that I will act in your best interests. In fact, all of you here tonight can expect very generous treatment in the future. I don't deny that I used underhanded methods to get here. But given my lowly origins, what other choice did I have?
You still don't get it, do you? Even now. What do you think? Exactly. Jur-E, clever people can always come up with a good excuse. But while you might be able to get other people to believe you, you'll never be able to deceive yourself. There's nothing wrong with wanting to win other people's respect, but when has Uncle Tien ever looked down on you? He was like a teacher and a father to you, but you chose to repay that by poisoning him. Whatever positive goal you may have started out with, you threw it away in that moment.
That's enough.
Of course. What makes this even crueler is that you managed to convince yourself there was no other way. Uncle Tien was always going to give you this opportunity, even if you'd done nothing at all. Out of everyone in the world, he is the one who trusts you the most. So much that he drank your fish soup without doubting you, not for 1 second.
That's enough! That's enough.
Life is like fishing. It cannot be rushed. Whatever you do, impatience will accomplish nothing. I was just like you once, desperate to prove myself. Only later did I realize things do not always turn out the way you plan. But you have to keep calm to carry on. You're still young. Be patient, believe in yourself, and don't look outside yourself to prove your value. Where's Jur-E these days? It's been a long time since he last paid me a visit.
Maybe he's just busy.
Well, next time, if he doesn't bring a pot of piping hot fish soup, don't let him in.
Whatever you were thinking about, you'll have plenty of time to mull it over in prison. Oh, I almost forgot. If the Fatui find out what happened today, prison might not turn out to be the safest place for you. Trying to have friends on both sides, it has a way of turning everyone against you. But right now, I have an opportunity for you.
Huh?
Sorry, things are about to get extremely busy for me. Let's meet at Yanshang Tea House tomorrow morning.
That was a really cool cutscene. This is probably... I gotta be honest, I don't remember a bunch of the other story quests because I did them ages ago. I've been hanging on to these quests for weeks. The last story quest I actually did probably over a month ago, so I can't really remember them much. This is definitely one of the better ones, though.
I'll have someone remove the explosives. Then, there's someone I have to go and see.
Need our help with that?
No, it could be dangerous. You should leave this one to the professionals. Don't worry. As long as they're willing to cooperate, this'll be a straightforward deal. Get some rest. See you tomorrow.
I get this feature being in here for like immersion purposes. No, just either get rid of it or make it so I can just override it and not care. Like events have quick starts, why can't I just skip it? There's probably only going to be like one little cutscene you have to watch for this. Is this Baiju? This might be Baiju.
What's your name, buddy? Are you here to buy some medicine? Where are your mom and dad?
Are you lost?
No, I'm not. My name's Ayu, and I'm here because...
Wow. It has been so long since I've seen Chi-Chi. It's been 4 months. And what, 600 hours of game. It's crazy.
Hey there, Chi-Chi. Hi, Gui. What's going on? Hi, Traveler and Paimon.
You've actually come at the perfect time. This little boy seems to have gotten himself lost. I think he must be new to the city. Probably wandered away from his parents and...
No, listen to me. I'm not the one who's lost. It's my dad.
Your dad? How does a fully grown man manage to get lost in Liyue Harbor?
Well, my dad's always been kind of forgetful. In the past, he was just a little slow to react sometimes. But I'm worried that it's getting more serious.
So, what about your mom?
She went out a few days ago to gather some herbs for my dad, but she still hasn't come back. Meanwhile, my dad's been getting worse and worse. I remembered that the owner of Boo Boo Pharmacy always runs a clinic in Chingsa Village during the Lantern Rite, so I thought, why don't I take Dad to Liyue Harbor to see him there? When we got to the city gate, I took a moment to ask the Millith guards for directions to the pharmacy. And then, when I turned back around, my dad was gone. I asked the Millith guys to go find him, but he said they won't be able to send that many people. So then I figured, maybe I can ask some other people in the city to help.
You came to the right place. We're pros at finding people. Isn't that right, Traveler? Changshan can help. She has a good sense of smell, like a dog. Hey, who's talking about me behind my back?
Chengsheng, Chi-Chi meant that as a compliment. There's no need to be upset. Hello, child. You mentioned that you were looking for the owner of Boo Boo Pharmacy. How might we be of service?
You have a talking snake? Oh, are you Uncle Baiju?
Uncle Baiju?
Chengsheng, now's not the time. My dear boy, could you tell me more about your father's condition? As much as you can recall.
I heard there was, back in the old days, there was a theory that Baiju was a Dendro Archon, because at that point he had been the only character that had a Dendro vision, I think. Which is only a theory, but I mean, he does not get much screen time as far as I'm aware. Maybe he got loads of screen time in events, but he's in literally one scene in the game. And when he disappeared... As far as I'm aware, he was in one scene at like the beginning of a Liyue story. He has like 5 lines of dialogue, and then he disappeared for like 2.5 years, and then he got released as a 5-star character. That's what I know, but maybe I'm wrong.
Yes, Dr. Baiju.
I see. And your family lives near Chingsa Village, you say? I visit patients there frequently, but I don't recall ever seeing you or your parents.
Uh-huh. My mom doesn't like meeting other people, especially during Lantern Rite. She always tells me to just stay at home and keep my dad company.
Is that so?
Also, I'm pretty sure I heard that the character of Baiju was kind of dead on arrival. I heard he wasn't even that good of a healer, and that's what he's meant to do. Which kind of sucks.
Ayu, by any chance, is your mother's name Jiangli?
Whoa, yeah, it is. Do you know my mom, Dr. Baiju?
I certainly do. Gui, Chi-Chi, Are there any pressing matters in the pharmacy at the moment? Ayu's parents are old acquaintances of mine, so I would very much like to assist with the search. Would the two of you have time to join me?
Don't forget us two. We already told Ayu that we'd help.
Oh, really? Well, that's wonderful. We are most grateful for your support.
Chi-Chi and I need to clear up the shop front first, but once that's taken care of, we'll be right out to help you with the search.
Family is very important.
Thank you. Then I'll leave you to handle the pharmacy. Traveler, Paimon, why don't you come with me and Ayu? Let's start by talking to the Millilith guards at the city gates, see if they have an update.
Was there ever an explanation for why Baiju is looking after a zombie?
His family. We have to find them.
They searched to the north, but couldn't find anyone who matched the description.
Well, that complicates things. The city folks say there's no sign of him either. We need to start looking further afield. But where are we gonna get the people?
Excuse me, sirs. Have you found out anything about my dad yet?
Ah, hey there, buddy. Dr. Baiju. What brings you out this way?
The boy asked for our help, so we're here to join the search. Any new developments to update us on?
Oh, thank goodness. We were just discussing how we're running out of manpower. As for updates, I'm sorry to say that we've searched the surrounding area thoroughly, but didn't find anything.
The guards at the crossing up ahead said they hadn't seen anyone either, so we don't believe he was heading towards the Guili Plains. But it is possible that he was bound for Luhua Pool.
Luhua Pool? The terrain there can be tricky to navigate. Let's hope he hasn't run into any trouble.
You will? Oh, great. We can't thank you enough.
Sorry we weren't able to find your dad, buddy.
That's okay. Thank you for trying.
Why? I've encountered with cows before I recognise the name. How are they involved?
I'm afraid we...
I thought there's someone down in like a marketplace down there.
Dad! Dad, can you hear me?
We're way behind schedule.
Look! There's somebody over there! Oh no! It's... Hey, you! Stop! Don't go any further!
Watch where you're going!
What the fuck? Futile cameo? Okay.
Dear customer, Wangsheng Funeral Parlor does appreciate your patronage, but you needn't hasten the inevitable. Are you alright?
Okay, I love that line. That is the best line I've heard from Hu Tao, I think. Ever. I know what, I love that.
My, who do we have here? It's the Traveler in Paimon, and... my worst nightmare.
I see she still hasn't warmed to you.
Thank you, Director Who, for saving this man.
Dad, are you okay? Do you recognize me? It's me, Ayu.
You're... Ayu? Who am I?
Your name is Jiao Liang, and you live just west of Qingsa Village. You were supposed to come to Liyue Harbor to see the doctor. Remember? Does that jog your memory?
Oh, my name is Jia Liang. Liyue Harbor. See the doctor? Yes, I'm Jia Liang, and I need to see the doctor. Wait, why do I need to see the doctor?
Uh-oh. He seems in really bad shape. We need to get him back to Boo Boo Pharmacy right away. Sorry, Hu Tao. Gotta dash. Dinner's on us next time.
Hold on a second. You're not seriously thinking of taking him to Boo Boo Pharmacy in this state, are you?
Huh? Why not? What's the problem?
Come on, Baizhu. Don't tell me you haven't noticed it. Didn't your master teach you how to spot the signs? Why do I get the sense that you spotted them right away, but you're planning to use it for your own ends?
Use what? What are you talking about? Paimon's lost.
Is it time for some curse removal?
There are traces of god remains in Jia Liang's system.
That's not what I was expecting. What the fuck does that mean?
Yes, but more importantly, they're on the verge of an outburst. If that happens, the consequences will be unthinkable.
Paimon, sorry. What?
God remains? There's no need to worry, Director Who. I have methods of keeping them at bay. It is the sworn duty of all who practice medicine to cure illnesses and save lives. What reason would I have to neglect a patient in need who is right there in front of me? Besides, it was my late master's dying wish to be able to save this patient in particular. Perhaps out of respect for him, you could give me a day's grace so that I have time to treat him?
Now you're bringing my great-uncle into this? Baizhu, just what are you planning this time?
Merely to cure this man, nothing more. But of course, if you have any doubt as to my intentions, you are more than welcome to accompany me to Boo Boo Pharmacy and monitor my activities.
Please do. This quest would be way better with Hu Tao. I like Hu Tao.
Oh, really? I thought I was persona non grata at Boo Boo Pharmacy. You're being unusually generous today. Okay, deal. We're not gonna solve anything by keeping Jia Liang here. I'm happy to do it your way, but only for my great-uncle's sake and the travelers, of course.
You must be pleased you brought the traveler along. Otherwise, this would have been a much more vexing ordeal.
I'm going to interrupt this cutscene again. I think there should be more quests where you actually get, like, several characters in it.
Well, time is of the essence. Let's get ourselves back to Boo Boo Pharmacy at once. Blockages within the cardiovascular system. Reduced blood flow and energy circulation? I see. I suppose this must have caused the cognitive abnormalities.
Dr. Baizhu, how bad is it? Can you cure him?
Don't you worry. Baiju's a really great doctor. He's sure to find a way. Isn't that right, Baiju?
Honestly, for a moment, I was actually kind of hoping the story would be kind of heartfelt and genuine and sincere about dementia. But no, he has God remains in him. Okay, let's do this.
Ayu, do you know when your father first started displaying these symptoms?
I'm not sure. He's been like this for as long as I can remember. But it wasn't as bad as this when I was still little.
So it's been a long time indeed. No, I have a treatment plan in mind. We can start tonight. Come and see me again tomorrow morning. I promise that by then, Ayu will find his father healthy and lucid again.
Thank you, Dr. Baiju. Thank you so much.
If you still have any misgivings, Director Hu, please feel free to hang around for as long as you wish.
However, it would be best if you step outside this room. A doctor must be able to focus when treating a patient. Any distractions heighten the risk of complications.
Yes, of course, absolutely. I'll just go and look at the flowers or something. But I will be back in an instant at the first sign that something's amiss.
See you tomorrow, Baiju and Chung Chung.
Bye for now, everyone.
Are you ready, Baiju?
Ready as I'll ever be. I'm used to it by now. Come on, let's get started.
All's well that ends well, huh?
It's potentially going to take up until I complete this first stage of the quest to actually be able to move on and finish the alarms, which is a shame.
You know, Paimon's kind of curious after hearing Baiju mention those people from his past. What do you think they were like? Yeah, you must be curious too, right? Let's go see what we can find out while Baiju's busy treating Ayu's dad.
Here we go, this is probably it. No, I'm not. Right, I'll be back in just a moment. I go do some stuff.
Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot
Oh, my
left to do.
friend is on.
While I'm idling time on admiring the scenery, the spectacled snake-bedecked docs doing surgery. Hello, you busy bees, and what do you have to discuss with the funeral director today? Actually, don't tell me. Let me guess. From the looks on your faces, you've got some questions for me.
Guilty as charged. So, we were just a little curious about Baiju's master. What was he like? Oh, and also, how come you and Baiju could tell so quickly that Jia Liang had god remains in his system?
Huh? I thought I told you once before. Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was first founded to fight back against the vengeful wrath of gods defeated in war. Well, it is a dusty old tale by this point. Long story short, in the ancient world, dead gods were acting up, so our ancestors started purifying the air and burning the bodies of the deceased to guard the border between life and death. These days, we don't deal with the wrath of the gods anymore, but all the relevant know-how is still passed down to each generation, so we can identify gods' remains when we see them.
Okay, Paimon gets it now. Wait, so how did Baiju learn to spot them?
Almost certainly from his master, who was also my great-uncle. Baiju's master was my grandpa's younger brother, a former deputy director of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Wow, fancy that! Huh. So, if he was from
I don't
Wangsheng
do family
Funeral
trees.
Parlor,
What the fuck did all
how
that
did he
mean?
end up as Baiju's master?
According to my grandpa, he and my great-uncle once went traveling together when they were young. They ended up at Chenyu Vale, where they met a pharmacist. That pharmacist must have cast some sort of spell on my great-uncle, because after that encounter, he suddenly announced he wanted to leave the family business and go practice medicine instead. My grandpa had a huge argument with him, but he couldn't convince him to stay. So my grandpa inherited the funeral parlor, while my great-uncle stayed in Chenyu Vale to practice medicine. They never spoke to each other again.
Funeral director to doctor is a pretty big career change. Kinda hard to imagine. But why did it drive a wedge between them for the rest of their lives? That seems a bit extreme.
If he had just become a regular doctor, there would have been no issue. After all, the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor wasn't unlike a regular doctor's clinic in the early days. But according to my grandpa, the pharmacist they met had a very ominous aura about him. And on top of that, the kind of medicine practiced in the Chenyu Vale tradition goes against the natural order of things.
In what way?
Don't know. My grandpa didn't know the specifics. And you've seen how wary Baiju is around me. He'd never tell me anything. But even that says to me that he definitely has something to hide. One thing I do know about Baiju is that he's obsessed with the idea of immortality. But whether that has anything to do with what he's hiding is hard to say.
Is Baiju secretly a villain? Because I meant to say that earlier, he has a very clinical voice, which it makes him sound nice, but it makes him sound like he's acting nice. And he's actually a twisted villain. But I don't know.
Anyway, so I will be sticking around here for now to keep a close eye on the situation. Maybe tomorrow I'll finally figure out what he's up to.
Didn't Baiju run alongside Ganyu? Right? Am I remember that correctly? 'Cause that would make him my second, or technically my third banner, but I only count the first one because it was active for... I had access to it for literally like 2 hours before it ended. I just happened to unlock Wishing right as Ayako was going back into a vault. And I think that banner was Ayako and Yalan.
Yeah, I think it was then Ganyu and Baiju, and I didn't get Baiju because I wasn't interested. Because I thought, I don't need to have a healer, I have Barbara, and for Dendro damage I have Ganyu, in the healer. Of course I did end up needing a second healer, because I hadn't discovered the Spiral Abyss yet, at that point. So then I went for Yao Yao, and then I decided, oh, Kokomi exists, so I'll give up on Yao Yao and I'll go for Kokomi instead, and then that worked out.
After all that, it seems like we have more questions than answers. Never mind. We'll just have to ask Baiju himself about all of this tomorrow. It's a new day! Let's go back to Boo Boo Pharmacy and check out how Jialiang is doing.
Next on the agenda...
There is now no poison left in his system. But recovery from the damage already done will not happen overnight.
That's a fucking scary coincidence. Why? This is Yolan's quest. How?
Dr. Baiju, is my father going
Yeah,
to
that's
be...
Susan. Yeah. So it wasn't Fusion that was busy, it was bloody Baiju that was busy. Well, the game says it was Fusion, it was Baiju. That's a coincidence. That's crazy. I don't know what drives us around, alright.
You needn't worry too much. Keep taking the prescribed medicine every day, and a full recovery will take at most 2 to 3 years. It's good we caught it in time. A few days later, and the toxin would have built up in the internal organs. At that point, things would have been much more serious.
How did they successfully secure such a seldom-seen poison? It seems the Fatui are extremely resourceful. Unfortunately for them, they were up against us.
Uncle Tien will be heading off now. Remember to get plenty of rest and avoid overexerting yourself while you're recovering.
Don't worry, I will. Thank you very much. Ah, you're here too? Thank you for all you've done to resolve this situation. I'll have to make some tea in a moment. You simply have to try it. Yes, the exhaustion seems to have gone. My mind is steadily getting clearer again.
Luckily, it looks like choosing the Tianshu's successor is suddenly not such a pressing issue after all. My work is mostly wrapped up, so I thought I'd take a minute to check in here. The assessment process comes to an end here, Uncle Tien. In my opinion, Zhi is not suitable for the position. But Qianwei and Mingguo both have potential.
You have my gratitude. People can change their loyalties easily. I've always known this. But whenever it happens, it's still a dismal experience.
Is it just Paimon, or is Uncle Tien not that surprised?
Don't underestimate Uncle Tien. He wouldn't have appointed me as assessment officer if he hadn't had his doubts about Zhi. Normally, the Yuehai Pavilion would be responsible for assessing the candidates. Isn't that right, Uncle Tien?
Yes, to be quite honest, I wanted to trust him unreservedly. But I have to be responsible with the position of Tianshu. When I first met Zhi, I wondered if he had approached me with a hidden agenda. So I secretly investigated him. I concluded that he had no ulterior motives whatsoever. He just saw me as an ordinary fishing friend. In the end, Even he changed. But when did it start? I never had any plans to recommend him directly, but I always intended to give him the chance to compete on a level playing field. Family background and fame mean everything to many people, but I don't attach great importance to them. I had no reputation to speak of when I first became Tianshu. I relied on Ganyu's assistance for all manner of things. What I really admired about Juri was his intelligence and resilience.
I have to admit, he's a smart guy, and very cautious. The intel suggests that the Fatui saw him as very low risk, but Juri was still extremely careful with the poisoning. He chose that specific liquor from Shunyue Kiosk because the fiery flavor would mask the bitterness of the poison, and he chose to wait until the Fatui official was drunk and had his guard down before delivering it to him. He also installed a secret compartment in the wine pot he bought to hold the poison. As the amount of liquor went down, he'd shake the pot to release the poison from the compartment into the liquor. Afterwards, we also found he had an antidote on him. Had the Fatui official grown suspicious, Juri would have drunk the poisoned wine himself, and then found an opportunity to take the antidote shortly afterwards.
But that's still really dangerous.
Oh, I like that. He's a good schemer. I like having a villain like that.
Yes. Had he drunk the poisonous wine, he still would have faced serious health consequences despite taking the antidote. He didn't hesitate to put himself in harm's way to achieve his goal.
How is Juri now?
Well, I mean, he's sitting in a jail cell. Like Yanfei says, everyone who breaks the law has to pay the price. Still, he's cooperating. He didn't turn down my offer to strike a deal. I'll make sure there are plenty of guards around to keep him safe from anything the Fatui might be planning.
A deal? Does this have to do with what you said to him when you arrested him?
Yes, Juri's not the one I'm interested in. If he was as far as this went, I'd have handed the case off to my subordinates as soon as I realized. But once the Fatui became involved, things got a whole lot more interesting. I thought I might have the chance to catch a big fish.
Well, did you?
Almost. Unfortunately, it slipped off the hook at the last second.
Uncle Tian, Yeon, what are you talking about? Paimon doesn't understand.
Jur-E colluded with the Fatui to try and secure the position of Tianshu. Or, to put it the other way around, the Fatui made an attempt to interfere in the Tianshu selection process. With Yusupov in our hands and a statement from Jur-E, we could afford to continue with a diplomatic offensive. Also, we'd be able to gain control of Theophan, Yusupov's second-in-command. Then we'd have a pawn in the ranks of the Fatui. Pawns like this can be major assets. They open up all sorts of new options. Why else did you think I was investing so much time and effort into this case?
So, okay, well, did your plan succeed?
We got halfway. The first part went off without a hitch, and we passed all the information on to Lady Ningguang. But when we tried to make contact with Theophan, he was gone, along with all the evidence.
The Fatui must be spying on us. Otherwise, they'd never been able to respond so quickly.
I found out from other sources that the Harbinger Regrator got involved.
Okay, we're casually just dropping a new Harbinger. Who's that? I don't know Regrator.
The Fatui's main forces aren't concentrated here. Regrator was only treating this as a peripheral concern. It's a pity that Theophan got away. But knowing which Harbingers are still looking at Liyue is something. It gives me a starting point for my next mission.
I have to ask, Yelan, do you have any desire to take over the position of Tianshu yourself? I remember you showed some interest a few days ago at Yenshang Tea House. In my estimation, you are more than competent.
Oh, that. I was obviously joking. I prefer my current life. There's danger and there's excitement. Although it'd still be a behind-the-scenes role. As Tianshu, I wouldn't have the chance to get involved in anything truly clandestine or face any real danger. All right, I'm done here. Time for me to go. I'm heading off again in a few days and I still have to prepare.
Where are you off to this time?
As you might have guessed, It's for me to know and you to find out. But I'm sure if you keep going as you are, getting yourselves involved in other people's business all the time, you're sure to get caught up in another misadventure before too long. Maybe I'll see you the next time danger beckons. Until then, keep your wits about you. A lot of people are watching you for a lot of reasons. If you have any more questions, just ask Uncle Tien. After the recent turn of events, I'd say he owes you one, wouldn't you?
That was a really cool quest, but it wasn't really. For Corvi, it wasn't even about Yelan. I mean, it was about like espionage spy stuff. That was cool. It was only about Yelan in superficial ways, really. It was mainly about that villain, who's actually handled surprisingly well. That is definitely probably one of the best story quests. I mean, I don't remember most of them. I do not remember the early characters ones. These are the first few you do in the game. Don't they unlock automatically? You don't even need to do commissions for them. They just unlock and you do them at the start, don't you? Same for Zhonglings, I think, as well. Yeah, as a general rule, of course, it's 5 stars to get story quests and 4 stars get hangouts. But they gave all of these quests. Why does Xing Cho get a story quest? Is it because he is as strong as a 5-star? How many 5-stars are missing story quests? I did Ica's ages ago now. You can look up the dialogue, right? Yeah. Cool. You can listen to Zhongli's lovely, lovely voice whenever you want.
Oh? I did.
Or
Hey,
Amber's
Traveler!
horrible.
I've been
Look, Amber's grown on me. Amber used to be my most hated character. She's now my second most hated character. Kaya's number 1. Kaya's most hated. Lisa's number 2 most hated. Amber's number 3 most hated. I still hate them, but Amber's friends with Collei, and Collei's one of my favourite characters. So I kind of have to like Amber now. But I still hate Kaya and Lisa. And Razor is boring. Yes, the story quest wise, I remember this is like you're searching for a sword. And I only remember it because I actually saw in the video I was watching earlier today, it was mentioned, I think. Isn't this literally about the glide? Yeah, this is the quest about the gliding thing, isn't it? And then Razor's unlocks Andreas for you, right? And Lisa's is, yeah, about finding a library book or something, yeah. So all these are just like tutorial quests. Deluxe is... I think Deluxe is the first actual one I did. Followed up by Jean. Jean's one was really sweet. I barely remember it. I only remember the ending. The whole premises were like Jean is dressed or something. That is a sweet one. Cleese was like, she blows stuff up, and that's funny. But that's fine enough, that's enough substance, because Clee is wonderful. Ventes is like, there's a kid, and some birds, I think. Mona's is interesting one, it was very short, Mona's was, incredibly quick, I think it was the quickest one in the game. Yeah, Mona's quest is literally, you start it here, you have one dialogue scene, then you warp to Wangshu Inn, and you have a dialogue scene, and then you warp here, and you have one battle encounter, and then you warp to Mondstadt and it's done. You can do it in like less than 5 minutes if you skip through a dialogue. I mean, I actually liked that one. So I thought it was short, but it was sweet. It was okay. Mona's fun. Where can I see completed? Eula's was decent. Zhang Ling's was a good introduction to her. Xingqiu, I don't remember Xingqiu. Xingqiu is a really boring character to me, but he's like one of the strongest in the game. So Tartaglia is really nice. I still don't get. I asked my friend before, why does he switch from child to Tartaglia? And he says it's a spoiler, but I'm now 700 hours in the game and I still don't know. So why does he have two names? Why is he sometimes child and why is he sometimes Tartaglia? Is child like his name outside of Snezhnaya and Tartaglia is his harbinger name? Or something? Then why is he referred to as Tartaglia here, not child? Whatever. But Child's Quest was kind of okay, but to me I want to kill Child because he's an international terrorist. He has a lot of likable traits, but even as a protagonist, I wish there was just a choice to just kill him. But he's going to be in Fontaine, that's going to be very interesting to see how that goes down. And that's probably why he's getting a rerun. I would absolutely pull for him if I had more wishes. I absolutely would, because I like his playstyle, I love his design, and I like him as a character. I think he's one of the better characters in the game. He's interesting. He has some actual moral conflicts going on. I do maybe think the game kind of simplifies it a little bit. It goes, oh yeah, well, he has a younger brother that he cares about, so we don't need to worry about the fact he's an international terrorist. I would still kill him on sight. I don't care if he has a younger brother that he cares about or not. I don't feel like the game is willing to go down that route, which is a shame, but it is still good. Zhongli's counter quests were pretty good, both of them. Ganyu's was really nice. Zhao's was... All of them are nice. All of them. I don't remember Yoimiya's. I don't remember it at all. Raiden's were both pretty good, though the one the second one, the actual story quest kind of sucks to me, but the cutscene and the boss battle you unlock at the end are amazing. So it's like everything leading up to the climax kind of is boring and kind of sucks, but then the climax is the best climax of any story quest. Kokomi's was nice. Ito's was nice. Damn it. I was thinking I'd do a tier list of these, but I'd put them all pretty high up, I would say. Oh no, I remember. Both of the Nahidas are great. Both of them are fantastic. Yeah. Kazua's was also kind of nice, but it was a bit goofy with like a talking sword and shit. Though it is unique in that it gives you a free sword, and a decent sword in that as well. Which also synergizes with Kazua. So actually that's unique, and that's cool. Wait, Tainari has 2 quests? I didn't even realise that. I didn't even realise I'd already done one. Oh, no, okay, so it's just showing me what I've already done. Okay. Ayaka's one was great. So, yeah, I'll do tier list of these at some point. Obviously, all of these are going to be awful tier. My favourite one in the game probably does have to be Ganyu's. Probably Ganyu, Ayaka's. Probably them. No. Okay, A's first one, number 1. Then Ganyu's, then Ayaka's. I don't... The boss fight that you unlock is so goddamn good. It's the best fight in the game. But is it worth going through the rest of the quest up to that point, which is kind of boring? That makes it kind of hard to judge. And also that's given an unfair advantage. I don't know. I just won't rate it. I'll ignore it for now. It just doesn't really matter. Yoimiya's, I literally don't remember it. I don't remember a single stage of it. So I can remember some of every other quest. Every single one of these. But even Xingqiu and Zhongling's ones, I can remember those. I can remember each of these as well. Which I did months ago. I can still remember them. I don't really remember Diluc, though. And no, I do. It's about the Dark Knight. Yeah, I do. Okay. Yeah, the only story quest I cannot remember is Yoimiya's. I do not remember a single frame of it. I'm pretty sure I did it on accident. I was playing through the Inazuma story, and I just accidentally ended up doing it, I think. Or maybe it was required to progress, I think. I think it was required to progress or something. I don't know. Either way, I ended up doing it in the middle of the Inazuma story, and I didn't even notice I'd actually stepped out of the Inazuma story. I don't know if that's a criticism of Inazuma or of Yoimiya. It's probably a little bit of both. But Yoimiya, she has a really nice personality, but that's it. That's all she has. Hu Tao's one is... Hu Tao herself is great. I mean, there's some kind of interesting stuff in Quest, and you get a nice puzzle. But... it's a lot of weird stuff. The actual domain at the end, I think, is good, but I think everything leading up to that is kind of And I also think it's surprising, despite the fact it's her story quest, isn't really good. It doesn't show off many of her best traits in it, really. She's actually kind of boring in it. Which makes no sense. She's been more entertaining so far in Baiju's quest than she was in her own. But Zhao's is good as well, because it's about this. And it has a follow-up quest as well, which is cool. I think I've done a follow-up quest to unlock a special place. Does that special place have like a continuous thing you can visit? Actually, now I think about it. It's after you do Zhao's quest, you can come back here. And you have to give the guy from the quest some resources, and he will rebuild this place. I don't remember. Does this actually do anything for you? But it's cool to have a follow-up quest, which actually builds something new in the world. I want more stuff like that. So that was a highlight of Zhao's quest. Yeah, I'll do a tier list of these story quests at some point, but I mean, it's kind of difficult though, because I would say that all, actually, think about it, they are quite similar in quality. Each of the characters are different, and each of them portray their character pretty well. I would say maybe Kazua's is just a bit dry though, kind of, if that's the right way to put it. Also, Ito's is kind of weird. I like Ryuji. I think Ryuji's, I don't remember the voice actor's name, unfortunately. But he's extremely well voice acted, but the actual content, I don't know. It's hard because I don't remember them as well. It's a bit unfair. I can't say I remember all of Kokomi's, but I remember a good chunk of it. And I really like this section where you read books for and stuff. Oh no, this is Kujosawa. Where's the section when you read the books? You like go to a private den or whatever and read stuff with her or whatever. That was really cool. That's one of my favourite scenes of the whole game.
We're way behind schedule.
I think I might not spend any resin for the rest of the day, because I want to save them up for the weekly reset. So I want to have, I'm going to spend 60 resin a day on talent books and 120 resin a day on trounce domains. How many trounce domains are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then 8 for the wolf. So that's 8, so that's 4 days if I do 2 a day. Oh wait, but no, of course you get a half price on your first 3, of course. So it won't take 4 days, it will take 3. And I have transient resin, which I'll get within that time as well.
No wind. Target parameters. Normal.
But now we're on this quest.
Setup complete. Excellent. Looks like it's working.
What's this?
A purification device I made. It can absorb excess leyline energy and temporarily stabilize an area.
What a neat thing! Let's set up more and cover the entire region!
I wouldn't mind if that would actually work. Unfortunately, once this contamination is present, it isn't something that a few purification devices can fix. The purification devices have their limits. At best, they can only prevent the contaminated region from expanding temporarily. If we want to permanently eradicate the contamination from the leyline effluence, we'll need to tackle the source. That's right.
Huh? The mechanical crab is acting a little strange.
Something's approaching. So that's it. Now that the leyline energy has stabilized, the monsters that had left are starting to return. Get rid of them quickly. Don't let them get close to the purification device.
I see everything!
Right here, right now. Emerge.
Whew. That's all of them! Hey! Where are you? Wait for us! Let's hurry and keep up! The mechanical crab went that way! Let's keep up!
Help! Help!
Hold the line!
Sick dodge, right? Nice.
Spare me! Please spare me!
Hey! Are you okay?
These injuries are superficial. Don't move. I'll patch you up.
Who are you all? What happened to those mechanical monsters?
Shout out to Tainaoi's old voice actor allegedly being a bad guy.
Don't worry, we took care of him!
That was kind of awkward when I found that out.
Oh, good. That's good. It's a monster! Hurry, attack it!
How do we explain this? Krabby here isn't a bad guy. It heard you shouting for help and brought us here to rescue you.
It's faking it. It has to be. Maybe it's gonna partner up with the other mechanical monsters and kill me. Do you know what's inside the forest? I gotta get out of here. Be careful. No wonder the academia wanted to...
Are you okay?
His inarticulate speech and bodily tremors indicate psyche disruption. He's been inside the contaminated region for too long. We've purified the leyline energy over there. Follow this path out and you'll soon see the village. When he gets to the village, someone will bring him to Kale for help. I already prepared medication that will return him to normal.
I really think Kale should be the 5-star and Tainai should be the 4-star. Just because it means that Kale would probably get like more screen time and more important story quests. It would also mean that they wouldn't give her out for free from the Abyss, which would be a massive shame. But I think that's probably a fair trade for her getting better screen time. But I think she get quite a lot. She was added in with Sumeru, I believe. She was in that Windbloom Festival event, which I missed, and like all those other events I missed. And she was in Secret Summon Paradise. I think she actually does get a lot of screen time, considering only being a 4-star. I'm excited for Lynette to get her for free. She has a really cool character design, and she's animo, so she'll potentially be a really strong support character. She also seems to have some like funky animations. Yeah, I'm really excited for her. I'm thinking of saving up some animo crystals for her to be able to extend her the moment we go. I'm not interested in getting Liney though. I don't get why people are so excited for Liney when we already have Lynette as a 4-star who just kind of looks better. And Liney himself just looks like a worse or just as good, maybe slightly better Klee. But then Klee is Klee. And Klee just got a rerun, so like, why not just go for Klee?
So, you think you did a good job and want a part as your reward, huh?
It's so hard to understand.
Alright. Regardless of what you're thinking, you did some real good this time. That's why I'll give you another mechanical part. Need any help with it? Guess not. Well, make sure to hang on to it. What was going through your owner's mind when he made you? I wonder. You're like a giant mechanical crab on the outside and a fluffy little hamster on the inside.
I'm pretty sure I've already seen the ending cutscene to this quest in a YouTube short before, which I didn't mean to look at, it just appeared in my feed. I'm pretty sure this quest ends with this crab and a guy who's wearing some goggles. So I think this crab is being controlled by a guy who's in some kind of coma or something, and using the machines to live on and try to heal himself or something, maybe? That's what I'm...
And also,
there's nothing in the quest actually leading up to it so far yet.
How do you feel about that person saying that you're as evil as the other mechanical life forms?
I'm not supposed to know that. Right? I do know that, unfortunately, because people just post spoilers without any warning, because fuck it, internet clout is great.
Okay, it definitely doesn't understand you.
It seems like it possesses limited understanding, only towards matters related to mechanical components. Help others to get parts, that's probably its thought process. As for why it, rather, its owner, is collecting so many components, I'm not sure. It's getting late. Let's set up camp for the night. We'll explore further tomorrow after a night's rest. Hey! Over here! Come on, you big lummox. Raise your head and look up.
Okay, I can't stop myself. Probably don't want to be in a tent with Ainai. I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that.
Let's set up camp here.
Alright, Paimon also thinks it's a good spot.
Oh. Any particular reason?
This place is perfect to put up a big tent. We can also set up a cooking pot and cook tons of delicious food.
You're not wrong. But the primary reason for choosing this place is because its higher elevation keeps us away from the water vapor below. Rainforests are very wet. You should always be careful when spending the night in damp places.
I heard Tainari is supposed to be like part bunny because of his ears. That is not a bunny's tail. It looks like a fox to me. And it's definitely not a bunny. I've had like 10 bunnies in my life. I know what a bunny's tail looks like, it's not that.
For the next tasks at hand, let's divide and conquer.
Bunnies just
I'll
have a
set
little
up
puff.
the tent. You'll be in charge of making the fire, and Paimon will forage for edibles nearby.
Leave it to Paimon. Paimon's a pro.
Don't take edibles with Tainari. That's a really bad idea. Do not do that.
I'm not expecting that much. Just do what you can. That's right. You can use rushes to start a fire in the wilderness. Their piths are relatively dry and can be readily set aflame. The downside is that they produce a lot of smoke.
Traveler, Tainari, Paimon couldn't find any food. Paimon didn't know that rainforest had so many interesting plants until we came here. They were all sort of weird-looking mushrooms, but Paimon didn't know which ones were edible.
I've heard a lot of people, like there's still like a debate as to is Paimon the most annoying thing ever made? I really like Paimon. Voice actress, I don't know how to say her name, Corina Bertiga. When I first heard it was her voicing Paimon, I was really excited because she voices Mizuki in I Was Summoning Files, which is previously in my top 5 favourite games of all time. It's since dropped out to be top 20 after watching a second playthrough of the game. It put things in a renewed perspective. I still really like it. It's still my favourite games list, but yeah, nowhere near my top 5 anymore. But Mizuki was the best thing about that game, and she voices Paimon. So I was very excited about that, and I never found Paimon annoying at all. I hear a lot of people say that, oh, she starts out being annoying, but she grows on you. They do change the voice. Her voice, I think, gets better over time. I think earlier on it was a little bit less consistent. Sometimes it was really high-pitched, and sometimes it was low-pitched. Now, since then, she found like a midpoint pitch. So it's not quite as low-pitched as you would get previously, but also not quite as high-pitched as you would get. But it's now consistent, and she stays at the same pitch all the time. And I think that really works. It doesn't keep her voice annoying, but it really fits the character very well. I like Paimon. I've always liked her, and I liked her more as the story went on. I thought I would dislike her, but I would like her voice acting performance at least. But actually, I like everything about Paimon, especially Sumeru's story arc. Sumeru's story arc does a lot for Paimon. It's fantastic. Sumeru arc is fantastic. I hope Fontaine can actually keep it up. To me, the story of Genshin Impact, it isn't told in the best way, which is unfortunate. It's just because unfortunately, the devs clearly have plenty of fantastic ideas. It's just its nature as a gacha game which holds it back from telling the full story. Because, they rush out a new character, fairly often. You get one new banner every 20 days, and fairly often, probably one in every 5 banners at least is a new character. You get a new character every couple months and stuff, so they are rushing out stuff, and so they can never take the time to fully focus down on stuff. But they always have strong themes, and all the characters, even if they aren't deep, they're always likeable. Like I say, even Amber's growing on me. I still hate Kaya, though I like his relationship with Klee. Other than that, I hate Kaya, and I hate Lisa. I just don't like anything about her. I don't think she's good. But she's just less annoying than Kaya is. Kaya just comes off as edgy to me. Edgy for the sake of being edgy. I think he's just cringe. But they're 4 stars, it's 5-star characters which really matter. But all the story arcs to me, they have strong theming, but they aren't told in the best way. Also, just kind of because of the nature of the game, because the game so heavily encourages exploration, you do kind of end up spending 100 hours exploring, and then you come back to your story quest and you have no idea what the fuck is going on. That is kind of a shame. I think maybe they should do what Warframe does and lock you into a story quest until you finish it, and then take time to design the story quest better, so that's not a problem. I think the themes have always been good, but I think Sumeru was the first region, unfortunately. I mean, it's the fourth one, but it's the first region where the story is actually really good. It's told really well. Its themes are fantastic. Everything about it is fantastic. Sumeru is the best region. Talking overall quality. Characters, Dendro's the best element in the game. It's not the most powerful. The most powerful is Hydro, but Dendro is the best element. It's the most fun. It's the most well designed. So Sumeru has the best element. It has some of the best characters in Collei and Nahida and Alhaven. Alhaven's great. And just those three. They are all great. As well as Fauzan, but she doesn't get much screen time, I think, can they? Oh yeah, of course, Wanderer. Well, I unfortunately missed a lot of screen time of Sumeru characters because they were in events that played just before I joined. Just before I started playing the game. Which is very sad. So yeah, I have quite a good grasp on some of the characters, but frankly I've been around for a lot of Collei screen time. The point is, Sumeru's story is fantastic, especially for Paimon. Does a lot for her.
I also saw wild berries on the ground, and Paimon was gonna fly over and pick them up, but the dead leaves on top suddenly started moving. It freaked Paimon out.
Those were probably dead leaf butterflies. They camouflage as dead leaves to evade predators. My guess is that they mistook you for a bird when you flew over, so they fled. Little did they know that you were more scared than they were. Never mind. The tent's up, so you two go rest. I'll forage for food.
How the fuck do you put up this tent? Don't I? That's a big tent.
Oh, you found some already.
Paimon understands it this time. It wants mechanical parts again.
I'm sorry, I should have clicked the beaming into Paimon option.
Sorry, no part this time. That task wasn't important enough. If every little thing resulted in a reward, then it might start to take advantage of the system. I'll note little things like this, and give a cumulative reward at a later time. That is one reason.
It looks really sad.
After some further thought, it might come up with some weird misunderstanding if I don't give it something. All right, here's another for you. I'm off to prepare dinner. We'll take shifts on lookout duty tonight. You two can sleep first. I'll wake you up later.
Please don't wake me up later.
We need lookouts?
Yes. Even though most animals fled because of the ley lines, we can't completely let down our guard. It's settled then. I'll set up some pest-repelling devices so, poisonous insects don't come crawling into the tent. Have a good night. Not too good, though.
Paimon's getting sleepy. Is this because of the ley lines? It's been a while since we camped outside like this. This feels like when we just started adventuring together. Nighty-night.
You're awake earlier than I expected. Did you sleep well? That's good. I was worried that you two wouldn't be able to sleep, so I used 2 of my homemade incenses.
Please don't drug me again without my consent.
Don't worry. They're made from all natural ingredients. They have a light fragrance and aren't harmful to the body. Speaking of which, have you seen the crab? It was scampering around over there just now, but I don't know where it went. So you can tell. My suspicion is less towards the crab and more directed to its unrevealed owner. A ley line effluence of this magnitude occurred without any warning. Someone probably disrupted the natural flow of the ley lines. Until we fully understand the situation, take extra caution. The academia has banned mechanical lifeform research for years, so the origin of these creatures is very suspect. Topics related to mechanical lifeforms were popular in the Sponta mod for a time. Some of my juniors had also thrown themselves into such research.
More about the Sumeru story. The desert part kind of sucks, unfortunately. Especially since it has Daya in it, and no one likes Daya. Yeah, once it gets to a desert, it kind of slows down a lot, and I'm not a fan of that. But it did mean our Haven got more screen time, and our Haven's really interesting. He's not really an entertaining character. Most of Genshin's characters try to be entertaining before anything else. Our Haven doesn't. He's less entertaining, but he is more... He's kind of like Yelan, actually. He's like Sumeru's equivalent to Yelan. He's very cold and cunning, and smart, and devious, and handsome, and second best DPS character in the game, or whatever the fuck he is. He's cracked. I would have loved to get him, but he like just had his rerun, but I did not have enough wishes for him. It's a shame. I might get one in the next one though, if I have enough. So once I get Zhongli, Yelan, and Hu Tao, I'm then pretty much happy with just wishing for whichever characters I feel like. I feel like those are the last 3 characters that are 5 stars, which I really need for setups which I want. Past that, I can go for whoever I want. Oh, and Ayaka. Also, yeah, Ayaka. Definitely. And I want to get Nahida's Constellations next time she comes out. But that might... I know how long that'll be.
They proposed an intriguing idea. Use our knowledge to create a new and practical life form that could help humanity conquer nature. However, no matter which modules or parts are installed, a machine is innately a construct that receives and executes commands. They can never possess self-awareness like us or other living organisms. In their pursuit to discover the differences between mechanical and biological life forms, zealous researchers performed unregulated vivisections and other absurdly cruel experiments on animals. Research on mechanical life forms was thus banned. The irony is that the researchers became even more impetuous afterward. Who knows? Maybe the subject will be unbanned in a few years. That's a difficult question to answer. I am interested in the topic of mechanical life, but I don't like the researchers' attitudes. It's just my personal opinion. My ancestors and the Veluka Shuna of the desert coexisted together and supported one another. The bloodline of my people was born from this symbiotic relationship. So to me, all life is important. To understand life, you must first respect it. Life is not an expendable commodity, and knowledge should not be wielded like a scepter. These are the points of contention I have with some researchers, and why I left the academia. Once you start placing yourself above other life forms, I mean, what kind of results do you expect to get from researching pure life with impure intentions? Really? Well, I'm glad to hear it.
Fuck's sake, I'm scared I'm actually going to start liking Tainari.
Coffee? Did you prepare this for us? All right. Seeing that you're working so hard to help out, I'll give you another part. You're not planning on using it? Many of your own parts are critically degraded, and you're running low on power. All right, suit yourself. Oh, and thanks for the coffee, but I'm about to go to sleep. Leave it with her. The night watch is yours. Stay safe.
That's a cool effect. They put budget into this quest. That's cute.
Sorry. Paimon slept through the entire night. Don't worry. Paimon will be sure to stay awake next time.
Good morning, Traveler and Paimon. A quick question. Do you feel off at all? Me too. The farther in we go, the closer we get to the source of the leyline effluence. We'll be heading out earlier today. I'll take down the tent, and you two...
Is there something we can do?
Extinguish our fire so we don't set the entire forest aflame. Also, retrieve the pest-repelling devices from last night. We don't want to affect the ecosystem here.
Got it! Paimon will take care of the fire.
All right, let's meet back here later.
Actually, yes, I have completed furnishings. I shouldn't have forgotten about this. I'm working on getting some of the gift sets.
This realm...
If you ever...
It's an outdoor set. Oh, of course. So I'm in there already.
This realm is...
Haven't built anything here and I don't want to. This realm layout could have been really cool. Problem with it to me is that the land is elevated, so you can't see anything. Like, you can hardly even see the water here. If you actually want to see the rest of the realm, you have to run all the way over here. All the way over. Still running. Ran out of stamina. So then you gotta walk all the way up here, and now you can see the other stuff. But why is this island so high up? It's just awful, because it means this is supposed to be a nice little kind of foresty, almost... It's kind of like a... Well, yeah, it's a forest on top of a hill or mountain, cliff face kind of thing, which goes down into a beach. It's lovely. I don't think you can build down there though. That's a massive missed opportunity. But instead you get this massive elevated island, which just makes me not want to really build on this island at all. I suppose, yeah, you can just fix the problem by like moving over there, I guess. Or over there, if that's an island. I suppose it probably is buildable on there. That's a weird shape, and it's not very big. Now, I suppose if I was going to build it, I would probably build stuff there. But yeah, right now I'm using this as like my placeholder realm. I don't have anything here, and so that means I can build wherever I want, including these sets. So I'm missing this well, and 5 of these things. Foundations of stone, path of cultivation. Foundations of stone.
This realm...
No, back up. Okay, and then there's a well. Some kind of well I'm looking for. It's like a well of secrets or something, didn't it say?
If you ever...
Yes, subterranean secrets. I'm pretty sure I don't have that blueprint.
This realm...
And now, once all of these finish building, I'll be able to create that set.
If you ever...
And so, from what I understand about gift sets, what I can do is I can bring in each of these characters. I don't have Yoimiya, but I have Kirara, Kuki, and Toma. So I should be able to place each of those characters, and they will give me 20 Primo Gems each. And I think if you then show them another gift set they like, then they give you talent books as well, which would be really nice. But I only have 5 sets here, and I don't know how to unlock any more. That's Kazuha. That's A and Miko. Goro. This would be an easy one. This is pretty cheap. And didn't people say Sayu should be coming up on a new banner soon? So that'd be good, this one. And I don't have either of you two. I'm really interested in Kujasawa because I've seen some cool stuff of her. Actually, yeah, this wouldn't be a hard one to get either. Then there's a matter of the indoors ones. Oh, come on. Yeah, I have one indoors gift set. Wait a minute, that's Kuki and Kokomi, so actually, yeah, I can do this. Oh, that's a remarkable chest rewards, I might not have that. But yeah, the problem is, from what I can tell, there's no indication in any kind of UI as to what is a gift set and what is a regular set.
This realm is...
Which really sucks, because then I just have to Google it. It's like, these. Furnishing set blueprints. A detailed step-by-step Knights of Favonius office. Literature-loving readers and writers will find a wellspring of inspiration here. This furnishing set is favoured by your following companions. Okay, here we go. So yeah, you just have to scroll all the way down to the bottom. Which, I mean, it doesn't take a lot of effort, but I mean, it's more than it should be. I should be able to, it should just say, in the top right, it should say gift set instead of just set. In the top right where it says furnishing set blueprints, it should say gift furnishing set blueprint, or whatever, furnishing gift set, or whatever. I shouldn't have to scroll down for it. But yeah, this is good, okay, so I can pick up some more here. And I'm pretty sure I already have a lot of these Knights of Favonius ones. Of course, by putting money towards these, I'm taking money away from these for artifacts and transient resin, which I really like. Which is a shame, but these are primo gems, and there's nothing more important than primo gems.
If you ever...
So, nothing more important to me at least. Because I don't care much about having like the optimal artifact setups. None of my characters have optimal artifact setups. My Nahida has been running the same artifact set for months. For like three and a half months. Nahida's been running his artifact sets for an extremely long time. What adventure rank do you get us at? I can check. So that is an adventure rank reward. I'm gonna check that actually. Because that would tell me, since that's the last change I made to Nahida's set. When I obtained that artifact and just put it on her because it had good stats for her. I'm going to claim the friendship bonus.
Next on the agenda, this realm.
I'm incredibly proud of my
If you ever...
of my design here. I love it. I spent hours on this. Actually, I'll wait a moment. It looks beautiful at night. There you go. Right, it used to be Yai up there, but I had to get rid of her to make space for other characters, so right now it's official. I really toured this on my YouTube, but I've changed it a little bit since the last time. I got rid of Zhangling and replaced her with Yanfei. Right now there's an empty spot here. This is probably going to go to A, maybe? Once I get her. Just find one in there now. Oh no, it's probably going to go to Kazuha. I have Kazuha up here as a placeholder for Zhongli. This is Zhongli's room, if you couldn't tell. I think I designed it really well. And it's also, I mean, it's a giveaway that you have this thing which is inspired by Zhongli on the wall here. But yeah, this is Zhongli's room. I just have Kazuha here as a placeholder for where Zhongli will be placed and looking. Well, I guess I'll move Kazuha back down to the wall table here. And this is A's room, so I'll fit A in here if I can, but I don't think I can. Actually, no, it says it says the load is green. It says the load is green, actually, so actually I should be able to fit A in there. That's good. See, I'll move Kazuha back up here, and Zhongli back up into his own room. Yeah, because Kazuha barely fits in this room. I think if I put one more decoration... Actually, I mean, I can check it now. Oh. There's not much capacity left here. Maybe one or two decorations and it's over capacity. But yeah, A will fit fine. This is Kokomi's room, which I want to do a lot more with because it's such a big room. But of course, because it's Kokomi's, I thought the fish tank was extremely fitting, but the fish tank takes up so much capacity, I couldn't even put Kokomi in here. But it's fine, I'll put her behind a water table anyway, but it's a shame. It also means this entire half of the room is empty. I almost feel tempted to redo this and make this A's room, so A and Kokomi swap rooms, because it feels like a massive waste for Kokomi to have this massive room and half it be empty, Meanwhile, A and Zhongli both get these small side rooms. That's almost elevating Kokomi to a level above them, which is weird and was unintentional. Here's Ganyu's room. Of course, Ganyu has an office in her room, because of course she does, and 2 beds. Of course, this is a kitchen, which I get a cute sign from this. I love this system. The one thing I wish for first of all was higher capacity. I mean, like, Warframe allows you to place thousands of objects, and it doesn't even chug your game, which is incredible. And also, Warframe allows you to do goofy, well, it doesn't allow you. They keep on trying to patch it, but you can glitch out of a map and place stuff in the skybox and stuff, and that looks really, really cool. You can't do that here, and there's no like Warframe has scaling up and changing colours and posters and stuff. I really hope they do continue to expand this, because I really, really like what they did with the teapot. It's really good housing. What am I doing again here? Do we just go back to a quest? I think we just go back to a quest. Yeah, so tomorrow I'll have that set complete and I can move on to doing another one.
Alright, it's about time to head out. As we go further in, we may encounter more berserk machines. The effects of the ley lines will also increase. If you're struggling, it would be wise to avoid conflict. Try to conserve as much energy as possible until we reach the source of the contamination. As I thought, the closer we get to the contamination source, the more mechanical monsters that appear.
Right now, right here. Access denied.
Let's move out. Hey!
Right now. Emerge.
Born of ice and frost. Everyone hold hands!
Right here. Right now.
Allow me!
Oh, that was just the stage. I see, so this is at least 4 parts. I was going to say something cool about upgrading Kokomi's second tier is that completed clam set. Not only do I buff the damage by buffing the damage, and I also buff the healing, but I also further buff the damage because buffing my healing buffs the damage, and that's why Kokomi is fantastic. Yeah, but reduced crit rate is a massive shame, but she can still deal like really good damage despite that, and that's scary. If Kokomi didn't have the crit rate negative, she would be busted. She would be a really, really powerful Hydro DPS. She would be She'd be one of the best DPS characters in the game, as well as being the best healer in the game, as well as being a pretty good Hydro sub DPS as well. It would be way too much. So with Kokomi, I agree. I think they should have left her crit rate the same, but lower her crit damage instead. So you can still get crits, but you're going to have to put more work into them to make them actually valuable. Whereas instead, I mean, you're not even going to get crits in the first place, which I just think is a little bit excessively mean. Just because it forces you to use Clam Set, basically. And it also pushes you further towards Hyper Bloom. So I believe Kokomi was hated on release. I mean, her healing's always been great. But I can understand if she was hated on release because Bloom didn't exist back then. And I don't think Clam Set did either. I think it was probably released after her. Also, like how people still hate Barbara, but Barbara's really good now. She was even better when Dendro first released, but then they shadow nerfed her. By changing how her elemental skill works. She used to be a really powerful counter for triggering Bloom, arguably better than Nilou. But because they didn't want Nilou to be overshadowed by a 4-star counter that everyone gets for free, which is fair, completely fair really, they then nerfed her. But, I mean, I do think Barbara should get a buff in that her Hydro application should have a higher AoE, but that's it. Barbara is way better than people think she is. She applies a lot of Hydro. She is fantastic with Bloom teams. Barbara joined my team the moment I obtained her, and she didn't get benched once. Just like Garnu, just like Nahida, she did not get benched once until I got Kokomi, which is the currently active banner. Barbara served me well for an extremely long time, especially once I got Clam Set. Clam Set Barbara, in some situations, out-damages my Garnu, which is sad. But it really goes to show how powerful Barbara can actually be. And the reason why she out-damaged her is because when you switch to Barbara, you can then cause more Hydro procs, which means more Blooms, which means more Hyper Blooms, and at the same time, Barbara's elemental skill gives you a lot of healing, which combined with Clam Set results in an extra 30,000 damage every 3 seconds. So she gets 10,000 DPS per second, and Garnu takes about 1 second to charge up an arrow, and she gets like 20-something thousand damage out of it. So, like, if we're looking at Barbara alone, yeah, Garnu does outdamage her in every circumstance, my Garnu. I mean, like, obviously, a well, properly built Garnu will always outdamage Barbara. Obviously, this is just a me thing. But Hyper Bloom changes things, but that's not Barbara, that's just Barbara enabling Nahida and Yai. The point is, Barbara she deserves a lot more respect than people give her. She's actually a pretty strong character.
It stopped here!
Upon closer inspection, the plants here are really different. Leyline energies are also stronger here. This may be the place we've been looking for. Ready yourselves? We're going in.
Yeah, I just remembered what I meant to do, and I was confused when I was leaving the thing. I meant to check the adventure rank to see when I last changed Nahida's artifacts.
Add Astra...
Oh, I mean, that's still pretty long ago, but... not as long as I thought that was like mid-40s, maybe. But that's the last judgment I made to Nahida's artifacts at all. Which, I mean, still is a while ago. The AR 50 plus is... I mean, look at that, 232,000 XP. takes ages, and the last rank is what, like 400,000? I think it is. It's absolutely wild how much it starts taking. That's a last micro-adjustment. Nahida has been running this, or not this exact one actually. Actually, yeah, I changed this like a couple days ago actually. But it's the same artifact actually. It was also an instructor's teacup, but it was an attack one instead of a dendro damage bonus one. This has been on her. This is one of the first 4-star artifacts I ever got. And it immediately went on her, and it stayed on her, and it has never come off. Same goes for this. I wish there was a 5-star instructor set. There kind of is. Pretty much it is Gilded Dreams. Gilded Dreams is basically a 5-star instructor set. But I really would have liked a 5-star instructor set. I absolutely would have ran it. That would make my life much simpler. Instead of being running this awkward double 2-piece set on Nahida for ages. And because I have decent substats on Nahida here, and because I need to meet the 800 Elemental Mastery quota, because of that, her artifacts are very hard to improve on. I have been farming the Deepwood set, and no success. I haven't got a single, good artifact out of it yet. Because I need a lot of improvement. I need to make up for that 160 Elemental Mastery here. 160 from the set bonuses. And I'm going to lose both of those when I switch to Deepwood. So I need to make up for 160 Elemental Mastery there. Which means I need, substat-wise, I need to get 160 more Elemental Mastery out of my substats. It's like the Nahida build, which I would want, would take an absurd amount of precision, which is a massive shame. Because it means that it's going to be really, really long until I get to it. Also, the fact I have this. I mean, yeah, I have several different sets working here right now. I have this from Noblesse, I have this from Wanderers. So there's less I can do to swap things out. And like this 63 Elemental Mastery on this. This artifact gives me 143 Elemental Mastery. So it's just going to take ages to change the set. It's so annoying. Anyway, let's get back to this. Oh, would you look at that? Yeah. I found these glowing roses earlier in the game, which I think is really cool. You can actually find them earlier and pick them up. And I found them and I was like, that's weird. And I marked them on my map with a quest marker here.
Next on the
Strange
agenda.
Sumeru Rose. I found these and I was weirded out by them, so I marked them. And it turns out the actual mark I put on the map is actually where this is. Is this a domain? Yeah. I think I got to demo Tainari once before, in one of the recent events. He's basically a Dendro Garnu, which irritates me, because Yelan is basically a Hydro Garnu, kind of, very vaguely. And Facial is an Electro Garnu, and Yoimiya is a Pyro Garnu. There's every element tries to have a Garnu ripoff, and it irritates me. But yeah, Tainai, so... Oh, god damn. That's not a lot of Elemental Mastery, it's a Dendro character. Alright. Why can't Gonyu get that? Yeah, so Charge Shot creates Dendro seeking attacks. This one is just gives him Milan's special arrow, basically. Well, it taunts enemies and draws a fire, so that's Ganyu, and then it decreases the charge time on the arrow, like Yalan. And Farizan. AoE Dendro damage. He irks me, it just feels like a Ganyu ripoff. "1,000 elemental mastery is crazy. It is wild to me that some people... I saw someone say that, oh yeah, 1,000 elemental mastery is not hard to reach. Yes, it is. Are you mental? 1,000 elemental mastery is absolutely insane. Look, I mean, you can make it easier for yourself, but you just have to make sacrifices. Like, you can downgrade to this 3-star weapon and get an extra 77 elemental mastery here, but then you lose like 200 attack for that. So that's a significant loss. And then, of course, you'd need a set bonus, which gives you elemental mastery. And then you'd also need 3 artifacts, all giving you elemental mastery. And then, of course, if you want to have full elemental mastery, well, you can't just go all in on it. You'd also want some crit rate and stuff from there, so you need good substats as well. It's not easy to get 1,000 elemental mastery. I mean, Nahida gives her teammates elemental mastery, but, I mean... Also, yeah, Nahida also encourages you to have 1,000, but I go with 80 because this... Yeah, this is based on 800 elemental mastery, I think. Yeah. So this passive requires you to have 800 elemental mastery, this one requires 1,000. No, it doesn't. This is also 1,000. Crap. Wait, so what I was thinking with the Dendro set I'm working up to, elemental mastery, Dendro damage bonus. I don't... Which one's Dendro? This one. Dendro damage bonus, elemental mastery, and then substats, please be kind to me. It's going to take ages, that's been really hard. It's going to be really, really hard to get that.
They made this place their lair!
Looks like there's no way to sneak by. Let's take care of them quickly.
Also, yeah, I do...
Hold the line!
I mean, Hanami is less motivated than me because his arrow takes ages to charge up. You see what you're doing, man?
Keep up.
What is this?
Leyline energy is spilling out from here. This device. It's extracting energy from the ley lines without end. Who in the world would do this without considering the consequences? The ley lines won't be able to repair themselves if their flow is perpetually disrupted like this.
That's terrible! We have to stop it! Let Paimon see. Paimon doesn't see controls anywhere!
Standing here is equivalent to being directly showered in ley line energy, which may cause irreversible damage to your body. Take Paimon and get out of here. I'll see if I can find a way to turn this thing off.
But you're also vulnerable to the ley lines, right? We're staying. We can't leave you here by yourself.
Then let's look for it together. If there's no control unit here, then there must be a trap door somewhere.
You know where it is? Hey, wait for us! What's this? It'll only show up if you step on it?
Be careful and watch your step.
Look! Someone's here! Are you the one that's taking the ley line's energy? Turn off that machine now! Why aren't you saying anything? Too ashamed?
His body is cold. It's emaciated, and his eyes are sunken, likely from chronic malnourishment and stress. He collapsed and never got back up. What exactly happened here? Almost forgot about you. Here. This is the last one.
What is it doing?
I'm not sure. Judging by this room's layout, this place was a laboratory. We should find a repository of research documents if we keep going. The file room will definitely give us some clues, so let's go take a look. Maybe we can piece together what happened here.
The thing is that I play characters I like.
It's huge in here!
I mean, like, the only exception that I've, like, made... I always go for character where I like the character and the playstyle and they're strong enough. But the thing is, like, every character is strong enough because Genshin is actually balanced really well. The exceptions I make, I don't care for Bennett's character really at all. And Zhangling's playstyle irritates me a lot. They'll irritate me less once I get Zhongli and can use shields to fix those issues. The problem with Zhangling is a really good combo of Ganyu. In theory, on paper, but of course with Zhangling you have to run in and drop Goober, and then run back to a safe distance to use Ganyu. And so effectively it's very hard to run Ganyu with Zhangling if you don't have a shielder. Because Zhangling encourages you to stay very close by, and Ganyu encourages you to stay very far away. So... you have a paradox there which only Zhongli can solve. So, that's part of the reasons why I really want Zhongli.
This place is very secluded. It's a natural hiding spot.
Did you two find anything?
There are a lot of lab notes, but it would take way too long to read through them all. I found a tape recording used for an experiment, and based on its serial number, it's from 2 years ago.
Tape recording?
Yes. The Spontamod created a device that visually records experiments and consolidates the final production into a tape. However, these devices are expensive to make and aren't entirely stable. That's why they are only used in some laboratories and do not see wider usage.
Thank you for that exposition, Tainari. Yeah, it's fair. Whatever.
Come on, let's watch it.
Hold on, let me figure out how to play the tape. Okay, this should do it.
Kakata? Kakata? Seriously, I look away for 1 second and you're gone? There!
there you are. Look here. This is our new home. I, Abatui, will unleash my talents here and amaze those ancient fossils at the Academia. Oh, you're also quite happy. Karkata, do you know what we're about to do? Yes, I thought not. Listen up, Karkata. I'm going to make a mechanical life form that can be mass-produced. The technology will be unlike anything else that exists. I'll use mechanical organs, and electric currents will course through them like blood. A steel-cast heart that will beat forever, and a brain of myriad components that can think like mine. Inspiration from the ruins and the research that the Academia had banned. I hope everything can start anew from this place. When you can understand our language and live among us, you will no longer be a boring machine, but a truly living being. It's fine. You will understand. One day, you will understand me.
Karkata is the mechanical crab, right? And that researcher named Abatui said he wanted to prove something to the Academia?
I remember now. I had a junior researcher named Abatui. He was expelled from the Academia for researching mechanical life forms.
Junior researcher?
Yeah? What's wrong?
Nothing. Paimon was just wondering, doesn't Abatui look older than you?
He is, but academic progression isn't tied to age. I finished my studies a while ago, so subsequent students generally considered me as their senior.
Oh!
Of course, age can be an issue. For a while, people, always dragged me into pictures. I felt like some kind of animal on display. That isn't important. Let's go and see if we can find other tape recordings.
I don't want to miss any chests here. I don't know what I've done. Okay. Now, is this to a chest, or is this to progress with the link? Okay, it's to actually progress.
Keep up.
Look! Paimon found another tape! A date is written on it. Let Paimon see. It's from a half a year ago!
That's quite the time gap. I wonder what happened in between.
It's rare that you malfunction because of an operational error. Seems that making coffee is still somewhat difficult for you. Or is there an issue with my set parameters? All right, there you go. Water entered the chela and caused it to short circuit, so it couldn't receive signals from the ganglion. Look at me, talking to you like this. You can't understand me anyway, can you? It's fine. I swapped in some new parts, so you should be all right now. Try moving around. Everything in working order? Be more careful next time. We're tight on money right now, so we don't have a lot of parts or power to spare. I'm glad. Karkata, did you know? Yesterday, I dreamed that you could talk. Aren't the bunch at the Academia always saying things like, mechanical intelligence is just an extension of statistics? They were blown away when they saw us talking with each other. Too bad it was just a dream. Forget holding a conversation with me. You're so simple that you probably wouldn't even notice if I died. Never mind. I should probably be worrying about next month's power.
I can't say that's cute or
After
if he's a
Abatui
dickhead.
left the Academia, everyone lost contact with him.
So he's saying like, oh, you don't understand what I'm saying. But I mean, he's right, kind of. At least it seems he is right. So, I mean, yeah. But he's saying it because he wants him to understand. He wants to be friends this way, but he doesn't think it's possible, so yeah, it's...
I thought he was so despondent that he gave up on researching mechanical life forms. Instead, he had holed up here and continued his experiments.
Paimon doesn't feel like he's a bad person. He even changed out Karkata's broken parts. Why would he mess with ley lines?
Let's keep looking around. Following the serial numbers, the next recording should be here. The writing is sloppy. Perhaps his state of mind had changed. There's also an undated tape in the wrong spot. It doesn't seem like Abatui put it there.
Maybe Karkata helped him with sorting.
It's hard to say. These are the last 2 tape recordings. Let's watch them.
Sorry, Karkata. I was just thinking about something. Today might become a special day. In my recent experiments, I successfully gave you a living being's instincts. When you're low on power, or if one of your parts is damaged, you will prioritize your survival command and proactively recharge or replace your parts. That is a very dangerous thing. And today, I did something even more dangerous. I've officially activated the 3rd generation ley line extractor. The ley lines will serve as our power source from now on. Conducting research on mechanical life forms requires a large amount of power. Even if I scrimped and saved, the more I have wouldn't last for long. I'm also getting tired, Karkata. I don't know what's driving me to continue with this research anymore. They say that even if it simulates the operation of a living creature's organs, a machine is still an ice-cold tool. I want to prove them wrong. I want to turn you into a living, breathing, and talking being. I'm not talking about anything cheerful, Karkata. Modules for language, emotion, and movement. I've been working my absolute hardest to augment and refine your functionalities, but I've never seen an effective response. You are my finest success, but even you can't understand me. All you can do is execute limited responses based on preset commands or keywords. Karkata, I wish you could speak to me, even just once. Yes, you cannot understand me, so you cannot answer me either. It is what it is. In a few days, I'll sell the failed ley line extractor for some more and continue my experiments. Life goes on, and I have to as well. I don't have any other choice. This is new. If I place another 2 control modules here to simulate the brain's thalamus... of course my heart decides to act up now. Why did I cut medication from our expenses? Karkata, come help me. Strange. I feel weak. Oh no, I have to shut down the extractor. Shut it off. If we let them recharge indefinitely, they'll go out of control. Right. I never input a command to shut down the extractor, so you don't understand what I'm saying. In the end, it's just like the academia said. Mechanical life forms only bring danger. My research... Was there any point to it at all? I'm sorry, Karkata. In the end, I still wasn't able to turn you into a true mechanical life form.
I see. So, the ley line effluence was an accident. After Abatui's unexpected death, the mechanical monsters were driven by their instincts and continuously drew out power from the ley line extractor. This eventually resulted in severe damage to the ley lines.
Paimon understands. Then why didn't Karkata go haywire like the other machines?
Because Karkata is different from the other machines. To Abatui, for a machine to truly be considered a mechanical life form, it must possess features similar to any other living organism. It should be structured similarly, it must be able to cry and laugh, and it must have the capacity for independent thought. Perhaps only by building such a machine could he have the academia acknowledge his protracted research. But if he had slowed down and saw Karkata as a friend instead of as an experimental product, he would have noticed. Karkata can't speak, and yet it cares about Abatui far more than it does about itself.
What does that mean?
You'll see in a bit, but before that, we have a more urgent task at hand. First, let's find the control unit for the ley line extractor and shut it down. More of this transparent flooring. It feels like a maze.
Is something supposed to happen here?
Keep up.
Oh.
Keep up. Below us is the final room. The control unit is likely in there.
The land's here. Wanna try jumping down?
Why are all my characters out of element 20?
Rebuild.
Right, I go say like that. That feels
I hear
really
everything.
Hey. Allow me.
Let's nip that in the bud. This should be the control unit. Once we turn it off,
can't be too
the
mad
ley
for
line
how damages
extractor
my
should
gun,
also
because of
shut
course
down.
it's quite optimized, he is.
Without an external force damaging the ley lines, they should start to slowly repair themselves. Oh, but I bet you two are more worried about Karkata. Let's head back.
101% crit rate? I've 101? And he has a constellation which increases it by 15%. He has 116% crit rate. What? Oh man. Yeah, this weapon would be really nice for Garnier. I'm pretty sure Garnier's signature weapon like gives attack percent, which I think is kind of weird. But, I mean, I don't Google stuff on Genshin. The only things I Google are like locations of shrines, of depths and stuff sometimes. And Google any kind of guides beyond that, basic stuff. So I don't know necessarily how all the stats work. Oh, fuck no. Oh no.
So, Karkata has been collecting parts because it thinks doing so will fix its owner?
Fuck off, Paimon. Why do you have to fucking ruin it?
Karkata is unable to understand the concept of death. However, it probably remembers when Abatui replaced its parts when it malfunctioned, and how that restored it to an operational state. It's true that Karkata isn't able to think or understand many topics, but it is like a small child that imitates what adults do.
So that's why it kept stealing mechanical parts. But it can't repair its owner, no matter how hard it tries.
Yes, but the important thing is that it formed the thought of wanting to repair Abatui. Who knows how this thought came to be, but it has even suppressed the instincts that Abatui had installed. If it really is as we've predicted, this research truly will make waves in the academia. It might have been possible to achieve this with ancient technology, but no one has been able to do the same with modern tools.
Karkata? Karkata? Can you hear Paimon? Tighnari says you're awesome!
It reached its limit. It hasn't recharged this entire time, nor has it replaced its severely damaged parts. It's truly a miracle that it managed to hang on for so long.
Shut the fuck up, we're repairing him. We're repairing him.
I'm gonna go confirm that the ley line extractor has shut down. Come with me. Let them be alone for a while.
I was a little bit perplexed for a
The
moment.
leyline extractor has ceased operations. Traces of leyline energy are still in the atmosphere, but the effluence's source has been stopped. The purification devices will handle the rest. Moving on. Those affected by the ley lines need immediate care. We'll put up an announcement on the bulletin board about the dangers of entering the contaminated region, and for symptomatic individuals to find Kale. According to the Academia's policies, we need to bring everything back. Research materials related to mechanical life forms will all be destroyed, and Karkata will be disassembled and sealed away.
What the heck?
You two should return first. I'll take care of things here. Although we've stopped the source of the effluence, the ley line energy in the air exceeds normal values. Your bodies won't be able to hold up if you continue to stay here.
But...
Listen, the Traveler hasn't rested very well, right? Also, it'll take some time to pack up all the research documents. You're not familiar with this research after all, so you won't be of much use here. Tell the Adventurers Guild that the incident has been resolved, and, then get some sleep. We can discuss matters tomorrow. Oh, and don't talk about Abatui. The fewer that know about mechanical life form research, the better.
All right. Then let's go back to Catherine.
Well, that fucking sucked.
Hold the line.
Also, of course, the thing about Tainai there is that he's using a 5-star weapon. My Ganyu's using a 4-star. He's using absolutely insanely maxed out artifacts. Over 116% crit rate. Also, of course, he had Aggravate there, and Aggravate is effectively mellow.
I see everything.
Okay.
Emerge. Right here.
Allow me.
I want a character that places down a ballista. Like an automated ballista which shoots arrows in it by enemies. And at default it does physical damage. But like really high physical damage. Then, however, it is affected by elemental imbuement. So that means if you put down Bennett's field, imbues characters within the area of pyro. So if you put down Bennett's skill, then it gains pyro damage. If you put down... I don't know who has imbuement powers. If you put down Jean, it gains Animo. If you put down... someone else, it does something else. We might need more imbuement characters in the game before we can do that. I don't know if a Hydro or Electro one or Geo one exists, so... Yeah, I feel like that's a really cool concept, because that's a character we can make work with any element. Even physical. If you make it so the physical damage though is really high, and then make it so it lowers the damage output when it gains an imbuement to balance it out, then you could actually have a second physical character in the game which does damage other than Eula. I just think that's a really cool concept, which we absolutely could lean into. And I mean, it would be good to have more than one physical damage dealer in the game. And of course also just buff physical damage.
Anyway, so the contaminated region turned out to be a leyline effluence deep in the forest. Things are already getting back to normal.
And also, I mean, like, Fontaine would be a great opportunity for a character like that. Fontaine's, I mean, it's got fucking Gundams in it. It seems. As clockwork robots, whatever they said. We have all those clockwork robots walking around. It's like a clockwork ballista thing. That'd make a lot of sense. That'd be awesome. This is just a fantastic idea. They should hire me.
I see. Thank you for your hard work. Once the excess leyline energy dissipates from the air, we should be able to make an announcement for residents to resume their normal activities. This is the stipulated reward. Please accept it.
Is Karkata going to be sent back to the academia?
No, Tonari's just fucking with us.
It's already damaged, but Paimon feels sad thinking about it getting disassembled. Oh, then how about we find Tighnari tomorrow and ask him not to do that? Paimon really wants to go right now, but Tighnari said that we would discuss matters tomorrow. We'll probably make him mad if we go now, huh? Alright then, we'll find Tighnari tomorrow and tell him not to disassemble Karkata. How are you feeling? Sleep well? We should go find Tighnari. How do you think we should ask him?
This place right here, the Palace of the Palace of Alcazazare. Alcazazare. The Palace of Alcazazare. This place is never used in any quest, as far as I'm aware. But it's like really highly designed and stuff. It's weird. Something must be going on there. Hold up, I'm just thinking, what's my Yanfei team looking like? This is a good composition, isn't it? Noelle is a placeholder for Zhongli. Though I do want to build Noelle at some point. I think I gave her an artifact.
Should we really be?
Yeah, I gave her the curiosity, or the... Oh yeah, this sex. It seems made for her. Because I love her character design. And of course, I think she holds a special place in everyone's hearts, because she's one of the first few characters you get. I mean, I think you get her before even Haya, or even, like, them. I don't remember exactly. If you get her the moment you unlock wishing. Because the game immediately gives you enough wishes to get her, I'm pretty sure. So yeah, you get her the moment you unlock wishing, which is great. And I love her design. I haven't seen... I don't think she's, like, ever been featured in any event. She gets so little screen time as far as I'm aware. Which is incredibly sad. I'm pretty sure you can make her deal good damage. It irks me that her healing is chance-based. Where's the... Where's the healing part? Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's 50%, and I don't think that increases with level. It increases with constellation. Yeah, I don't think that should be a chance-based thing. Or if it does, increase the chance with the talent level, so that it's like an actual... I'm okay with it being a chance thing, because otherwise it may be too OP to give you a character with both damage output and shielding and healing this early in the game. Literally being like arguably almost your second character, because Amber's guaranteed to be your first. You always get Amber. So that could be too OP, but then just increase it with a talent level. Because I would love to make her strong and actually use her at some point, but it's going to be a long time, unfortunately. Yeah, so right now she's just a placeholder for Zhongli.
Still a lot
So yeah,
left
how's
to
that
do.
set up look? So we could replace Kokomi here with Rosaria, or we could replace her with Yelan. It would make a lot of sense to replace her with Yelan, because we'd have Bennett, who is technically a healer, and Zhongli, whose shields should hopefully be strong enough that you don't even need a healer anyway. I think Bennett is a good combo, because of course it raises her attack, and also they act as batteries for each other, which is fantastic. And then Zhongli gives a further resistance shred, and shields, and then you can have Yelan for Vaporize. Yeah, I think that's good.
Shh! Keep your voice down. The lilac daphne, a daphne of the genus Familiaceae, has a strong anticonvulsant effect. It can also be made into an anesthetic powder. Extrapolating from these two data sets, it would be particularly potent against Piscine species. Hey, make sure you're getting all this down. I thought I told you all to keep your voices low. Plants aren't afraid of noise, but your shouting is making my ears ring.
You didn't disassemble Karkata?
Why would I do that?
But Paimon thought you said, according to the Academia's policies...
So that's why you two barged in like barbarians at this hour. Fine. I suppose I wasn't clear enough about this yesterday. What I meant was, according to the Academia's policies, all products of research must be destroyed. That's why we can't let the Academia discover that place. Anyway, the first thing I did was repair Karkata. During my time at the Academia, I took an elective course at the Spontamod. Who knew it would prove useful one day? We then buried Abatui together. After organizing the research materials, I kept some as a souvenir. Most of it was burned to hide the evidence. I'm not with the Academia, so what do their policies have to do with me? On the other hand, I am the Forest Watcher of the Avidia Forest. I have a duty to protect all life in the forest. All life brought forth in this world has meaning, and Karkata is no exception. If it exists, then it shouldn't be carelessly abandoned or destroyed.
That's great! Wait, you just said life form. You recognize Karkata as a true living being now?
The possibility exists is all. It's hard to explain Karkata's efforts to repair Abatui. Abatui only left behind a small portion of his research. Who knows how many commands he installed? Maybe a conflict between all those commands resulted in this sort of behavior. From a more rigorous perspective, it is impossible to conclude that Karkata is a real life form. But the possibility exists. I am willing to believe in that. By the way, I'm not interested in continuing research on this subject. I'm just letting it hang out here because this place is relatively secluded. But as things stand now, it wouldn't be a bad idea to make it my research assistant. At the very least, it can record my experiments. What do you think?
Lovely. Why does it feel like the game's dropping frames? Why is the game dropping frames right now? Oh, I need... Yeah, there we go, that's perfect.
When people at the academia included me in a group photo, they would also send me a copy. I have zero interest in group photos. But I also wouldn't just throw them away. I stored them all in a box. After coming back yesterday, I looked through them and found one with Abatui. I gave it to Karkata and it seemed happy. That's good enough.
Brilliant. This is absolutely, like, easily, yeah, one of the best quests. That scene was fantastic. I'd already seen it, so I knew it was coming. But that was still fantastic anyway. Oh, come on, lazy developers. There was in a past event where Wanderer was around. If you tried to read his mind from Nahida, he said, "You're too hungry, my mind." That was a really cool addition. That's lovely. So, unfortunately, when I teleport away, they're going to disappear, aren't they? Let's get a little photo of Tainari. I like to do this after quests. I got loads of screenshots with Zhongli after both of his story quests. I just pose with the characters. So unfortunately, you don't get other chances to do it. Come on, Nahida, do the swings. Well, this quest, like I said, that Yelan quest wasn't really about Yelan much at all. Like, the characters weren't really connected to her. It was only about Yelan because she was in it, and it was about spy stuff, and it showed her doing spy stuff. It didn't develop her character really. It just showed it off and a little bit of her personality. And the theme of the story was really good, but I don't really see how it was relevant to Yelan either. Like, that story was more about the villain than it was Yelan, which is weird. I mean, like, if this game was about Yelan, if Yelan was the main character, that would actually be like a good thing. Because it'd be fleshing out the villain, but it's not. It's one story quest in this massive game, so it's kind of weird for it to be ultimately more about the villain than the character the story is supposed to be about. But that quest actually was much more so about Tainari. Of course, all the themes there connect back to Tainari. The character is someone he does know from the past. Is dealing with the academia, which is also a character from his past and from the main story of the game as well. It's really good. This is absolutely one of the best story quests, possibly the best. It sounds stupid to say that right after just doing another one saying it's one of the best. But yeah, this is a fantastic one. If I leave, they're gonna despawn. Oh, before I... There we go. So if I just warp over here. And now they're going to be gone, unfortunately. Well, probably. Maybe you're not. But yeah, they are going to be. I wish they did hang around.
Next on the agenda...
What's the time? 9 o'clock. Okay.
We're way behind schedule.
I'm thinking maybe look into doing Baiju's quest.
Everyone hold hands.
The most recent batch of raw materials is flying off the shelves. The boss's intel proved to be useful once again.
$174 plus 33, that's 207. How many wishes have I earned today? Didn't I have like 205, so I've earned like 2? That's good. I have 48 star glitter. Didn't I only have 40 earlier? Did I get some from I got the another one of these catalysts. Didn't I? This thing, it's just the worst Skyward Atlas. Kind of. So, Yanfei has been really disappointing me so far, which is a massive shame. I wanted her as a placeholder for Hu Tao, as a pyro DPS character. So she's basically just kind of like a weaker Hu Tao, basically. But so far, I mean, she is level 70, her talents are very low level, but she has a 5-star weapon, which I thought would have been doing a lot more for her, but it isn't really. I really would have hoped for more out of this. But yeah, there's still plenty of work to be done. I still need to actually give her Vaporize setup.
Next on the agenda.
I still need to level up her artifact. She's using basic Wanderer's Troop, which I would have thought is decent because again, it's straight up increasing her damage by 35%. I thought it counted a normal and charge attacks. Turns out it is just charge attacks for her, actually. Yeah, I'll be back in a minute, and then we'll do Baiju's, because we've already done a little bit of that. Unless there's... Oh, I've also done a little bit of Ayatos. I've done like 2 scenes of it, though. Yeah, let's do Baiju's.
It's so nice to de-stress. Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do. It's so nice to de-stress. Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do. If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world. It's so nice to de-stress. Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do. It's so nice to de-stress. If you lie on the grass, you can feel the heartbeat of the world. Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do.
Alrighty, let's do Baiju's quest.
Dad!
Oh, are you?
Dad, you remember me!
Yes, I remember now. Oh, are you? I'm so sorry. You must have been worried sick. Has your mom shown up yet? She's been gone for a while, hasn't she?
Don't worry, Dad. I got the Adventurers Guild to help us look for her. And Dr. Baiju's gonna help too. Right now, all you need to do is concentrate on getting better.
Great. That's wonderful. I can't thank you enough, Dr. Baiju. My pleasure, really. It's the least I can do to honor my late master's dying wish. If anything, I should be apologizing to you for not making the time to visit in all these years. Not at all, Dr. Baiju. It's only because Jiang Li, What was her reason again? You're still in the early stages of recovery, so you'll need to take it easy for a while. Take it slowly and try not to overexert yourself.
I suggest you stay at Boo Boo Pharmacy and rest for at least the next few days.
Director Hu, do you have any further reservations about Jia Liang's condition?
It seems like the evil presence is gone after all. You really did manage to suppress it, huh? But how did you accomplish this in a single night?
That would be a trade secret, I'm afraid. If that gives you any cause for concern, you may continue to monitor Jia Liang for as long as you wish. Though I regret to say that Boo Boo Pharmacy cannot offer to reimburse Wang Sheng Funeral Parlor for any revenue lost in the meantime.
Oh, come on, Baizhu. I'm not that unreasonable.
I really like this rivalry between them. Because it was, I mean, like, element-wise, it makes sense. Actually, it makes sense on a lot of fronts. Baizhu is a healer. Hu Tao doesn't like healers. Healers actively anti-synergize with Hu Tao, as far as I understand. I'm pretty sure she gets stronger when she's at lower health. I know her burst gets stronger. I don't remember if her regular attacks also get stronger. They probably do. People say, like, stop running healers in my Hu Tao. If it just made her burst stronger, they would be so averse to it. Yeah, so they're polar opposites in that one's a healer and one doesn't like being healed. One is fire and the other one is plant, which of course hates fire. Also, one is a doctor and one is a doctor that likes to save lives, and one is profits off the dead. I mean, of course, their personalities and their ideals towards this clash is perfect. Two characters make a lot of sense for clashing. So I'm really glad they brought them together. Plus, Hu Tao is just great. Hu Tao's great. She should get a rerun soon, because her last rerun was in February, and Yalan's last rerun was in, like, very early June, April. So if Yalan can get a rerun next banner, Hu Tao is overdue for one. Which is problematic, because again, I think the Eula Klee banner was the first banner I've actually skipped, ever. Every other banner I have wished on to get at least one of the 5 stars. I do remember, of course, my first proper banner was Nahida and Nilu's rerun. Once I got Nahida, because I was still early days, so I didn't know what I was doing, so I tried to get Nilu as well, and I mean, that was fair, because Nilu and Nahida are a pretty good pair, I think. But I didn't end up getting her, unfortunately. But, I do want to get Nilu next time she runs, because I mean, I love her burst animation, it's awesome. But she also seems very powerful and interesting. And she has, like, special synergy with Bloom, I heard. Where am I going with this? Yeah. So there's potentiality that I want to pull on Yelan, I want to pull on Zhongli, I would like to get Child, but realistically, I'll probably get Child on his next rerun. I want A could be the next banner after Zhongli, because A is also due for a rerun. She last ran in December to January. She started running, I think, the day after Christmas. And she ran into January. So she's probably going to get another run again soon. Or maybe she'll get one a little bit prior to Christmas. But she'll get... Raiden will get a rerun by the end of the year, definitely. So I mean, that's, what is it, 8th month of the year? So it's 4 months to save for A. Hu Tao really should get another rerun by the end of the year. I'm potentially looking at having to wish once again on every single banner in a row, which is no longer going to be sustainable because, of course, less primos.
I've been stuck indoors for too long. Baiju, take me outside for some air, or I'm going to suffocate.
Ah, yes, of course. Everyone, please excuse Qiangsheng and myself for a moment.
Suffering now, are we? Did you seriously expect to cover it up just by putting on a brave face and ignoring it? If it weren't for my quick thinking, they'd have all seen the sorry state you're in by now. But in any case, why must you keep this a secret from everybody? You should at least share your secret with one person you trust.
Who's there? Why did you follow us here? Oh, it's nothing. I just needed to get some air.
What did I just say about putting on a brave face? Traveler, Paimon, the truth is, Baiju did not cure Jialiang's illness. Instead, he transferred some of his own life force to his patient to temporarily subdue the poison in his system. Baiju, can you please explain all of this?
My predecessors in medicine forged a contract with Qiangsheng. Every successor to this contract is able to use Qiangsheng's secret art to treat patients. I believe the irregularities with Jialiang's heart meridian were likely caused by a poison concocted using god remains as a key ingredient. The poison has not been purged from Jialiang's system. Rather, I infused him with some of my own life force, using Qiangsheng as the delivery medium. This will suppress the poison's effects for a limited time.
Qiangsheng? You can do that? Huh. Paimon always thought you were just Baiju's strange choice of a necklace. Hey, I'll have you know that I commanded the respect of even the Adepti back in Chenyu Vale. If anything, he is my mannequin. I was treating patients with Baiju's master's master long before he ever set eyes on his first medical text. Whoa, guess you shouldn't judge a snake by its skin.
Please, that's enough.
Wait a sec. Huto was saying that the branch of medicine you studied uses some pretty dubious methods. So, when you transfer your life force, does that mean you're actually damaging your own body?
Hardly. Qiangsheng helps to keep my chi in balance, so there is no great harm done.
Still, Baiju's life force is not unlimited. We must find a way to neutralize the poison in Jialiang's body, and soon. Traveler, Paimon, would you lend this dummy a hand? He needs someone checking up on him, or he'll exhaust himself trying to accomplish everything on his own. Baiju, don't you think you should seize this opportunity? You cannot expect to hide this from everyone for your entire life. Time will see that all secrets surface eventually.
Entire life. Thank you, Traveler and Paimon.
Huh. Paimon doesn't think we've seen this side of you. But there's no need to thank us. You've helped us out before.
The poison in Jialiang's system must have accumulated over a prolonged period. I think I should pay a visit to their family home and look for clues as to how he might have been exposed to it. Yes, I asked Ayu this morning before you arrived. He told me that his family lives in a secluded spot to the west of Qingsa village. Let's head there together once I've asked Gui and Qiqi to look after the pharmacy. As well as investigating Jialiang's exposure to the poison, We should also keep an eye out for Ayu's missing mother, my fellow disciple, Jiangli.
Oh, hello. Zhao? That's sweet. Probably is. Is Zhao an Adeptus? He's a Yaksha. A Yaksha Adeptus? I don't remember.
We're way behind schedule.
But I remember finding this house many times. I'm glad it's finally getting some use.
Whoa! There's a house all the way out here? Huh. It's so well hidden, Paimon's never noticed it before.
Nor have I. And I've hosted clinics at Qingsa Village many times in the past. If you ask me, Jiangli was trying to remain unnoticed.
Oh, that reminds Paimon. We meant to ask earlier, but it slipped our minds in the rush to get here. Could you tell us more about Jiangli? You said she was your fellow disciple, right?
She was indeed. We studied medicine together under the same master near Chenyu Vale. She is several years older than I and also began her travels far earlier than me. As a result, the time I spent studying alongside her was rather short.
Supposedly, she met an herb gatherer sometime during her travels and decided to settle down with him. That must have been Jialiang.
Wait, Changsheng, are you saying neither of you had actually met Jialiang or Ayu before all of this?
Jiangli did occasionally come back to Chenyu Vale to see our master, but for whatever reason, she hardly ever talked about her family. The last time she visited us, she and Master had some sort of quarrel. We never heard from her after that. It almost seemed as if she'd gone into hiding.
Quarrel? What happened?
I don't know. I did not witness the argument myself.
Nor did Master ever explain it to me. All he would say is that should I ever encounter Jiangli or her family in the future, I should do everything in my power to help them.
Oh, so that's why you went to such extreme lengths to help Jialiang.
No. Even if my master had never said anything, it would still be my duty as a doctor to help him. My decision would have remained the same.
Paimon never knew you were so selfless, Baiju. Paimon always had you down as the sneaky, scheming type. Sorry.
So a few words from me is enough to dispel all your suspicions, You ought not be quite so quick to relax your guard, Paimon. Sometimes even the good guys have their own private agenda.
What the... Okay, that was the most suspicious-sounding thing you've ever said.
Let's leave the idle chatter there for now, Jiangli has lived in this house for many years. There must be something here that can shed a little light on this whole situation. Let's split up. But if anyone finds anything, we'll examine it together.
It's so nice to de-stress.
I'm sorry, I just found a clip. I'm assuming it's from the Windbloom Festival of Collei and Sucrose meeting each other.
Hello! Should we really be off work this early? There is still a lot left to do.
Alright. Perfect. Alright, well, fuck, we done. I did go on my phone in middle act, so I was getting a bit, but I should have just skipped it.
Next on the agenda...
Look how time flies. Zhongli's had a son, and he's all grown up.
I wonder if Jiangli's changed at all, after all these years.
Traveler, Paimon, come quick! What is this?
Changsheng and I found a hidden compartment. This is what was hidden inside.
Huh. You sense it too? You're right. This is a poison concocted using god remains. Is it? Breathing? Paimon's not seeing things, is she?
No, your eyes do not deceive you. I do believe the poison in this bottle is alive. Some toxins act a lot like living organisms. I read about this once in the Origins and Symptoms of Diseases. This ancient class of poisons consists of mother and minor loads, capable of sustaining a connection over vast distances. If it's a concoction of this kind we're dealing with, then both the poison in Jialiang's system and this one here are likely minor loads. Offshoots, essentially.
Offshoots? So, the main body is somewhere else?
Correct. Whoever is administering the poison can manipulate the source to indirectly control the poisoned individual's behavior and even cognition. Similarly, the poisoned individual will hear, to a varying extent, the call of the source.
The call of the... Wait. So, back when Jialiang ran off, maybe that explains where he was heading!
Only one thing could have been drawing him there. The source of the god remains used as the poison's key ingredient, the mother lode.
This is getting crazier and crazier. What kind of person would do all this just to poison Jialiang? Hey, why has everyone gone quiet all of a sudden? Since this poison was carefully hidden away in a secret compartment, the one who concocted it is likely a resident of the house. You mean Jialiang? Why would he poison himself? Think a little harder, Paimon. Someone else who lives here, and who might have expertise in crafting drugs. Huh? So you're saying... it was Zhongli? Wait, but that doesn't make any sense either! Why would she poison her own husband?
I agree. It makes little sense. Jiangli does not strike me as the kind of person who would do such a thing.
Look at the facts, though. How many people in the entirety of Liyue have the ability to concoct a poison from god remains?
It's too early to draw any conclusions. We should question Jia Liang about it once he has made more progress in his recovery. Yes. According to the Origins and Symptoms of Diseases, the minor loads will disappear if the mother load is purged. So if we can find and destroy the source of these god remains, The poison will leave Jialiang's system without the need for any further treatment. Do you know anything about god remains in Qingsa village?
Even the history books have no record of this. The only ones who'll know anything are those old fogies who have been hanging around here since the beginning of time. Didn't you used to be on good terms with the Adepti, though? You sure they didn't tell you anything about this? Well,
Changsheng's memories and powers are not what they were in her prime. These days, she has to enter a contract with a mortal and share their life force just to sustain her own life. I fear that such ancient events are long gone from her memory by now.
Whoa, what? Enter a contract? Share life force? Sounds like some pretty spooky sorcery if you ask Paimon. Hey, plenty of people would jump at the chance to join forces with a powerful being like me. With my assistance in rebalancing your chi, not only can you extend your lifespan, but you will also be stronger, healthier, and able to eat whatever you like with no risk of upsetting your stomach. Stronger and healthier? Wow, that's amazing!
The snake is surprisingly well voice acted. I like the way they do a hiss sound with every S.
Baiju, maybe when you retire, you can let Paimon sign a contract with Changsheng for a few days.
Unfortunately, Changsheng's contract has strict requirements regarding the host's temperament. None of her hosts have ever been exempted from these rules. I fear that I will be unable to accommodate your wishes, Paimon.
Temperament? Hey! What are you trying to say? Did you just subtly insult Paimon to her face? Ugh! Paimon's mad! You're getting ugly nicknames, both of you! Baiju, you're Mannequin Man! Changsheng, you're just a pain in the neck! This is exactly why your natural temperament makes you woefully unsuited to being my host.
All right, everybody, calm down. Back to the matter at hand. Is there any way at all for us to seek counsel from the Adepti about this?
With how antisocial they are, if it were up to them, they'd go their whole lives without showing their faces to the common folk. What?
Seems you're as well connected as they say, Traveler. We are truly fortunate to have you on our side.
There's no way we bring Ganyu into this as well.
If you're talking about who Paimon thinks you're talking about,
But it's going to be like Couch Retainer,
better
isn't
do
it?
the honors.
Which is a shame. Oh! Zhao? Oh! We're just bringing everyone to his quest? That's cool. If this is like if this is like a new design philosophy, because I mean, what? After this, the most recent quest is Yoimiya's second one, which I haven't done yet. So I don't know if they bring like Inazuma characters into that. But I distinctly remember in past story quests, it's just the character you're with. I'm a big fan of bringing in these other characters. If this is indicative of a changing design philosophy, and story quests from now on are going to have more characters popping in as it makes sense to, that's fantastic. So Hu Tao's inclusion in this quest is pretty good, because like I said, they actually have a really good conflict there. And Zhao's inclusion, I personally think it should be Ganyu. I mean, Zhao has like a main story quest. That's the thing. He's involved with the chasm arc. Ganyu has like... Ganyu is weird. Ganyu is such like a beloved character, or at least she used to be. Yet, she does not have a lot of screen time. She has like one scene in a quest and then one cutscene, and that's it. Then she appears a bit in some events, and she has her own story quest, and that's it. I thought she would have a lot more screen time. Prior to playing the game, I thought Ganyu was the main character, because of how Maxor talks about her. I mean, I think this should be Ganyu. If there's going to be anyone, it should be Ganyu, not Zhao. because Zhao gets more screen time than Ganyu. And I'm more interested in Ganyu and the character. Just, like, Zhao is a good character, but Ganyu is more interesting to me. Just because Ganyu is more unique to me. Zhao is just like a typical hardened warrior type. Ganyu is about loneliness and growing with culture and heritage and stuff. It's a much more interesting concept, I think, to work with. Not to mention, of course, Zhao's whole warrior thing. Any other character in this entire game can really do that. There's many other characters who can tap into the same themes as Zhao, but there's not as many that do Ganyu. So I think Ganyu deserves more screen time. That's that's my point.
Gets Paimon every time.
Are all Adepti in the habit of materializing out of thin air like this?
Well, this is unexpected.
Huh? It's you.
Baizhu of Boo Pharmacy. I do believe I've had the pleasure before. The Lantern Rite, when we met briefly, I was unaware of your true identity. I must apologize for the discourtesy.
Huh? You two already know each other?
Our paths have crossed once before. I sense the presence of evil spirits. Is this why you called me? So someone has been concocting demonic poison.
When did Zhao last get a run? I feel like it's been a really long time since he last got a rerun, actually. Is Zhao on the rerun list? Because I'd be interested in him, because he's basically like an Animo. He's Animo. So he's like an Animo Hu Tao. Which kind of sucks, because Pyro. Wanderer kind of irks me, because of course he's Animo, but because of how he's designed, he doesn't get any elemental reactions. It seems like it could be the same for Zhao. Probably a little bit less so. Hu Tao and also Kokomi to an extent really pissed me off with how their abilities disable if you switch to a different character. But for Kokomi, at least with Kokomi, like it's her elemental burst, but you still always get the benefit of refreshing her elemental skill with it. But Hu Tao, if you activate her elemental skill, you need to use her until it runs out, because otherwise you're just wasting 30% of your health. If you use it and then switch to another character and then switch back, you just have a cooldown and you lose a buff, which I think is really stupid. I'm not a fan of that. Genshin is all about switching characters, so I'm not a fan of these characters which actively discourage you from switching. But it's much worse with Hu Tao than it is with Ganyu. What? Than Kokomi. Because Kokomi's is just her burst, and even then it's not that bad of an issue. Whereas with Hu Tao, she loses a significant amount of what makes her good. Just for you wanting to play the game the way it's intended, in most cases. So that irks me.
Too often, fervent desires drive mortals to abandon all regard for their own safety. It is lamentable.
Point is, I think Zhao also has that problem with his elemental burst. I think his burst deactivates if you switch off him, and so does Daya's, and so does Cyno. Yeah, none of those characters I'll ever bloody use, and I hate bursts which disable if you switch to another character. If the burst buffs a character, then fine, have the burst disappear when you switch to another character, but then have it re-emerge when you switch back. I mean, that probably didn't make sense. Just, no, it does make sense. Of course, some characters deploy their burst onto a field, some apply a buff to themselves. If they apply a buff to themselves, the buff shouldn't go away just because you switch to a different character. The buff shouldn't benefit that character, of course, but you should be able to switch back and still have not wasted your burst.
I now know what you seek. It is true that a god's remains are buried beneath the foundations of Qingce village. A vile monster known as the Che once wrought havoc over this land, before it was subdued by Rex Lapis. The land was finally cleansed of poison when Rex Lapis used statues in his likeness to seal the serpent's remains. Qingce village was founded some time after that. The seal is still mostly intact. If the Che is the source, then it must be some of its blood leaking from deep underground. However, its aura is faint and barely detectable. You will need to investigate further to identify the location of the leak. I do not like to intervene against mortals unless absolutely necessary, but when demonic forces are involved, things can spiral out of control. If that happens, be sure to call my name again. Nothing. I do not wish to sway decisions that are mortals to make, but immortality may not be the blessing that you imagine it to be.
I shall treasure your words of instruction, Master Adeptus.
Farewell.
What a strange Adeptus. Rather different from the way I remember them. That's Xiao for ya! And thanks to him, we finally got some concrete info to go off of.
If the god remains are leaking from underground, Jiangli must be paying a visit to a subterranean cave on her herb-gathering trips. If we can find the cave...
Master, there's a problem.
Gui? Did you run all the way from Boo Boo Pharmacy?
What happened? Don't panic. Just catch your breath and tell me everything.
It's Jiaoliang. He was fine one minute, and then he suddenly took a turn for the worse.
Already? How? Based on past experience, he should have been fine for the next 3 days at least.
It seems that my worst fears have been confirmed. Everyone, back to Boo Boo Pharmacy now!
Do I spend my resin? I have 114 left to gain. At a rate of 15 resin every 2 hours. How long would it take me to get 114 resin? 114, no. 114 divided by 15, that's 7.6. So times that by 2, that's 15.5 hours. 15.5 hours. Okay, so 10 o'clock plus, so be at 1 PM tomorrow, I would hit maximum resin. Okay, that's good. So I'm not gonna spend any resin for the rest of the day. I'm gonna save it and then, or I can just wake up and play Genshin before 1 PM. And I'll spend 60 resin on talent books and my other resin on trounce domains. Unfortunately, I won't be able to get started on the next gift set immediately because third chest it? No. I can't get working on the next gift set immediately because I need to save currency for transient resin.
Dad, what's wrong? Dad?
Don't be scared. Dr. Baishu will be back soon.
How is he doing?
Dr. Baishu, you're back! My dad was doing fine earlier, but then he suddenly started coughing up blood. Now he can't even get a full word out anymore.
When Gui left, he was still conscious. But now...
Gui, please take Jialiang to the back room and prepare for treatment.
Yes, of course.
Don't worry, Ayu. I will cure your father.
Baishu's not gonna use Changsheng's secret art again, is he? Is there really no other way to save Jialiang?
Is Baishu interested? Because, of course, immortality is very much like, ooh, an evil thing. Because logically, being immortal would drive you fucking insane. It's inevitable. Is it possible he wants immortality so that he can infinitely use this sacrifice his own life force to treat a patient method? If he was immortal, then he could just do it infinitely, and he could cure everyone of every disease ever. I feel like that might be what's going on.
Oh, please don't worry. Dr. Baishu will find a way.
I kind of wish Chi-Chi was just like, nah, he's gonna die. It's not, if the game doesn't do anything to really explain how Chi-Chi's a zombie. She's just a child that died, and she's a zombie now. Just don't know how. I know Chi-Chi back in the day was considered like the best character in the game, and now she's considered like maybe average at best. I looked at her kit, if I remember correctly, she has cryo sub DPS.
It's so nice
and
to
a
de-stress.
cryo infusion and healing. I'm not sure about the cryo infusion part. It might be a cryo coordinated attack. I mean, regardless, by what I've seen, it seems like she has a lot of potential still. Regardless, my two top priorities from Standard Banner are catching a Mona, still. Probably, oh no, that's history. Details. I don't know if you can see this. List of items. See, a character I want most from Standard Banner is catching, then Mona, and then either Chi-Chi or Tainari, and then Diluc, and then... Well, I already have Jean. But maybe I'd even prefer Constellations for Jean rather than Dea. Dea is just a nightmare. I mean, Dea's kit, from what I played of it, just seems fucking awful. It doesn't seem strong, and it isn't fun to use. And she's a Claymore user. Because of course she is. If I lose a 50-50, I'm going to be so angry if I get Dea.
if I get Catching or Mona, I'm okay with losing 50-50. Kind of. As long as I can still actually get the character. I'm so jealous of people that say they have, oh yeah, I have like 50 Catching, give me one! I think trading should be a thing. Like, if one person gets a 5-star they don't like, it wouldn't make the game lose any money. The same amount of wishes would still be cast. But people would still be wishing the same amount, people would still be getting the same amount of Primo Gems. It's that if you get a character you don't like, you can trade for another player who has it and they don't want it. It's like if I was insane and I wanted Daya, and another player had Daya but I didn't, I could say, hey, I have the Catching right here, you take Catching and I'll take your Daya. Boom, done. Those are both characters of equal value. So they're both on a standard banner. They both have the same probability of being obtained as well. So it doesn't change anything about the actual game's economy. They only have to gain. The only thing they can't lose anything from adding in trading, and they can only gain more goodwill from a player base from allowing them more options to deal with shitty pools. Well, of course, I don't know if they should allow artifact trading, or material trading, or Primo Gems trading. Maybe it should just be characters and weapons. But I don't know. Because also there's like people that quit the game and stuff. I see plenty of people that, like, when they quit Warframe, they say, oh, I'm not going to play this fucking game anymore. Here's a bunch of completely invalid, illogical criticisms. I'm quitting this game, it's dog shit. I'm going to give away everything I have on my account. And I mean, that's cool. And there's people do the same thing with Genshin as well. I've seen it before. I've seen a lot of people levy stupid criticisms of this game. I don't like various people in the Genshin community. No one in particular, it's just dumb people who think they're smart, but no, they're dumb. It's in every community though, but I notice it particularly Genshin. Particularly the crowd that says like, oh yeah, Honkai Star Rail does all these things and it's so great. It's like, okay. They act like they're so smart for jumping off of Genshin Impact just to play another game made by the same developers. As if they're like super smart for doing that. I mean, never really justify anything they say. And hell, I've seen a lot of them get called out on just saying stuff which is factually incorrect before, which is also just not a good look for them. What am I doing? What am I even doing here? Yeah, if I'm going to lose a 50-50, I would like to do it once I've secured Zhongli, Yelan, Hu Tao, and A. Once I've gotten those last 4 characters, I don't really care what 5 stars I get anymore. Past that, it's whatever. At that point, I have basically everything I need in the game. Past that, it's just for shits and giggles. Really. So past that point, I would be absolutely 100% happy to lose a 50-50 and get Catching or Mona. Before that point, I would still be happy to get them because I do want them, but I would just be less happy because it puts more stress on me to get more primos. But of course, at least if you lose a 50-50, you're guaranteed the next time around.
How are you feeling, Dad? Are you still hurting anywhere? You're not gonna suddenly collapse again, are you?
Much better, Ayu. I'm feeling much better. In fact, I can't explain it, but somehow I feel even better than usual. Wait, where's Dr. Baiju? I still haven't had a chance to thank him. Seems he moved me here before I came to.
Master said he needed to take a quick rest and asked me to bring you out of the treatment room. He hasn't emerged yet, so he must still be resting.
Oh, really? Well, he must be tired from treating me for 2 nights in a row. I don't know how I can begin to repay him for saving my life. I'll have to discuss it properly with Jiang Li once we find her.
Paimon often, I mean, like I said with the, when I had to go at Paimon for ruining the moment with Tainari's quest, Paimon sometimes does act like a dumb character that everyone gets to explain things to so that it can be explained to the audience. I almost feel like that's justified for Genshin, because I know of dumb people that play this game. There are some really, really dumb people playing this game. Though they probably would be playing it whether or not everything got explained to them like they're idiots through Paimon.
Speaking of which, has there been any word of her whereabouts yet?
I was just saying that because I was feeling like Paimon was holding the urge to say that, oh my god, Baiju's slowly killing himself to save his patients. As if we aren't smart enough to figure it out for ourselves.
No, the Adventurers Guild hasn't gotten back to me yet. I'll go check with them again in a bit.
I'll come with...
Don't forget what Master said. You're still not out of the woods yet, Jialiang. I strongly suggest that you stay and rest at Boo Boo Pharmacy for now. I can accompany Ayu to the Adventurers Guild.
I suppose you're right. I'll have to rely on you this time. Though, on the bright side, this means I can thank Dr. Baiju in person once he's finished resting.
Traveler? Baiju hasn't shown his face ever since he went in to treat Jialiang again. Do you think he... Huh? Hey, wait up!
Huh?
You're finally awake? That was far too risky. Even with me here to help you balance your chi.
There was no time. I had no other choice. In any case, it was not completely without benefit to myself. I managed to learn something.
Also, is it just me, or Baiju's irises, look like snake eyes? Is that intentional?
Jiang Li's design is quite brilliant. She makes numerous innovations that I can learn from. Alas, if only there wasn't a catch.
He looks like a reptilian.
So, how much longer do you think Baiju's gonna nap for? They've been outside waiting for you the whole time while you were asleep. Shall we at least go and show our faces?
All right.
Surely he hasn't. There's no way he could have just... Who's talking behind our backs again? Ah! Baizu! Changsheng!
Of course. There's no need to be concerned. I merely had to transfer a rather large amount of life force on this occasion. But, with Changsheng's help, I will recover in time.
Jialiang seemed fine yesterday. Why did he need more life-saving treatment again so soon?
I made an error in my initial diagnosis. Jialiang is in fact suffering from more than one ailment.
Fucking hell, this poison! Their wife or whatever, I hardly been paying attention. I mean, at one point I got interested, but then I went on my own dialogue, my own monologue here, and then I kind of forgot what was happening. So I got interested, started talking about how I was interested and how Ganyu should be there instead of Zhao, and then I kind of forgot what was happening. This poison the wife cooked up or whatever is fucking crazy.
And as a result, his life force depleted at a greater rate than I had anticipated.
What? You mean, even if you got all the poison out of him, he'd still be sick?
Yes. But more pertinently, the poison in Jialiang's system is there precisely because it is being used to manage his underlying medical condition. Jialiang has a rare congenital heart condition, and ongoing treatment is essential to maintaining healthy functioning of his heart meridian. Left untreated, it puts the patient at risk of coughing up blood and fainting, and in the longer term, causes irreversible damage to the internal organs. Though it was created from god remains, this formula is not a poison in Jialiang's case. Rather, it's his medication.
Never mind.
Had he not taken it all these years, he likely would have died a long time ago.
Still, using poison to treat a disease is hardly a viable long-term solution. As time passed, and the poison accumulated in his system, it began to impact his cognition. Moreover, the longer he relied upon this medicine, the more resistant his body became to it. Jiang Li had to concoct ever greater quantities to ensure its continued efficacy, or he could have still perished at any moment.
That explains why Ayu said his dad has been getting worse, and why his mom went off to gather herbs.
God remains are extremely dangerous to be around, because humans have no natural defense against them. I shudder to think how many times Jiang Li has exposed herself to them. I fear that the situation is just as that Adeptus described. In an effort to save Jialiang's life, Jiang Li has abandoned all regard for her own safety.
I never suspected that even Jiang Li would turn to the same path as so many others over the years. Perhaps this is the inevitable course of fate.
That's the same course Baiju's going down, sacrificing his own life force. Is there a theme going on here?
To sacrifice one's own life to save others. To go beyond human means in order to do the impossible, whatever the cost may be.
Well, I think that it's too early to say with any certainty what fate has in mind. In any case, I have stabilized Jialiang's condition for now, so our immediate priority should be to get ourselves back to Qingsa village and find out where Jiang Li is. Her regular exposure to god remains over such a long period will have been catastrophic for her health, and given that she's already been missing for several days, I am fearing the worst.
It's me, Traveler, Dr. Baiju.
It's Jialiang! Don't tell Paimon you overheard everything already.
Dr. Baiju, please let me come with you. You've already done so much for my family. I can no longer just sit here and watch while you put yourself at risk for Jiang Li's sake. After all, if it wasn't for me, she wouldn't have had to put herself in harm's way in the first place. I know I won't be of much help in battle, but at the very least, I can show you the way. I'm sure I'll be able to remember. I know there's a spot where she says goodbye to me every time she goes to gather her herbs. I'm sure I'll remember. I have to remember.
Be careful. If you get too agitated, your blood pressure and stress levels will rise, putting further pressure on your heart. For your own safety, you should stay here and rest.
No! We're out of time! We have to go now. Right now. Before I forget everything again.
This trip will be extremely dangerous, and there is a very real possibility that you will not return from it. Are you sure you're prepared for that?
I never expected to live this long in the first place. My death is already long overdue. So why should I fear it? There's only one thing I fear now, and that's that I'll forget her again before we manage to find her.
Very well. Then follow me.
Dr. Baiju, are you heading out again?
Yes. This could be a long one. Could you please prepare a dose of the usual formula? Please add an extra measure of mistgrass pollen, and 1 dose each of the ingredients from the 3rd and 5th compartments of my medicine cabinet. I hope it works.
Dr. Baiju, do you mean...
Hop to it now, and remember to be careful with the cauldron this time. You don't want to burn yourself again.
Okay.
Show me your prescription.
Next on the agenda...
I kind of want to find his chest. I thought I already had all the chests which are down here. Ah, clearly not.
Beautiful treasures are a cause for great happiness.
Because leeway is less rewarding to explore than other regions, which kind of sucks. Really? Ah. You know, really, these chests basically just give me more. Not even the artifacts of really any value.
Wind strike.
Who says there aren't benefits to a life of wandering?
There we go.
That strange feeling is back. It's just like the day I went missing. It's as if something inside me is trying to guide me somewhere.
The Motherlode's influence is growing stronger. But is it because we're getting closer to the source? Or because the leakage of Che blood is growing more severe? Jialiang, can you sense which direction the source is in?
I think it's this way. Yes, I'm sure of it. I feel a dull ache in my heart. This must be the way. This place feels familiar. I think I've been here before.
There is an inauspicious presence here. Even I can sense it.
I think I remember this place.
Jialiang, are you okay? Maybe you should rest here while we continue the search.
No, I have to keep going. Jiangli is still waiting for me. Then let's hurry.
Here we go. Is that Geo? Why is it always fucking Geo? Who gives a shit about Geo? And Geo and Dendro don't mix, they don't react.
This place gives Paimon the creeps. Who knows what we're gonna find up ahead?
The digging marks here appear amateur and rather old. I suspect it is a thieves' tunnel.
A thieves' tunnel? Paimon has heard rumors about treasure around these parts before. Maybe it was the treasure hoarders that dug this tunnel.
Judging by the tools they left behind, it's certainly a possibility. But why did they abandon this place without even stopping to pack up their tools?
I remember now. She took me here once and told me that she'd found a way to save me in this cave. But she said that the method would cause me to, curses. Why can't I remember what she said?
Easy, Jialiang. Come on, let's keep going.
Righty, Baiju. I don't remember his kit, because it was months ago. He's a catalyst? Okay, that does a lot. That is a lot of word salad. That's just a bloody essay you've written for me there. That's a lot. But it seems good. 38,000 HP. Of course, oblige. No, I don't know why I'm reading it. %12 max HP? 12%? Hot damn, that's 12%. That's a lot. Oh yeah, he has a shield. I completely forgot.
Reading his kit, he actually seems really
Mind
strong.
the side effects. Yeah.
Oh, that seems really low range though. Is it really like? Oh, okay. Well, that's kind of. This is what Nahida gets. Pierces through enemies infinitely without losing any damage. Good distance. Buys you. Yeah. I mean, it looks cool. It's kind of like the Inazuma detective guy, which I'm not very fond of. I think he looks stupid. That guy has really low range on his attacks. Part of the appeal of Dendro characters, Catalyst characters, is that
a bitter pill to swallow.
they're supposed to have decent range.
Right
So
now,
let's just slap down the eye here and then see that.
Taking a turn for the better.
You know, right? Seems interesting.
Whoa, there's a sensor here. Those treasure hoarders sure made themselves at home.
I believe this sensor was used to burn a monster-repelling incense.
A monster repelling incense? You sure? 'Cause we did run into that group of monsters just now.
The incense was burned several days ago. If I had to guess, the monsters we fought just now were enticed here by some entity deeper inside the cave. No doubt an encounter with the very same entity was what prompted the treasure hoarders to flee and abandon their designs on this cave. After them, Jiang Li was the next person to discover this place and what lies inside. But to her, it presented an opportunity to save Jia Liang's life, albeit as a last resort.
That's right. This sensor, it belongs to Jiang Li. Yes, this was the place. This is where I told Jiang Li to give me the poison.
Jia Liang!
I'm fine. Let's keep going. I can feel it. She is right below us, waiting for me.
Okay, but do there be chests here though? This is really cool looking to me. He just coughed. Is that a regular counter dialogue? Is that specifically for his quest? If that's specifically for his quest, then that's awesome. Can we see his voice lines? No, of course not.
I can feel it. We're getting close. We're almost there. It's right up ahead. The place where we made a pact together to...
Aha! We can keep going now!
From the looks of it, the energy released by this mechanism can not only clear barriers, but also be conducted by corresponding mechanisms. Perhaps it's something we can make use of.
Is Hu Tao going to pop up again? This domain reminds me of Hu Tower domain. I wanted to check if it affects these purple crystal things, but I mean, it didn't affect these ones. So, probably not.
Mind the side.
Allow me!
Right here.
Remember,
I mean,
health comes first.
Damage for
A bitter pill to swallow.
And he does an Archon, and this doesn't have
Emerge right here.
So,
Mind the side effects.
this guy just died, really. What's the system to survive this one? There you go. Diligence books, it's good. I need quite a lot of those still. Still need something on you. I should get Ganyu's burst up at some point. You know, I'm tempted to do this, but I need books for Hazua. Hazua uses diligence. Zhangling uses diligence. Yao Yao uses diligence.
Next on the agenda.
And I don't use Ganyu's burst a lot, so. Though one thing I will point out about Baiju's healing here is that it only heals the active character, which is a pet peeve of mine. I'm pretty sure it is only the active character. Heals all nearby party members based on Baiju's max HP. Yeah, that sounds like only the active character. By nearby party members, it means co-op, I think. And then this is active character. So yeah, only healing active characters is a little bit problematic. Barbara heals your entire party at once. And she's quite unique in that now among healers. I thought all healers would heal all characters once, but no. Barbara seems to be the only healer in the game. Other than Kokomi when her burst is active. Kokomi needs her burst. Barbara just has it as a regular skill.
As tall as my big
Which is
sister.
interesting. But there's a big disadvantage in that, of course, since Barbara's healing technically is 4 times what it actually is, because you're healing 4 party members at once, that means Clamset is really, really strong on her. And so she can quite consistently hit that 30,000 damage cap. Barbara can. And even with my crappy build here, the talent is only level 7. The 30,000 health.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my
Which I mean,
big
considering
sister.
how much health she starts out with, 30,000 is actually kind of decent. But yeah, if you only heal the singular characters, then of course you lose a lot of potential value from clam set. Though due to the fact that Baiju doesn't have Kokomi's negative of having negative crit rate, and nor Barbara's negative of being bad. So Baiju wouldn't need clam set, but still, I mean, it's less of an option, and I think it should always be an option. Especially since it's one of the few good sources of physical damage other than Eula. And so we should encourage more build variety by making it good. I personally think they should remove the 30,000 damage cap from it. I mean, you can make Bennett's burst deal 1 million damage, over 1 million damage. Why is there a limit on it? Just let us go crazy.
Zhongli!
Look out! There's a monster next to her!
The god remains must have lured them here. Watch my back.
He's not even
Bitter pill to swallow.
No touching.
He wasn't. I thought you would like lock onto him. You didn't.
Dr. Baiju, how serious is it? Is she?
I spent a couple seconds.
I can
punching
still
the air.
feel a pulse, but her condition is quite grave. The god remains here are encroaching on her cognition, much as the poison in your system did to you. If we don't eliminate it soon, then even if we save her life, I fear that she may never wake up again.
Then, what are we waiting for? Let's destroy the remains right away!
It's not as simple as that. Don't you remember what Baiju said? The poison within Jialiang's body is inextricably linked to the god remains here. If the source is purged, the poison in his system will stop having any effect.
And the poison within Jialiang's body is keeping his heart condition under control. So, if it stops working... Oh no. Are you saying...
Indeed. If the god remains here are purged, then your life will come to an end.
I wondered when this day might come.
Wait! But we've all been working our butts off to save Jialiang's life! After all that, we can't just give up on him! Baiju, you're a great doctor! Surely you gotta know of some other way we can save him, right?
You could continue to take the poison, which would buy you some time. As for Jiang Li, maybe if we put our heads together, we can think of something?
It appears to me that she was striving to concoct your medicine for you, right up until the moment when she lost consciousness. Maybe it's her greatest wish that you will continue to take it and live.
Dr. Baiju, give it to me straight. How long does Jiang Li have?
The god remains have reached her internal organs. Under ordinary circumstances, I would give her less than 3 days. But if I were to treat her using a secret art...
But what would be the point of that? Dr. Baiju, I'm all too aware of the dangers of god remains. You are not the first to mention it to me. If I continue to sustain my own life using this wretched substance, not only would Jiang Li have to keep risking her life to make my medicine for me, but I would have to live with the looming threat of these remains breaking out and wreaking havoc not just upon me, but my entire family. I know for a fact that I should have died over a decade ago. The fact that I've been around to see Ayu grow up is already a great blessing from Rex Lapis. If my choice can bring Jiang Li back, then even if I die...
Jialiang.
After cheating death for so long, it seems I've grown somewhat addicted to life. Traveler, Dr. Baiju, could I have another minute with my wife? I just want to have one final moment together. Just a moment, that's all.
Of course.
Thank you, everyone. And I'm sorry that I won't be able to repay your kindness in this life.
Jialiang, Baiju, Changsheng, is there really nothing else you can do?
I am sure that over the years, Jiangli will have tried all the conventional methods known to humankind. As for less conventional methods, I have little expertise besides Changsheng's secret art.
Mortals are fated to grow old and pass on when their natural lifespan runs out. If it were so easy to combat the natural processes of aging and death, Jiangli would not have had to resort to unnatural methods.
It's kind of funny that this whole scenario is not affecting me nearly as much as a fucking robot placing the fucking mechanical parts on... I've forgotten his name. Aboti, whatever it is, something like that. Because that shit hurt. Even though I knew it was coming. I'd already seen that cutscene before. A part of it. I'd seen like the latter half of it. So I mean, I already knew that, I've forgotten robots' names as well even. Well, they weren't very memorable names, so it's not my fault. Well, I knew the robot was like gonna collapse as well. And still, that got to be a lot more than this is, unfortunately.
What a crazy situation.
Because
Jiangli
people suck.
risked it all to save Jialiang's life. And now, Jialiang has to sacrifice himself to save Jiangli. What's the point of it all?
I've seen many final farewells in my time, but I can never get used to it.
In the human realm, all things must come to an end. Is it not a fitting end to die for a worthy cause? At least, that's what generations of masters before you have always believed.
His irises are literally diamonds right now. What is Baiju? That's not normal.
The path they chose was indeed a heroic one. But when I think of those who would willingly sacrifice themselves for others, I cannot help but think that theirs are the lives least deserving of death.
When all this began, we agreed that once Ayu was old enough to help you gather herbs, it would be time for me to go. If you could only see him now. He took me all the way to Liyue Harbor to see the doctor. And he even got the Adventurers Guild to search for you. So, I know that you'll both be okay without me. I've said my goodbyes. My time has come. Do what you must.
As you wish.
It will eat away at both your cognition and your memories. In the end, you'll become little more than a shadow of your true self.
I'll take it. At the very least, it will allow me to stay with you and watch Ayu grow up.
Mom, something's really wrong with Dad.
Don't fret, Ayu. I will gather some medicinal herbs right away. I promise you, nothing will happen to our family.
Why would these memories come to mind now? The longer we live, the tighter we cling to what we have. Oh, how I would love to hear your voice one last time.
Oh. Fuck.
Jialiang! 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 Jialiang!
Dad, are you awake?
Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, worst story quest. Worst story quest. You ruined it.
Zhongli.
You ruined it. You ruined the whole thing. Oh, is he a zombie now?
Didn't I... Huh? What are
like Shishi?
these?
How does it feel to come back to life?
Do you feel strange or different in any way? If so, could you describe it to me in detail?
Dr. Baizhu, I thought that I was going to...
Die? You did indeed. As things stand now, you're more akin to a zombie than a human.
I'm a zombie?
That's right. Before we set off, I asked Chi-Chi to prepare an elixir of immortality. With its help, you have been suspended in the space between life and death. Of course, this is but a crude imitation of an Adeptus art. I don't expect it to extend your life indefinitely. Whether it will keep you alive for a few days, a few months, or a few years, I am as interested as you to find out. But, however long you have left, I believe it should be more than sufficient time for you to say your final goodbyes before departing the world in peace. I hope that Director Hu finds this arrangement to be a satisfactory one.
An elixir of immortality? How'd you cook that up? Ugh. Leave it to you to work on something like that behind my back.
It's a work in progress that hardly lives up to its name, and it would have had no effect were it not for Jialiang's iron will. In the end, I am merely a doctor. I understand very little of the great principles governing life and death and the perpetual cycle of yin and yang. All I know is that if I'm presented with a life that deserves to be saved, I will do everything in my power to save them. And even this would have counted for nothing without Director Hu's assistance. After all, did you not tell Jia Liang to show us the way before we set off for Qingce village?
Oops. And I'm busted.
Without Director Hu nudging things in the right direction, we may not have found Jiangli in time.
No wonder he didn't mention the elixir back then. I thought he was being frank and transparent with me for once, but apparently not.
Director Hu told me to keep her suggestion a secret, but it seems nothing escapes Dr. Baiju's attention.
Never underestimate a serpent's sense of smell.
All I wanted was to help Jialiang find his missing wife as soon as possible, so that he could be on his way to the afterlife without any unfulfilled wishes making the journey more difficult than it needs to be. Leave it to Boo Boo Pharmacy to snatch the perfect opportunity right out of my hands at the last hurdle. Never mind. I'll just have to put it down in the books as a deferred consideration. One Chi-Chi was enough of a conundrum. The last thing I need's another one. If I'd known this was coming, I'd have whisked him off to the Wangsheng funeral parlor the moment I found him.
You stay away from my dad! When I grow up, I'm gonna become an even better doctor than Mom and Baizhu, and cure Dad for good!
Oh, is that right? Well, you wouldn't be the first person who's tried to put Wangsheng funeral parlor out of business. If you're serious about it, you'll have your work cut out for you. Traveler, Paimon, I'll catch you all another time.
I really enjoyed Hu Tao's extended cameo in this quest. I think it's quite apt that Hu Tao is the best DPS in the game. In fact, she loves killing people because it's good for her business. So of course she's the best DPS in the game.
Is she finally gone? All's well that ends well. If you ask Paimon, we should probably do something to celebrate this hard-earned family reunion. At times like this, a grand celebratory feast is in order.
It feels like it was a whole lifetime ago when I last talked with Zhongli and Ayu around the dinner table.
Yay! Paimon can't wait! Alright, first things first, off to the market for some fresh ingredients. Let's go!
Wait up! I'll come too!
Baizhu, thank you so much for everything you've done for us.
Don't mention it, Zhongli. I was just doing my duty.
Just your duty, huh? Baizhu, Changsheng, would you mind if we took this conversation outside?
What?
Now that you are part zombie, there are some rules that you need to know.
Yes, ma'am. I'm listening.
First, don't forget to stretch your body regularly. Second, don't forget to...
Yes? Go on. Don't forget to...
I forgot. Now that you are...
oh, for God's sake.
First...
Seems like you put a lot of, a little bit of a budget into this story quest. Maybe because Baizhu was a character that had been around for a long time. And so they wanted to make sure that when they finally released him as playable and gave him a story quest, it was really good.
Time flies. It's been so long since we bade each other farewell.
I hate when we do this.
Changsheng, you're the same as ever. You haven't changed.
Why do I
bit.
walk slower than she does?
You, on the other hand, have changed a lot.
You're right. My younger self would have never imagined that things would one day turn out this way. Or that you'd turn out this way, Baizhu.
It definitely makes the story less interesting when he's a zombie. But I mean, I suppose it makes sense. Once you introduce the powers to turn people into zombies, it kind of fucks with the stakes. And of course, every time someone dies, you'd ask, oh, why not turn them into a zombie?
I've taken a look at your elixir of immortality. It's not altogether dissimilar from the poison I concocted in terms of the way it functions.
I have to say, Zhongli, it was a stroke of genius to use poison to maintain life. I hope you're not too upset at me for copying your methods.
No, not at all. With your intellect, even if you'd never seen my poison, I believe you would have eventually arrived at the same approach. But I'm still impressed by how quickly you managed to gain such a thorough understanding of it. Jialiang's still only been in your care for a few days. Not just that, you even managed to improve upon the original formula. That cannot be explained by intellect alone. Baizhu, be honest with me. Did you try out some of the poison on yourself?
Huh. Told you the truth would surface sooner or later.
Life force isn't the only thing that Changsheng's contract lets you transfer between bodies, is it?
Nothing gets past you, Zhongli. You are correct. Besides life force, Changsheng's secret art also allows for the transfer of toxins and diseases. When I treated Jialiang for the second time, I transferred some of the poison from his body into my own. Not only did this allow me to alleviate the burden on him, but it also gave me an opportunity to study its properties. There is no need to worry about any long-term consequences to my health, however. Now that the source has been destroyed, any remaining poison in me will have already dissipated.
But you took such a huge risk. If we hadn't destroyed the god's remains back there, then even you might have... What am I saying? I'm in no position to criticize you for this. The reason I left our master and went into hiding all those years ago was that he was getting old, and I didn't want him using up any more of his own life force to treat my husband. But in the end, how were my methods any different? I risked one life to save another, and then you tried the poison on yourself too. It looks like both of us have ended up going the same way as our master before us. Are all disciples of Chenyu Vale destined to turn out this way? To live a short life, having given away our own for the sake of others? To fight relentlessly against the natural course of life and death, whatever the cost? Maybe our fate is sealed the moment we decide to study medicine.
We are doctors, Jiangli. We ought never say that anyone's fate is sealed.
Baizhu, I can tell that, over the years, you've used the contract with Changshang to transfer many diseases and toxins to yourself. There are so many that, some of them, I don't even recognize. Can you still stop before it's too late?
I think you know the answer, Jiangli. Every one of us from Chenyu Vale believes in the same thing.
Hey, food's ready!
Mom, come and join us. The Traveler taught me a load of new recipes and said even Dad will be able to taste them. Come and try them out.
Yes, darling. Mom will be there in just a second. Hey, slow down. Baizhu, I know I won't be able to convince you, but please don't forget that if one day you're not around anymore, Chi-Chi, Gui, and all the friends who have grown fond of you, they will all miss you dearly.
There's no need to worry, Jiangli. I know what I'm doing.
I can only hope so.
Baizhu, what did Jiangli mean by not around anymore?
Every single mortal I've ever contracted with, including Baizhu and Zhengli's master, has passed away at a young age.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense. You said that the contract with you helps people live longer.
It is a very long story.
Long ago, when plagues ravaged the land, one doctor made a pledge to rid the world of pain and suffering. But even the most ingenious mortal medicine could not stay the tide of disease. And after working tirelessly for many years, even his dearest loved ones fell sick and bade their final farewell. Legends told of an herb lord in Chenyu Vale who could cure any illness known to mankind. The doctor sought the herb lord, but found only a white snake, its breathing weak and its power all but spent.
Sign this contract and let our lives be joined. Then I will impart to you the secret art of healing. But be warned, this art will harm your own health.
With means beyond human ken, the doctor could now reverse the process of death. And yet, the time still came to say goodbye. Only now, the one departing was the doctor, his life force spent. His final act in life was to pass on the contract to his final patient, his favorite disciple. The disciple chose to dedicate their life to saving the lives of others. And generation upon generation followed in these footsteps. Since I inherited this contract, I've always respected the path taken by my predecessors, and followed it myself unquestioningly. That is, until I tried to use the art to save my own disciples, beloved. She begged me not to use up my own life force. She said that this art is a poison chalice, an evil and unnatural practice. She did not wish to sacrifice one life for the sake of another, when both were lives she treasured. Only then did it occur to me. Did I not suffer when my master passed away, just as patients' families do at their loved one's deathbed? Are not the lives cut short by this contract just as worthy of saving as any patient's? What is this contract to us? Medicine or poison? Alas, I no longer have enough time left to find the answer. I entrust to your care both Changsheng and this final question. May you find a remedy for this conundrum, which has ailed us so.
Time and again, no matter how much I try to warn them or balance their chi, I can never save them. And you? What's your answer?
If I abandoned the contract and left you without a host, what would happen?
I suppose I'd spend my final moments taking a nice nap on Mount Yaojun. Then I'd be reunited with my old friends and your predecessors.
Then it's decided. If there's a life in front of me that deserves to be saved, why shouldn't I do everything within my power to save it?
Once again, it's the same answer. So be it. Close your eyes. Who knows how many more people will take on this contract?
None. This contract will end with me.
My contract has strict requirements on the host's natural temperament. All my hosts have been most pure of heart.
But when one with an altruistic nature gains access to this art, they are more seduced than the average person by the miracle of overturning the laws of life and death. Though they know better than anyone else the fate that awaits them, when faced with the sorrows of humanity and the pain of losing their nearest and dearest, they cannot help but reach beyond human means. They are like moths that throw themselves into the flame, seeking a glimmer of hope in a dark world filled with pain and suffering.
So, Baiju, does that mean...
I suppose that would make me a moth that yearns for the light, but doesn't want to be burned to a crisp. Changsheng's art can transfer pain and suffering between people, but it cannot reduce the total amount of pain in the world. It's just like we witnessed. Either Jia Liang feared for Jiang Li's life, or Jiang Li grieved over Jia Liang's sacrifice. I have nothing but the utmost respect for my predecessors, who sacrificed their lives for their principles. But I do not wish to join their ranks, nor do I wish to pass on this contract to anyone else in the future.
Huh? But didn't you already transfer a ton of diseases onto yourself?
What makes a poison, poison? And what makes a disease, a disease? When it comes down to it, are not both mechanisms that affect the operations of the human body? If disease is defined as deviation from normal functioning, then who knows? Perhaps the true elixir of immortality could in fact be a kind of poison. Many may view the notion of searching for immortality in poisons and illnesses as a flagrant violation of the natural order. But to me, it is no different from the way our ancestors tested the medicinal qualities of herbs by sampling each and every one. I don't want those who come after me to lose their lives to this contract. Nor do I wish for Changsheng to perish from losing her host. This leaves only one solution, doesn't it? Precisely. I will be Changsheng's final host, and the tradition of passing down the contract will end with me.
Even the gods of old struggle to achieve true immortality. First you want to save others, then you want to save yourself. Now you even want to save me. You're getting greedy, Baiju.
But isn't wanting to have it all what makes us human? For a selfish moth like me, who's afraid of the flame yet yearns for the light, the only path forward is up towards the moon.
Huh. For once, Paimon just does not know what to say.
Dr. Baiju, Traveler, what are you still chatting about? The food's about to get cold.
We also have coconut milk for Changsheng and Paimon.
Okay, fine. Let's go grab some food. Paimon has a bunch of burning questions, but they can wait till after we've eaten.
I do envy Paimon sometimes. Eating her fill is enough to satisfy her body and mind.
True. And yet, although we call them simple pleasures, are such things as these not precisely why we mortals cling desperately to the life we have?
That's a really deep theme that the game clearly doesn't want to get into there. We'll drop one line about it at the end and fuck it, we're getting off of that before we even attempt that, which, fair enough. I love that. Even with having a guy end up being a zombie, that's still really good. But I mean, that scene, from his perspective of not being able to hear his wife and his final thoughts, that would have been incredibly powerful if it was like a character that was like built up over like the course of a game, not just a character we've met during this quest. And also, of course, if he wasn't just a zombie afterwards. That would hit incredibly, incredibly hard. As it was still very good, but...
Show me your prescription.
Have we always been able to go back here? Yeah, that was cool. I probably wouldn't ever pull for Baiju though. I kind of like his design, and definitely like his character from that quest. But yeah, I don't think I would actually pull for him, just because like his power set doesn't seem to appeal to me, because it's exclusively healing the active character. Kokomi, you plop the thing down and it heals whoever is near it, but you can use her burst, which buffs this. It buffs its, I think it buffs its healing as well as its damage and refreshing its duration. No, it doesn't. Okay. It just increases its damage, but it does refresh its duration. So using her burst helps her continuous healing, which only works on the active character, but also gives her healing for all characters. Whereas, from what I can tell, the only other healer in the game which heals all characters at once is Barbara. Which is interesting. Yeah, so that's 3 story quests done today. So that's a decent chip in it, but we still got a lot left to go. Might do albedos next. Is this Yai? I was hoping to save your Mia's one for last, because I've heard a lot of people love it. And it's the first character to get a second story quest who isn't an Archon, which is interesting. Yeah, I'm glad we knocked out 3 of them. So I got them, so we got some XP books. I'm not really sure how many. I'm pretty sure I started a day with more than that. I need to go spend some sigils. And how many wishes am I now sitting on? Did I get a wish down at? No. Okay, fair enough. I see. I'm gonna start an end stream.